What's going on, guys? Welcome to a brand new live stream. My name is Capybara, aka Copium Impact, and yeah, we are here with a brand new live stream that I am so fucking excited to do. Apologies for the early swearing. So, chat, here is the game plan. Earlier this week, on Tuesday, I returned from TwitchCon 2023, happening in Vegas, and, I also returned from visiting a very dear close friend of mine. From that trip, I have just so many things to unpack, like so many things to talk about and share, and just like, kind of reminisce about, I suppose, right? There were so many just really cool things that happened that I want to, tell you guys about and to, just talk about in detail, right? I wanna kind of just discuss the sort of good, the mediocre, and then the bad about TwitchCon, right? Like what I liked about it, what I didn't like about it, and kind of just dive deep onto my experiences from a day-to-day basis, starting I would say starting obviously on Thursday, October 19th, which was it wasn't the first day of TwitchCon, but it was the day when you could go and pick up your TwitchCon badge, right? So we'll start talking about what happened on Thursday all the way through Sunday, and I'll kind of like give you guys all the nice little juicy details of my trip. I will say, I think today's live stream, it is very, very highly likely that it's going to be only just chatting. I don't think that today's going to be a day where I start, diving into playing video games like I normally do. And, I think that I will kind of like do my best to, give you guys an interesting story today. That way you guys aren't bored to death. And yeah, the next live stream that we do, I think that we can get back into the rhythm of playing, our typical video games, which I'm very, very excited to do. So yeah, I'll kind of dive in and talk about TwitchCon, and then if there's any chatters that pop up, say hello, maybe you guys have questions or whatever, then I'm more than happy to kind of like answer any questions, address any comments, that sort of thing. But yeah, we have quite a lot to unpack. And then while we go through the stream, I did put it in the stream title, but just so anyone is, curious, I did end up getting some Taco Bell, and I will be snacking and drinking on some Taco Bell throughout the stream. And then another thing that I'll let you guys know is that, in my OBS, I can actually see when the advertisements are going to be playing, and when the ads are currently active, I'm going to basically take a break. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to, dive into the story or whatever. I will wait for the ads to be over, and then I will return to, talking about TwitchCon 2023. I'll return to telling you guys all the stories. But yeah, it looks like there's an ad coming up in like 2 seconds, so cool. Well, for anyone out there, right, who is a kind of like subscriber, or maybe you are, a Twitch Turbo user, right? If you're not getting ads for whatever reason, then welcome on in. I hope everyone has been doing wonderful. I'm not really gonna say anything too important during this time. I want to wait until the ad break is over. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you guys have been having a lovely, fantastic week so far. I will say, like, for me personally, this past week, starting with TwitchCon 2023, it's been crazy. It's been hectic. It's been chaotic. But I loved it. It was quite a memorable experience for sure. And I can't wait to, share the details with you guys. So yeah, what I'm going to do is while the ad break is going, I'm going to do a little bit of typing, right? I'm going to do a little bit of some, essaying in Discord, because I want to kind of like, kind of share what I'm currently doing right now. So yeah, it looks like the ads are currently in progress. So for any of you who are able to dodge the ads, that's an easy dodge right there. Good job. I'm very proud of you. Let me go here. We are going to copy this link. I hope this is the right link. I'm going to say... Sorry guys, I know that it looks weird just staring at my face doing nothing, but I'm currently just staring at Discord, doing a little bit of some typing right now. Cool. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to open this. Let me take a look here. Looks like we've got about 45 seconds left of ads, so, you know, I do apologize for any of you who are experiencing the ad. Cool. Okay. I have posted on Discord. We are done essaying. Pog champion. Poggers champion. Alrighty then. Cool. How long do I have left for ads? Oh, I think we're back from ads. That's pretty freaking awesome. Cool. If we're back from ads, then let's get the show on the road, shall we? Let me go here. Cool. Just wanted to open up my OBS really quickly. Alrighty then. Cool. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully, all of you out there are not experiencing advertisements right now. If you are, then I very greatly apologize, but you should be able to, you know, catch all of what I'm about to say in the VOD when it's, you know, fully published on my channel. Let's kind of dive on in to TwitchCon 2023 because it was one hell of a wild ride, and I kind of want to talk about everything, right? So, to start at the beginning, I will say that my trip that I took, it started actually on October 18th. So that was Wednesday, October 18th. Started on Wednesday, and it was kind of chaotic at the beginning, right? Because, you know, for those of you who don't know, I am actually not a US citizen. I'm a permanent resident of the country, right? I've been living here for basically the past, like over 20 years I've been living here. It's been a long time. And so basically for the last several months, I have been in the process of applying for my citizenship, right? I would say that it was kind of a bad coincidence. What ended up happening is I got a letter in the mail and they were like, hey, so we want you to come by the local, customs and immigration office that is nearby you, and we want to basically conduct an interview and also, you know, test you on your knowledge of the country, right? Conduct the sort of citizenship exam, so to speak. And it was just a really bad coincidence that they scheduled the day that I needed to come in on the exact same day that I would be, you know, flying out to Vegas, right? So to give you guys an idea, the sort of like citizenship interview slash test, you know, meeting appointment session thingy, that happened at roughly about noon, somewhere around noon to 12:30 p.m. my local time. And my flight to Vegas was at 6:30 p.m. or 6:50 p.m. I think it was probably 6:50 is what sounds right to me. So 6:50 p.m. I had my flight that I needed to catch, and you know, for those of you who maybe are not as familiar with, you know, airline travel, when you have a flight, you always want to make sure that you show up early to the airport so that you can like get checked in and go through TSA, all that fun stuff. So you want to typically be, you know, at the airport roughly around like 2 hours before your flight, right? So I had, you know, it wasn't a super duper tight window, but it was like a decently small-ish window of time between, you know, the citizenship situation, that whole meeting, interview, appointment thing, as well as like the time that I needed to go and get to the airport, right? And the thing is that like I was not sure yet. I wasn't sure how long the citizenship thing would last. You know, it could be 2 hours, it could be 4 hours or whatever, right? So I was a little bit concerned, a little bit anxious, a little bit worried about it. Thankfully, it did not last too long. It kind of happened, and you know, I think that I got finished with the citizenship stuff like roughly at around maybe, I want to say 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. And then I ended up basically driving back to my house, and you know, I drove back home. I, you know, made sure that I was fully prepared and packed for my trip to Vegas, and I left my place at, I want to say around maybe, what time? Maybe like 4 p.m. I left my place to go to the airport, right? I had a family member drive me. And so, you know, very, very fortunately, very luckily, I arrived at the airport with plenty of time to spare. You know, I went through the check-in, I went through the TSA and all that fun stuff. And I think that when I got to my boarding gate for my flight, I had like maybe an hour of extra time. That like I was early by an hour, so I kind of just sat around and waited for my flight to start boarding. So yeah, that ended up happening. And for anyone who is, you know, curious about the whole citizenship thing, I will just say, you know, I won't go into like too much crazy detail because honestly, there's not a whole lot to talk about. What I will say is that there is actually, so when you do your, you know, citizenship sort of like test and you do the interview and whatever, the people that are conducting the interview, right, with you, they basically are able to give you an answer right away, right? So what ends up happening typically is they'll conduct the interview, they'll make sure that you pass the, you know, sort of tests that they do, and you know, after they finish interviewing you, they'll be like, okay, please wait out in the designated waiting area for like 5 to 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. Just wait out there for a little bit. And, you know, they take a little bit of time to, I guess, like sort through some, I don't know, paperwork, or maybe they are discussing among the different, you know, people that work in the department in the building, right? But basically there's some small amount of time that is taken before, you know, the person who interviewed you, they will, you know, open the door that leads to the place where they conduct all these interviews and where they talk to you and whatever. So they open the door, they poke their head through, they're like, you know, they call out your name, they're like, oh, hey, you, and they tell you, like, they can tell you basically almost right away. They'll tell you whether you were successful and whether you were able to kind of like qualify for citizenship, whether you were able to obtain your citizenship. They will tell you almost instantly, right? Instantaneously. So, you know, it's not too bad of an experience. And I think that if everything is done right, then, you know, you are able to kind of like walk in and walk out with your citizenship within like, you know, a 2.5 hour time frame, at the very least, I would say. Now, for me specifically, I'll kind of share this, and I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll kind of just like sort of discuss the broad overview. I will say that, unfortunately, I did not instantly get my citizenship. They instead told me that they were going to reach out to me via mail, I believe, within the next month, right? So they told me that, and the reason why they told me that is because I think that they, when they interviewed me, there was a little tiny bit of confusion, and I don't know if what I told them was properly, kind of like comprehended or understood. Like, I didn't know if they sort of realized what I was telling them, what I was trying to say, right? But I do think that, them not instantly giving me citizenship, it's fair, and I'll explain why. So, they asked these, like, basically two different questions, but they kind of lumped them together, right? And so what they asked, they were like, okay, do you have any of your taxes that are not filed yet, right? And, as sort of an add-on to that question, I would consider it to be two separate questions, but they kind of lumped it together. The sort of second question that they asked me, they were like, do you owe any money? Do you owe any taxes to the federal government, right? Now, here is what I told them. Here's what I tried to tell them and tried to explain, right? I told them that I do have some taxes that I have not yet filed. And, for anyone who's curious, the reason why I have not, filed some of my taxes yet is because in the past, I did some sort of like job work, which was classified or categorized as sort of self-employment, right? Where I was not working for, I was working for a company, but the company, they did not sort of like consider me and other people with the same type of job. They did not consider us to be, like direct employees of the company, right? We were kind of like basically third party sort of consultants, right? That type of thing. So yeah, long story short, in the past, I've done some self-employment work. And for anyone who is unaware, being self-employed and filing your taxes, it's a lot more annoying, a lot more frustrating, a lot more difficult to file your taxes when you are someone who has a sort of a job that is self-employed, or that is like contract, or, third party, right? So, because I have that work experience, I need to basically take some time to ensure that all the information that I'm entering into my tax return is accurate, is correct, and there's nothing wrong with my tax return, right? So I do have some tax returns that I have not filed yet. However, to address the second part of the question, right? They also asked, they were like, do you owe any money to the federal government? And I think that this is probably where there was sort of a miscommunication between me and between the people interviewing me, right? I told them that, you know, I told them that I am not 100% sure if I owe any money, but I did tell them that, you know, so it doesn't matter whether you file your taxes or whether you file for an extension to do your taxes, right? So whether you do it by April 15th or you do it by October 15th of the year, how it works is that, you know, before April 15th, right? So before the deadline for either filing your taxes or filing an extension, if you possibly potentially owe any money to the federal government, you are required to pay that amount of money, right? And even if you don't know the exact amount, even if you don't know, you know, the dollars and the cents as well, like the pennies and whatever, you are required to give sort of a rough estimate of how much you think you owe, and then you pay that to the government, to the IRS, right? So, you know, this is where, like I said, this is where I think there was a little bit of miscommunication, because I mentioned, I was like, I think that I potentially could possibly owe some money to the federal government. However, I did also tell the interviewers, I said, you know, every single time that the IRS, that the federal government has told me that I need to pay a certain amount of money, I have paid it, right? So, every time that I've been prompted to sort of like pay my taxes every year, I pay that amount, right? So I send them a check, I send them a direct deposit from my bank account, whatever. So it's like, you know, basically my point is that if I owe any money whatsoever to the federal government, it's probably like, I don't know, less than $1. It's like maybe a couple cents or something like that. And, you know, the thing is that like, for the past couple of years, right, I have not received any single like letter in the mail or any sort of like communication from the IRS, from the federal government, talking about, you know, me owing them money. So right now, my assumption is that basically I don't owe the federal government any money. I think I'm like 99.99% sure that I've paid off everything and that I don't owe any money whatsoever. It's just that, you know, I need to file the tax return. That's the only thing. It's just I need to file some documents to the federal government. That's all. I don't owe any money. You know, I'm not pulling a Donald Trump or anything like that. I'm kind of just doing my own thing and living my own life, right? Taking care of myself. So, you know, I told the interviewers all this information that I just now explained to you guys. And I think that because there was potentially miscommunication, they were very, very hesitant to, you know, make a decision on whether I get citizenship or not. And so, yeah, like what ended up happening, you know, at the very end was that the person who interviewed me, you know, props to them. They did a fantastic job with the interview. She kind of like called out my name, right, when I was in the waiting area, and I walked up to her, and she was like, okay, so as of right now, we cannot make a final decision on whether you get citizenship or not. We will reach out to you within the next month and let you know what you need to do, right? Which, you know, I will say, it was definitely disappointing, because I basically want to get this all over with, right? Like I want to finish the whole citizenship process and, you know, leave it behind me, right? I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to deal with it anymore. But at the same time, it wasn't really the worst thing, right? Because, you know, the way that I kind of looked at it, sort of from a little bit more of a positive angle, was that, you know, I was going on this trip to Vegas, and unfortunately, they had scheduled my citizenship interview, meeting, whatever you want to call it. They scheduled it on the same day as my flight. And so what I kind of chose to view this decision or this outcome as is I kind of viewed it as just postponing the interview and the sort of like kind of like testing and whatever to see if I am fit to be a citizen or whatever. They were kind of postponing it for another month. So it's like, yeah, I basically chose to kind of ignore it, you know, sweep it under the rug a little bit and to not worry about it. And I kind of told myself, I was like, okay, let's just focus on going to Vegas, experiencing the convention, and then like when you get back, then you can, you know, start looking into the citizenship thing and taking care of that business, right? Like let's not get too like, I I guess, preoccupied with the citizenship thing when we have this trip that is immediately happening right now, right? So I was like, you know what? Whatever. If they want to postpone it, if they want to make me wait, so be it. I'll wait. So, anyways, like I mentioned, I got to the airport. I got there early. No problems whatsoever with missing my flight or anything like that. So I had my flight. It happened from roughly around, I want to say about like 7 p.m. in the evening to about, like roughly 9:30, 10 p.m. at night, which, honestly, shout out to my friend who lives in Vegas. Like I love my friends so much. They are the absolute best. They showed up at the airport to pick me up. We arrived back at their place, right at their home. And, so my friend, just to give you guys a little bit of some background context, my friend, she has a family, right? She has a husband, and she also has a daughter that she takes care of. So I was like kind of, staying at their place temporarily. They had a guest bedroom, and they were kind enough to let me stay. And I've stayed with them before. This is not the very first time, but I still very, very, very much appreciate it every time that they allow me to stay. And so, because my friend has her husband and she has her daughter as well, right? Like, they live a very, very normal, typical life where, they wake up early in the morning for school and for work, and then they go to sleep at a reasonable time. They go to sleep at around, like, I want to say no later than 11 p.m. at night is like their bedtime. It's their cutoff time. And so, basically what ended up happening is I arrived on Wednesday night, and once we got to their home, I, dropped my stuff off in the guest bedroom where I was staying, and they were like, okay, we're all gonna go to bed, good night, and we'll see you in the morning, right? So that's what ended up happening Wednesday. Nothing really too fancy, nothing really too interesting. So then fast forward to Thursday, right? Thursday, that was the day before TwitchCon, and it was also the first day that people were allowed to go and pick up their TwitchCon badge, right? So the pickup happened from noon, from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening. Now, I did think, to myself, I was like, oh, maybe I'll try and go early to see if I can pick up my badge as soon as possible, but there were kind of like two things that stopped me from doing that. First of all, the cost, the price of like, getting an Uber or any sort of like taxi service to go to the convention center, it was very, very overpriced. And that did not surprise me at all because of the convention and whatever. I saw so many people talking about the prices of Ubers and whatnot, and like, I remember like there's this one content creator that I follow. She's a VTuber and she streams on Twitch. She posted on Twitter a screenshot of like the prices, and I'm pretty sure the prices for like an Uber, I don't remember how long or like the distance of the trip, but they were showing that in the app the prices were going all the way up to like $80 for one ride, for one Uber trip. $80, which is ridiculously expensive. That's like, I want to say probably 4 times as expensive as it normally would be if there's not any like big event happening, right? If it's just like a normal regular day on like a Wednesday afternoon or whatever, it would be like 4 times cheaper than $80 to get an Uber ride. So that was like one factor, which is why I did not go early. The other factor was just that, so my friend, right, she was working on Thursday. So Thursday she still had to like wake up early and go to her work and do her job. And the thing is that like, I did not want to pick up my badge when, she was working. And I did not want to have it to where like, later on when she gets off of work, I didn't want it to be, this thing where she had to go and pick up her own badge by herself, right? Like without me going with her, right? So I was like, okay, let's just be patient. We'll wait and we'll pick it up after, my friend kind of like finishes with her work shift. So I think that I'm trying to remember the details. I think that me and my friend, we ended up, traveling to the convention center at roughly around maybe like 6:30 p.m. And just to remind you guys, the like cutoff for badge pickups was at 8 p.m. So we arrived definitely kind of later in the evening. And it was a little bit, it was a little tiny bit concerning because when we showed up there, right, it was late in the evening. It was getting decently close to the time when they were gonna like stop doing the badge pickups for the day. There was quite a long line of people that were like there. Let me actually, okay, I think hold on. First of all, where did I... Oh, there it is. Hold on. Sorry, I was looking for my phone for a second. So I think I took a photo of what it looks like. Let me see if I can open that photo on stream and show you guys what it looks like. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go there. There. Any day now, Discord. There we go. It was way down here, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna try and show this picture on stream to you guys. Let me actually see here if I can get it properly working. So we're gonna go here. I'm going to open this image, copy. Wait, hold on. Copy link. There we go. That's better. Okay, cool. Now, let me check and see if my OBS is already configured. There we go. Okay, Pog. Awesome. Yeah, so there you guys go. You can kind of see, I know it's a little bit dark, the picture that I took, but just to, explain to you guys. So that building that you see in the background, the white building, right? It looks a little bit fancy, a little bit, intriguing. That building is the convention center. And where I was standing when I took this photo, so all of us people, we were like basically on the side of the building, right? So like the main entrance to the convention center is like around the corner of the building, right? So you see the building in the background. Around the corner, there's like the main entrance. So we were basically on the side of the convention center building, right? And I know, like I said, it's kind of dark and difficult to see in the photo, but there is a huge, just a fat, large amount of people that are lining up to pick up the badges, right? What I will say is that very, very fortunately, the line that we were in was not really that slow. Like they moved at a decent pace and people were picking up their badges relatively quickly, right? So it wasn't the worst thing ever waiting in that line. But I think like if I had to take a guess, I would say that me and my friend probably waited in that line for about like 20 minutes, could be up to like half an hour, but I don't think it was any more than that. So, basically that's what we had to experience. And like I said, I was not really expecting the line to be that big. I didn't think that there would be so many people picking up their badges at the very, very end of the day, right? But it kind of does make sense, right? If you like, whether you live in Vegas or whether you live outside of Vegas, I feel like there's kind of two optimal times to go, which is either right at the beginning of the badge pickup or right near the end. Because in the middle, like usually people are occupied with things, whether they are working, whether they are, visiting and exploring Vegas and doing activities in Vegas. Like people are typically busy during the in-between hours, but like, near the end and near the beginning of the badge pickup, that's, I think, sort of considered the prime time of when to go and pick up your badge. So anyways, we were successful. We picked up our badges. Here's what I will say about the badges, right? So I can actually, I think I have my badge around here. Where is it? There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah. So this little beauty right here, this is the Twitch badge. Show it to you guys here, close up. There you go. Yeah. So this is what we ended up picking up, right? And the interesting thing that I did not expect is that what would happen is we would go and we would talk to a staff member for the convention, and they'd be like, oh, what's your Twitch username? What's your name? All that stuff, right? We would, confirm our identity to them, and they actually had printers that were behind them, and they would print the badges like on the spot, like right there. Okay, so they had these like special printers. They had these, square or rectangle badges, and they would print, your username on the badge, and have like the barcode, have the logo, and your current Twitch status, whether you're an affiliate, a partner, or whatever. So that's what the process was like, which was pretty interesting, pretty cool. I thought that it was a little bit fancy, but obviously this was my very first TwitchCon experience ever, so if this is a normal thing, then I was not aware of it, right? Here's what like kind of blew my mind, okay? So me and my friend, we are standing in front of like, so they had these like stations set up, right, where they had these different staff members and they would help individual people, and they had like a line of staff members, right? So we were getting help from one specific staff member, right? We were standing there, she was asking us to confirm our identity, and she was printing our badges and whatever. right next to her, there was another staff member who was helping some other people, right? Some other attendees. I overheard their conversation because they were close by to us, and this is what I heard, okay? So the staff member told the attendees that were right next to us, she said, be careful, do not lose your badge, right? Like, take care of it, make sure that you know where it is at all times, do not misplace it, do not drop it, do not lose it. And she said, if you end up losing your TwitchCon badge, right, in order to get a replacement badge, you have to pay $300 for a new badge. 300. That's mind-blowing. That is insanely just holy mother of God. That is fucking crazy. $300 to replace this piece of paper, right? Yeah, like that blew my mind. And I told my friend about it, right? I kind of like, when we walked away after we picked up our badges, I was like, hey, by the way, did you hear the conversation? And I explained it to my friend, and she was like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I know, right? It's boggling. It's so crazy to think that this, you know, tiny little thing is worth apparently $300. Which, you know, I will say, to kind of think about it from a logical standpoint, it does kind of make sense, because, like, you know, they want to discourage people heavily from possibly losing their badges and having to replace it. So, you know, that is one effective method, is being like, yeah, you're gonna get charged a shitload of money if you lose it. You know, that's one way to, you know, sort of mitigate the amount of people that lose their badge. So yeah, that was what happened on Thursday. Thursday was not really a, like, there wasn't a lot that happened. It wasn't super eventful. It was just like me picking up my badge with my friend, right? So yeah, we picked up our badge, we went back to my friend's home, and we basically called it a night. Like, obviously we, you know, ate dinner and all that normal stuff, but yeah, we basically went ahead and we called it a night on Thursday, and we were like, okay, let's get ready for Friday, right? And so, you know, that's kind of how Thursday went. I think it was interesting. I think I went to bed on Thursday pretty darn early, like, compared to when I normally sleep. I normally sleep like DGen hours, right? So I'll sleep at like 2 or 3 a.m. I think on Thursday I slept at like midnight at the latest, right? Which was definitely not normal for me. But I did get a good substantial amount of sleep on Thursday night, which I was very, very glad that, you know, to have, right? Because I woke up early on Friday morning, and I was actually like ready to go to TwitchCon. I wasn't like sleep deprived. I wasn't, you know, dead tired, exhausted, right? I was kind of just chilling. So yeah, you know, Friday came around. Friday was day one of TwitchCon. I will say, so, you know, if I kind of take a step back and I look at TwitchCon 2023 as a whole, just look at the entire experience, right? I would say that Friday, October 20th, that day was probably I would say the best day of TwitchCon 2023 for me. And the reason why is because so many insanely cool things happened on Friday that I like, it was basically, you know, me experiencing these like really, really exciting hype moments that I never even expected to experience. And it was like a lot of stuff happened to where I was like, okay, I will forever remember Friday, day one of TwitchCon 2023, right? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I think if I saw that correctly, that was Tim, or no, it was Janana. Janana? The name is really, really long, so I apologize for you know, mispronouncing it. But welcome on into the stream. How you doing? I'm just blabbering on and on about TwitchCon right now because I want to share my experiences. So hopefully, Janana, or, you know, however you want to refer to yourself as, hopefully you were doing wonderful today. And yeah, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. So yeah, there was basically a lot of stuff that happened on Friday that, like, you know, it was definitely a day to remember. Like, day one of TwitchCon, just insanely epic, right? So I will try my very best to kind of recall every single thing that I did on Friday, but I might miss out some like small details, right? I will for sure talk about the big stuff that happened. Okay, so let me think. First day of TwitchCon, we arrive at the convention, and I think what we ended up doing is we attended, I want to say like maybe 2 or 3 panels, you know, on Friday that was happening, right? I think we attended one that happened in the morning, like at around like 10 or 11 a.m. And we got to those panels. We sat down, we listened to what the hosts of the panels were talking about, and then if we had the opportunity to, we asked questions, we talked with the hosts, and kind of like we were able to have some really insightful conversations, right? What I can remember for sure is that there were a couple of things that I personally wanted to do, which I will say, like, there were two main things that I wanted to do. The first thing was that I wanted to visit the Hoyoverse booth at TwitchCon. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Hoyoverse is the company that created Genshin Impact as well as Honkai Star Rail. And for me personally, like, I'm a Genshin Impact player. I've been playing for a very, very long time, almost since day one, but not quite. And, I despite any and all of the flaws that the game has, I do legitimately enjoy playing Genshin Impact, and I do think it's a good game. So, I wanted to visit the Hoyoverse booth, right? Another kind of like, I guess, like, extra reason to go and visit the booth was that, I was hoping that I could meet all sorts of different, Genshin Impact content creators, right? So, for example, there's, Ziox, right? I also knew that Fobmaster was going to be attending TwitchCon, and I kind of like had this assumption. I had this feeling where I was like, oh, there's probably going to be some other content creators that attend TwitchCon that I'm familiar with, right? But maybe I don't necessarily follow them on every single social media platform. You know what I mean? So basically, the extra added reason for me going to the Hoyoverse booth was so that I could potentially run into any of these content creators, say hello, maybe grab a picture, perhaps an autograph as well, that sort of thing. So that was like the number one, or not the number one, but it was a thing that was on my high priority list of things I wanted to do. The second thing was that I wanted to go to basically, so for those who maybe are familiar with this content creator, there is a very, very big streamer, as well as, I mean, he is a YouTuber, on top of that, but I think a lot of people know him as a Twitch streamer now. So there's a very, very, famous, popular content creator by the name of CDawgVA, aka Connor. So CDawgVA, I found out that he actually had set up his own booth at TwitchCon 2023, and from what I hear, the cost of setting up the booth was insanely, ridiculously expensive, right? I think what I was told is that, just the carpeting, right, the flooring for his booth cost him, I want to say roughly around like $9,000 to $10,000 US, which is like, what the fuck? Like, why is a carpet worth that much money? And it was like, it wasn't even that big of a space. Like, I saw so many other exhibitors, so many other booths at TwitchCon that were like even bigger, like more massive. And it's just like, it's crazy to me that it cost Connor like $9,000 or $10,000 for just the carpeting, just the flooring of that space. But yeah, anyways, so, CDawgVA, he apparently set up a booth at TwitchCon, and what he did was he had basically these giant whiteboard panels, right? So think of like, a whiteboard in school where you draw on it with markers and whatever. He had a giant display of these whiteboards, and you could walk up to the whiteboard and you could draw something on it, you could write your name, whatever, right? So he basically set this up where anyone and everyone who is attending TwitchCon can walk up, draw something, write something, and sort of like leave their presence, at TwitchCon, right? Now, I will say that, like, obviously TwitchCon happened over 3 days, right? And unsurprisingly, over those 3 days, there were times when, like, parts of the whiteboard display were erased, and people drew over other writings and other drawings that previous people had put up. So, it was kind of a hectic thing. It was kind of like a constantly changing, whiteboard display that Connor had, but it was a really cool concept, and, I really enjoyed it. I really liked it. So, what I ended up doing with the whiteboard is, I believe every single day that I attended the convention, all 3 days, I, walked by the CDawgVA booth, and I kind of checked it out to see if my drawing, if my writing was still there, and if it wasn't, I did my very best to redraw it, right? So, yeah, thankfully, I was able to revive my drawing a couple of times, and I think that, if I'm not mistaken, by the very end of TwitchCon 2023, I'm pretty sure my last drawing was still up, and it was still viewable, right? So yeah, I basically wanted to go and visit CDawgVA's, booth that he had set up, and there were kind of like two reasons why, one of them more important than the other. The first reason is obviously to say hello to Connor, to meet him, maybe grab a photo and autograph, that sort of thing, right? So that was like one of the reasons. It wasn't the most important though, right? It turns out that CDawgVA, he was like live streaming basically the entire time, and because he was live streaming, he did not want to do any autographs or any photos with people, right? Like, he did it, I think, for a little while. Like, he did it with some you know, viewers, some attendees of the convention, but for the most part, he kind of stayed away from it, right? So yeah, he ended up kind of just live streaming it all and focusing on sort of creating content for his viewers that were not at TwitchCon. For me, the second reason, which I consider to be a lot higher of a priority, a lot more important for why I wanted to go to you know, Connor's booth, is that so there's a content creator by the name of Premier2, aka Pete. I've followed Pete for quite a while. Like, I think I've followed his channel for the last several months. I don't know how long it's been, to be completely honest. I wonder if I can actually like jump into his chat and check to see, right? But anyways, I followed Pete's channel, Pete's content for quite a while, and to be honest, I know that a lot of the time people can exaggerate a lot. They can, you know, kind of they can say things that, you know, that you know, maybe a little bit embellished, right? Maybe they kind of like say something that is half true but not really fully accurate. But you know, what I am about to say, this is like, you know, 100,000% it is genuine. It, like, no exaggeration, nothing like that. I'm being completely dead serious. I would say that, you know, right now, Pete, Premier2, he is my #1 favorite content creator on Twitch. Like, he is just the absolute best channel ever, and I love his content so much. I think that he, as a human being, is just an amazing person, right? So, Premier2, Pete, he is good friends with Connor, with CDawgVA, and he was going to be attending TwitchCon. He was going to be, you know, hanging around with Connor and with his social circle of friends, right? The cool thing, well, maybe it wasn't as cool for Pete, but the cool thing for me is that Pete was also celebrating his birthday, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, his actual birthday is on October 20th, right? So on Friday, that was like actually his birthday. It was the one and only day that he was born. And he, you know, was attending TwitchCon, sort of celebrating with all of the TwitchCon attendees, celebrating with Connor and his friends and whatnot. And so, you know, because Pete was celebrating his birthday, I was like, you know what? Let me, you know, do my very best to say hello to Pete, maybe grab a photo with him, talk to him a bit, perhaps an autograph. And I was like, okay, I respect and admire Pete so much. I think that he is one of the greatest human beings that I have ever had the, you know, the honor, the opportunity to, you know, get to watch as a viewer and get to, you know, see the content that they create, the impact that they leave on this world. So I was like, you know what? Let me do my best to help Pete celebrate his birthday. And so I ended up basically purchasing a birthday gift for Pete. And it was like, I would say that I got extremely lucky with my birthday gift, right? And here's why, I'll explain it. So kind of like, you know, let's step back a little bit. So yeah, this was at PAX. Yeah, this was at PAX. So PAX West, that happened at the beginning of September, right? So it was basically about 2 months ago. PAX West 2023 happened. I attended PAX West because I had some other friends that were going, and so I was like, okay, you know what, screw it, I'll go ahead and buy tickets, I'll go ahead and attend the convention, right? I went to PAX West 2023. I had a decent time. I think that it was the convention, like the PAX West convention was not the worst thing ever, but it was also not my favorite convention that I've been to. It was not the best experience for me. I think that, you know, just me as a human being with my hobbies and my interests and the things that I enjoy and the way that I kind of like operate on a daily basis, like live my life, PAX West was not something that really spoke to me. It didn't really appeal to me. But I went because of my friends, and I did my very best to, you know, enhance my own experience as much as I possibly could. So one of the really cool things that happened at PAX West is that I found an insanely cool booth that was there. There was a booth for a company, and this company is called Artovision 3D, right? to give a little bit of some background information on this company, it was created, it was founded by a father and his son, right? So you have this father, and I think the son, right, of the father, I think when the company was created, the son was roughly around like 16 or 17 years old, and now like several years have passed, so he's like in his 20s now. But basically, this father and son, they created this company where they would sort of manufacture and produce these amazing artworks that were 3D art, right? So what they would do is they would like take these images, take these, you know, pieces of artwork, and they would basically encase them in, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's acrylic, right? And so it's like this hardened acrylic material that resembles glass, and it looks very, very pretty, very impressive. I can show you guys a very quick example here. This, I've shown it before in my previous live streams, my previous VODs that I have. I've shown off this artwork before. I own 3 different artworks from this company. This is one of them right here. So this is a Dead Cells artwork, right? Apologies for the plastic cover on it. I'm trying to protect it as much as I possibly can. So this right here is the 3D artwork. You can kind of like turn it side to side and you can kind of see it, right? It's absolutely fucking beautiful. I love this thing, right? Pixel says, how we doing? How we doing? Grocery Outlet Bargain Market. Also love you. Mate, Pixels, I miss you. Dude, let me tell you, I really, really wish that you came to TwitchCon, dude. Like, I think that it would have been so lit. It would have been amazing. I'm really sad that you couldn't go, but yeah, no, like, listen, Pixels, you and I, we gotta hang out sometime. If you're, you know, not doing anything this weekend or maybe next weekend, you know the drill. Hit me up, message me, whatever, right? I was watching everyone's story. Hell yeah, yeah. Next year, absolutely, yeah. Next year, both me and you, we're going to TwitchCon, right? And here's the thing. Let me tell you, Pixels. When we go to TwitchCon next year, you and I, we're gonna be partners, Twitch partners. That's a guarantee right there. Yeah, man. But I hope to hang out with you soon. You know, there's a whole shit ton of stuff that happened, and yeah, you know, I definitely want to, you know, share some of the cool stuff, the cool moments that I had with you. You know, that's a huge goal. We can do it. I believe, man. You gotta be optimistic. You gotta be positive. I might not go to the Halloween party. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, just keep me posted. You know, it's up to you, right? Like, if you really want to go to a Halloween party, hang out with some people, go do it. Go touch some grass. Go socialize. But you know, don't want to be around too many people. I'll text you. Sounds good, man. Yeah. I feel you. Like, I'm the same way, where I'm not really like, I'm socially, you know, like socially anxious during, you know, occasions where there's a bunch of people around me, especially when it's a bunch of strangers. So yeah, I don't really do the party life, basically, you know. But yeah, Pixels, welcome on in. I'm currently talking about TwitchCon 2023, and I'm kind of like going over the details. I have not really like talked about too much, so you didn't miss a lot of stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of like going over day 1 right now. Okay, I'm listening. Cool. Enjoy the lurk if you decide to lurk and you know, hang out in the stream. So anyways, where was I? Anyways, so as I was saying, I basically discovered this company at PAX West 2023 that makes these just amazing, mind-blowing artworks, right? And I was like, you know what? I have to buy some of that artwork, right? So I bought some of the artwork. I love the artwork. It's incredible. I have all 3 of them currently sitting on my desk, and my desk is just it looks like a tornado went through here. It's a complete mess right now, but I have the artworks on display and I love them. So what I ended up doing is, you know, I went to their website, right? Because when I went to PAX West 2023, I bought 2 of their artworks, and then I was like, okay, there's definitely gonna be more artworks that I want to buy, so let me go check out their website. And I went to go check out their website, and I was like, oh wow, they have like an insane collection of artwork and stuff that you know, you can buy. And the cool thing about this company is that they specialize in making 3D artwork specifically for like older games, for retro games, right? So if you're someone who enjoyed playing video games in like the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, you will very, very likely find 3D artwork of a video game that you like on, you know, the business's website, right? And the like just very, very coincidental thing, the amazing thing that, you know, ended up working out for me is that, you know, Premiere 2, Pete, he is someone that, like, he is just a massive, huge fan of retro video games, right? So, you know, there was an assortment of different artworks that I could choose from, and I had to figure out what would be the best option, right? Now, there were kind of two artworks that I looked at originally that I was thinking of getting. One of them was a 3D artwork, basically the same size as the one that I showed you just now on the live stream. So yeah, one of them was like a smaller artwork that you're meant to put on your desk or like nearby you, right? It was an artwork of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? I think it was Raphael versus Shredder, right? And it's a pretty fucking dope artwork, right? So I looked at that one. I was like, okay, maybe I can get this one for Pete. And I was like, what other options are there? And there was one that I was looking at, which I actually did consider getting, but unfortunately I wasn't able to, or I should say that, like, you know, as I thought about it more, right, as I kind of like considered the logistics and the realisticness of whether I'd be able to do it, I realized that the artwork I was thinking of getting, it was very, very likely going to be too big for, you know, Pete to transport it, you know, from the convention back to Japan, right? So it was like, it was not really optimal, not really ideal for a gift. But I think that, you know, me not getting this other artwork, it was for the best, and I think that it worked out really well for me, because, so here's what happened. The artwork that I wanted to get, I want to see if I can show you guys what it was. Let me open up my browser here. Alright, cool. Where is OBS? OBS is here. Oh, there's an ad break. Okay, ad break time. I'm chilling. We're gonna hang out and we're gonna chill. I'm gonna take this opportunity during this ad break. I'm gonna do a little bit of snacking. I'm gonna do a little bit of eating. So apologies, guys. I'm gonna chillax and let you guys jam out to the background lo-fi music. But yeah, let me see here. I ended up getting some Taco Bell tonight. Okay. Hopefully the microphone doesn't pick up on my dumb mouth chewing. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell. Send some? Yeah, I'll put it in the mail, dude. I'll ship it to you. Eat it slow. Alright, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm taking off my headphones. You know, I kind of had this thought recently, chat, where I was like, I don't really need my headphones on when I stream, because, like, the only thing that I really use my headphones for is, like, you know, when I'm streaming, I use it for listening to the, you know, the audio, if I'm playing background music or whatever. I just use it to make sure that the audio is not too loud or too soft for you guys, right? But beyond that, like, I don't really need to have it on at all. I can stream without it. So I think I'm gonna do that because it's a lot more comfortable to not wear the headphones for too long, right? This is some good Taco Bell. Oh yeah, this is some good stuff right here. Ooh, baby. Alright, let me... Okay, where's the... Is this the bag? I think this is the bag. Never mind. That's the wrong bag. Oh boy. It's this one. Way over here. Come on, bag. There we go. 40 seconds left of the ads. 40 seconds left. We're searching around. Did they not give me one? Oh, they did. It's literally right here. Draw. Alright, 20 seconds left. We're getting there. Let me hydrate. This right here is Esto's favorite drink. The Baja Blast. Hands down, Baja Blast. Best flavor of soda. Absolute banger. Let's go, baby. Okay, Pog. Ads are ended. Let's keep the story moving. Let's keep the story moving. All right, chat. So, what was I saying? Yeah. I was gonna show you guys the one that I was thinking of getting for Premiere 2, right? For Pete. Let's go to here. Let's sort by this, and then. Yeah, you know what? I'll show you guys while I'm scrolling because it's pretty interesting, and I think that you guys will enjoy seeing the inventory, the catalog. There we go. Okay, let me move OBS. I need to transport it to my other monitor here. Here we go. Slide it on over real smooth. Okay, so this right here, this is the website for the artwork that I bought. I to anyone who is interested in this sort of stuff, in this sort of you know, merchandise, these products, I do highly recommend it. Like this business, they do some really cool shit, you know. Okay, where is the one that I was thinking of getting? All the way down here. I think it's an M, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Yeah, so it's this one right here. I'll open it in a new tab. There we go. Yeah, so chat. This right here, it's basically a 3D artwork. It's a shadow box, and for those of you who are kind of unfamiliar with shadow boxes, these are artworks that are meant to be sort of displayed on a wall, right? So you like hang it up on your wall, and it like, you know, adds some like some coolness, some, you know, just really nice decoration to your space, your room, whatever. So I wanted to get this one right here for Premiere 2, and the reason why, gonna lurk, gonna play some video games, enjoy the video games, Pixels, enjoy. So the reason why I wanted to get this one is because, for those who do not know Pete, Premiere 2, he is an American who moved to Japan, and he's been living in Japan for, I think, the last, I want to say 13, it's either 12 or 13 years, right? So he's been living there for quite a while. Before he moved to Japan, and when he still lived in the US, he was actually born in Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. So from what I have learned so far of his background and what I know of him, I believe that he was born in Kansas, Missouri, right? Which is kind of confusing because there's actually, like, okay, so there's the state of Missouri, and then like right next to the state of Missouri, there's another state called Kansas, right? Now, the kind of possibly frustrating thing about these two states is that they share a city with the same name, right? So there's a city by the name of Kansas City, right? And obviously it makes sense that there's a Kansas City in the state of Kansas. But there's also a there's also a Kansas City that is located in the state of Missouri, which I'm like, why? Like who in the older days, right, in like the 1800s, 1900s, what, like, who thought that was a good idea? They should be, I don't know, they should be punished somehow, right? Like that's a dumb decision. I don't like that. But anyways, the point is that there is a Kansas City located in Missouri, and from what I know of Pete, I do believe that he was born there. I believe that that is where his family comes from, because he has talked about it a little bit in stories that he's done on Twitch and on YouTube, right? So, you know, I thought to myself, I was like, oh, this would be a perfect gift because it would be sort of a reminder of his roots, of his home, right? So I was like, yeah, let me see if I can get this item. Now, if you guys are unable to see here, it kind of shows it, you know, in the description here of the product, right? Let me see if I can highlight it. Yeah, so there we go. I'm going to highlight this part. For those of you who are unable to read it, unable to see it, this, you know, piece of artwork, it measures 12 inches by almost 16 inches by almost 3 inches in terms of thickness, right? Unfortunately, I don't know what that is in like centimeters or in other measurements, so, you know, if you're an international viewer who is not based in the US and doesn't go by inches and whatever, then I do greatly apologize, but I am too lazy to do any sort of conversion or math or whatever. The point being is that this piece of artwork is massive, right? And I can say that for sure because, like, when I went to PAX West 2023, I saw some of these shadow boxes, and they were huge, right? They are big things. I'm pretty sure that Pixels, right, who popped up in my chat, he owns one of these artworks, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but Pixels can also attest to that same fact that these shadow boxes are massive. They are huge, right? So, you know, I thought about it for a bit, and I also did get to chat with someone about this. I came to the realization, to the conclusion, that this gift would be too big, and it wouldn't be ideal, it wouldn't be optimal for, like, transporting around. So I was like, okay, no, scratch that, we are not getting this gift. So then I had to figure out what would be the best thing to get Pete. You know, like, the thing is, the thing that was a little bit tough is that, so Pete is someone who loves and enjoys a whole bunch of, like, assorted retro video games. Like, he is a man of many, you know, hobbies and interests and loves of video games, right? He's just an overall video game enthusiast, right? So I kind of had to figure out what is either his favorite or one of his top favorite video games of all time, which was kind of tough because, you know, I didn't really want to kind of like openly ask other people about it to see if they had an answer, because I was afraid that, like, you know, by talking about it openly, I was afraid that I would spoil the surprise and that I would ruin, you know, the gift to Pete. So what I ended up doing is I reached out to a moderator of Pete's channel and of Pete's content. This moderator, his name is Nathan. His username on Twitch is Nathexen, so it's Nathxn. He's absolutely a homie, an absolute lad. Let me actually give him a shout out here. There we go. Okay, so it did pop up. Yeah, so Nathan, or Nathexen, however you want to call him, he is, you know, an absolute Giga Chad, just like one of the best moderators ever of, you know, Pete's content, right, of his Pete's channel, right? And, you know, I reached out to Nathan. I was like, hey, man, I don't know if you are able to help with this request, this ask, but I would like to, you know, seek out your advice to maybe get an idea of what I can, you know, what I can buy for Pete as a gift, right? And so I was like, you know, I basically told Nathan, I was like, hey, do you happen to know what is, you know, Pete's favorite video game or one of his favorite video games? And Nathan, you know, the absolute lad, the legend, the Giga Chad, he pulled through and he was like, yeah, so he told me, he was like, Pete's like favorite video game or one of his favorite video games of all time is Castlevania, you know, and you know, basically the Castlevania franchise. I'm kind of blanking on like the actual like legitimate name of the video games, but yeah, he basically said Castlevania, you know, that sort of franchise of video games. Let me actually see. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up really quickly. Oh, that's the name, isn't it? Hold on. I think I remember the name. I think I'm recalling what it is. So I believe it's Castlevania Symphony of the Night, if I'm not mistaken, is the full title. Castlevania. Sorry, I'm pulling up the page on Steam to make sure that this is the right one. Oh, interesting. Do they not have it on Steam? I thought that they would have it on Steam. Very fascinating. Anyways, but yeah, chat. So I'm like, yeah, I would say 100% certain, but I'm like 99.99% certain at the very least that, you know, the name of the, you know, specific game is, Castlevania Symphony of the Night is, you know, Pete's favorite video game or one of his all-time favorite video games, right? So I was like, oh, that's dope, awesome, let me look into that. And thankfully, you know, if we take a look here, I actually found that, you know, the business, this Artovision 3D website, they actually do have Castlevania artwork. And, you know, because unfortunately the shadow boxes were not optimal, they weren't ideal for a gift, I was like, okay, let me get something smaller. And so you can take a look here. They have 3 different Castlevania artworks, right? And, you know, I took a moment to kind of think to myself. I was like, okay, what would be, you know, the best gifts to give, right? And so I was like, okay, out of these 3, I think that these 2 right here, the Alucard and the sort of, you know, video game scene where the character is talking to Dracula, these 2 pieces of artwork, they, in my opinion, I would say that these are the superior designs compared to this one up here. Like, the one of the map, it's, I would say, a little bit too simplistic, and I would say that, like, you know, only if you are a diehard, you know, super duper hardcore fan of the Castlevania franchise would you know this map and would you recognize it and that you would appreciate it, right? And so, you know, I kind of thought about it and I was like, well, you know, what if Pete were to show off the artwork to other people, whether it's, you know, on a live stream, whether it's like IRL, you know, if he were to show off this artwork, I think that him showing off these 2 artworks right here would have been, you know, it would have been a lot more cooler than, you know, showing this random artwork of a game map that not everyone would be familiar with, you know what I mean? So I was like, okay, you know what, I could, and also another thing, like, I kind of feel bad about saying this because obviously I want to give people the best gift possible, right? So if I give a present to another person, I want to make sure that I give them, you know, something that is insanely cool, right? And so, you know, I never really want to sort of give someone else a gift when I also am like, oh, but I don't want to spend too much money, right? Like I don't ever want to think about money when I'm buying a gift and be concerned with money, right? So, you know, I kind of feel guilty saying this, but I also did have the thought in my head. I was like, I want to make sure that I don't spend too much money on, you know, a gift that maybe possibly potentially would not be fully appreciated, right? Especially if it's, you know, a gift that is, in my opinion, not as impressive. Like, for example, this map artwork, it's dope, you know, if you're a Castlevania super fan, but if you're like not, then it's kind of meh, right? So I was like, let me sort of be careful with how much money I spend and what I end up picking, right? So I was like, okay, let's look at it this way, right? This map artwork, right? It cost $80 to buy it, and these two artworks right here cost $40 each, right? Each one $40. So I was like, the price of buying one of these artworks is two of these, right? Like one of each, right? So I was like, instead of me paying $80 for this artwork here, let me just buy both of these ones, right? Because I thought to myself, let's say that I hypothetically bought this piece of artwork right here. I thought to myself in the back of my head, I was like, okay, I'll buy this artwork and then I'll maybe buy one of these, you know, remaining other options, right? I wouldn't be able to get both of them, right? So, you know, I kind of just thought about it logically, and I was like, I would rather buy the two better looking artworks than buying one artwork that is less, you know, cool looking, but more expensive, right? I mean, to be fair, the Castlevania map artwork, it's, you know, bigger in size, so that's why it's more expensive. But, you know, I still do think that the, like, looking at the design of the artwork, and considering the value that it, you know, would have, in my personal opinion, I don't think that it is worth paying $80 for it. That's just my personal opinion, right? Welcome back, King. Welcome, Sunday. How we doing, homie? How we doing, my dude? Sunday the Legend. Let me give some shout outs here. So first of all, we got to talk about Pixels, right? Because Pixels is, you know, Pixels is the GOAT, the how we doing fellow. And then we got to give another shout out to my boy Sunday GG. How's it going, man? There we go. Go and check both of them out. The legends. I love them both. Did I miss the juicy TC stories? No, you did not. Sunday, so I started talking about day one, but I kind of went on a little bit of a tangent. So I've been, you know, I've been trying to give every single detail that I could give. But I have not really dived into a whole bunch of stuff that happened. So like all of the cool stuff that occurred, you know, you did not miss anything. Basically, you're fine. You're fine. You came in at a good time. But yeah, let me continue blabbering on about this little small tangent that I had, and then I'll get back into it. So yeah, anyways, chat. I had to make a decision, and I was like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick up, you know, this artwork here. So let me show it to you guys. But yeah, this one right here, and then the one right next to it. So these two artworks, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I picked up both of these ones, and I was like, let me give it to Pete as a gift. So that was like kind of one of the big, I guess, like priorities that I had at TwitchCon, right? I wanted to go to CDawg VA's booth, and I wanted to, you know, run into Pete there and say hello, give him his gift and whatever, right? And for me, it was like really important that I try to do it, if possible, that I try to do it on Friday, because on Friday, day one of TwitchCon, that was Pete's like actual birthday. Like he was celebrating his birthday on that day. So it's like, you know, in my opinion, I think that giving the gift to Pete on Saturday or Sunday, while it still would have been a very, very kind gesture, and I have no doubt that he would have loved it and appreciated it, I think that doing it on his actual birthday was a lot more meaningful for me, at the very least, right? So that was what I wanted to do, right? So we had the Genshin Hoyoverse booth that I wanted to visit, and then we also had CDawg VA's booth, and kind of like, you know, before and after visiting those, like there were some like panels that I wanted to attend and stuff like that. So you know, obviously it was a very eventful day, very eventful first day. So yeah, I ended up going to the Genshin booth with my friend at some point during the day. I think it was maybe in the afternoon that I went, and we kind of like participated in this little event that they were doing, this little activity that the attendees could participate in, where basically you complete these 4, I would say, you know, relatively easy tasks, and then you would get like this free goodie bag, this Genshin goodie bag. And so, you know, we went through the process. We did the, you know, tasks that we needed to do to get the goodie bag, and yeah, after we got the goodie bag, we kind of like left the area because there wasn't really much to do there, you know. So we ended up leaving, and I'm gonna be honest, like the goodie bag that we got did not really have a lot of like amazing things in it. Like there was not really a lot of stuff that I would consider to be impressive. I can show you guys what it was, but like, you know, basically, where is it? Oh, there we go. Please don't fall out. Thank you. So this right here, this is a goodie bag that we got. It's pretty massive, pretty big. I do like the size of it, right? And I think that it's a cool bag to use for holding stuff. But we got this goodie bag. There were not really a lot of things inside. I think there's basically like, let me see here. Yeah, there's like 3 different things that we ended up getting. 3? I'm mistaken. Yeah, basically 3 different things. The first one that we got is we got this like really neat little postcard, right? Very clean artwork on the front, and it's a postcard that you can, you know, send through the mail if you want to. Very neat stuff. The second thing that we got is we got a fan, right? A paper fan that you can use. I'm pretty sure they gave these out mainly because, you know, Las Vegas, for those who don't know, Las Vegas gets quite hot, especially in the summertime. But usually the temperatures are around like 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which I would say roughly it converts to about 30 degrees Celsius, if I'm not mistaken. So it gets quite hot, right? We got this fan, and then the last thing that we got is this right here, which is a giant poster. Especially when people are on drugs. Yeah, Las Vegas is a great place. Great place. So yeah, I'll see if I can unfold this poster and show you guys what it looks like. It's pretty massive, and I like this poster. I think the poster is probably the #1 best thing out of the entire goodie bag. Let me see here. Since it's been rolled up, it kind of is not fully straightened, and so it curves at the edges, but I'll try to hold it out as straight as I possibly can. Let me back up a bit here. Do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. There we go. Yeah, so you can see it's kind of bent on the edges, right? Like I can't straighten it out, but it's pretty massive. I like it. Very cute artwork. Yelan, yeah. Yelan is there, and she's looking real delicious. Yeah. Mommy Yelan, and then you've got Kaya, you've got Yoimiya, right? Yoimiya always looking very cute, very adorable. I love this artwork. I love this poster, right? And I definitely want to see if I can kind of like hang it up on my wall somewhere, you know, kind of like display it. But I'll need to figure out the logistics of doing that because, yeah, very likely if I do end up putting this on my wall, unfortunately it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be on the wall behind me. And the reason why is because 1, I don't really have a lot of space behind me, and 2, you know, I feel like the way that my room is situated, if I put the entire poster behind me on that wall, I think that the like very left side of the poster is going to be cut off. Like you guys won't be able to see it. You won't be able to, you know, enjoy the full view. But it's a very nice poster. I like it. So that was basically what we got in the goodie bag. Nothing like the poster was the most impressive thing, and I like the poster, but everything else was kind of meh. You could do some other like activities, some other sort of like games at the Hoyoverse booth, and you could win things. Like they had these pin badges, like these character pin badges or whatever. But I don't know. It was like. So for one, I didn't really have the time to spend there to like play these games because I had so many different like panels and other activities I wanted to do instead. So we didn't get to hang out for too long at the Hoyoverse booth. But then like the other reason why I didn't really participate is because like I don't know, I feel like some of the games, some of the little challenges that they had were a little bit, I don't know, strange? I don't know how to describe it. Like, so my friend, right, the one that I dragged along with me to TwitchCon, she told me that she had, you know, tried doing one of the challenges, and basically this was what the challenge was, right? She said that it was kind of like a raffle type event where you would, so they had these devices, they had these like mobile phones and like I think tablets as well that were running Genshin on them, right? They had them set up, and I'm pretty sure these, you know, devices, they had like developer Genshin accounts. It wasn't like player accounts or anything like that. It was like kind of specific set of accounts for the convention. What they had you do was they had you go on one of these developer accounts and you would do one single wish on a banner, right? And if you ended up getting so if you ended up getting a 4-star rarity item, whether it's a weapon or a character or whatever, right? Like if it's a purple wish and it's a 4-star, then you have a chance of like entering this raffle to get a prize. And I think that your chances increase if you get a 5-star. Although, to be honest, like you're doing one single wish, it's very, very unlikely that you're going to be getting a 5-star, right? And so, yeah, basically, you know, they made it where you get a special. So like you do a wish. If you get a 4-star or a 5-star, you get entered into this like raffle. You can win a cool, dope prize, right? I think that like the prizes that they had included a cell phone, a smartphone. They had the cell phone that is made by the company called OnePlus, and so they had these like OnePlus smartphones that they were giving away in the raffle. And I think that like if you participated in that challenge and you like did a wish and you got like a common 3-star item or whatever, I think you maybe did get to go and do the raffle. But I would like my guess, my assumption is that you would basically just get sort of a participation prize, which is maybe potentially a pin badge or something else, right? But it was not really something super duper impressive. And so yeah, they had these like little game challenges that they were hosting at the booth, but I simply did not have the time to kind of like participate, and I also did not really I didn't really consider it to be like a priority. I didn't think that the prizes or the chances of winning anything, I didn't think that it was really worth the time to spend there. So yeah, basically me and my friend, we grabbed our Genshin goodie bags and we left the booth, right? So we did get to visit the Genshin booth on day 1. We also did eventually get to go to Connor's booth, right? And yeah, it was, let me just say, it was very, very interesting, right? So when I arrived at Connor's booth, I looked around to see if Premier 2 was there, because obviously I was going to be giving him his birthday gift. But he unfortunately was not there. I think he went to go and like grab some food and a drink, or he went to go and rest, right? Because like after day 1 ended and after the convention was over and all that fun stuff, like I would keep up to date with Pete and his community in the Discord server. I found out that Pete, especially after day 1, he mentioned that he was feeling a bit sick, that he was not feeling that great, I think he mentioned that like being in Las Vegas, the air was like very dry, so it kind of like caused some some issues with his health, like with his I think he had some problems with like his tonsils flaring up or something like that, and he just had a terrible sickness, right, that came over him after day 1. So basically when I arrived at Connor's booth, Pete was not there, and so what I ended up doing is I walked around the booth. I think I did eventually go and I drew something on the whiteboard that he had there, but what I ended up doing for quite a while is I really wanted to just say hello to Connor, to CDogVA, and maybe grab a photo with him or an autograph, or even just like get a high five or shake his hand or something like that, right? And so for a little while I stayed at Connor's booth, and I kind of just followed Connor around, because for those who didn't know about this, so Connor, the entire, I would say every single day of TwitchCon, the entire experience, he was basically live streaming, right? He was on Twitch, he was doing his typical stuff, and he was live streaming, and so like what he would do is he would be at his booth and he would like occasionally he would walk around his booth, like just go in a circle and patrol the area, just to see like if anyone would draw something cool on the whiteboard and do something unique that he could show to his chat. But yeah, he would basically just kind of commentate and narrate while he walked around his booth, and he would check out what people were doing with the whiteboard, right? So what I ended up doing, and I feel kind of bad about this, because like this is not what I wanted to do as a viewer of Connor. I basically ended up just following Connor around while he did his live stream, and I did my very best to stay out of his way and to not bother him, to not interrupt him, whatever. And I was basically looking for an opportunity to step in, say hello to him and whatever, and get out of his way, right? I found out, like, it was very, very fortunate that I found this out before I approached Connor. I found out that, he basically is not doing any photographs or any autographs with people. The only thing that he would do is that he would, say hello to you, and he would, like, maybe shake your hand, give you a high five, whatever, but that was it. Like, he was only doing very, very brief, quick interactions with people, right? Because he was live streaming, he was working at the convention, right? I was lucky that I found it out early and that I did not look like a moron walking up to him and being like, hey, can I get a photo with you, right? So I found that out and I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna wait for an opportunity. I'm gonna, find a moment that I can step in, say hello to him and shake his hand, thank him for, putting out such entertaining content, that sort of stuff, right? And so, yeah, basically, I want to say for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes at the very least, I walked around the booth, like just circled the booth, following Connor, and waiting for the opportunity to strike, right? So eventually what happened, and like, okay, bless her heart. I love my friend with all my being. Like, she is one of the best human beings I've ever met on this planet. The friend that I brought with me, right? She was kind of watching me do this whole walk around thing, and she was very, very patient about it, right? I actually, so when I was doing that, I asked her to hold my GoPro and see if she could film it and basically record what was happening. Eventually, so bless her heart, my good friend, she kind of pulled sort of a mom move, right? So this is what she did. There was basically this moment where I think Connor had just now finished talking to another person who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the other person that he was chatting to was another content creator, another streamer. So he finished talking to them and conversing with them. And right as he finished that conversation, my dear friend, bless her heart, she basically, kind of like walked up to Connor and she was like, hey Connor, sorry to bother you, but my friend has been waiting to meet you for a while. Do you mind kind of like saying hello to him, whatever. And it was like the most mom thing to ever happen. But I love my friend. Like, what a sweetheart. What a great human being. And yeah, like, to be honest, I feel like while it was not something that I wanted to do, I feel like if my friend had not done that, if she had not stepped in and kind of like, taken that initiative to call out to Connor, I think we would have waited there for a lot longer, right? Because it was so tough to find a moment of time to, step in and say hello to Connor while he was live streaming. And so the other thing that also kind of, it was a little bit embarrassing. I felt a little bit ashamed that it happened. So my friend that I dragged to TwitchCon, she is not really super familiar with Twitch streamers and with, this sort of world that I kind of like frequently interact with. And so like she did not really know a lot about CDawgVA, and she also did not know a lot about Premiere 2, about P. And my poor friend, when she called out to Connor, when she was like, hey Connor, my friend's been waiting to meet you, she said to Connor, she was like, my friend's been waiting to meet you and to give you a gift, right? Because my friend mistakenly thought that Connor was Pete and that Connor was having his birthday during TwitchCon. And I have a clip. Let me see if I can find the clip. I have a clip of when it happened because it was actually caught on CDawgVA's live stream, right? There was a clip of the moment happening, and it was just like, I like watching it. It's fine, like I tolerate it, but at the same time I find it a little bit cringe rewatching it. And I find it cringe, like I find myself cringe, not necessarily my friend, but it's just like, I felt kind of guilty or ashamed that I basically allowed that moment to happen, and I didn't pay attention as I should have. But yeah, let me see. So I copied the link to the clip. Let me see if I can open it. Please open properly. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that, and then go here, browser, there we go. Cool stuff. And then let me full screen this. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I need to drag my OBS to the other monitor here, temporarily. So, yeah, chat, this right here, this is the moment, I clipped this moment from Connor's live stream. This is the moment where my friend kind of like stepped in and gave me that window of opportunity to meet CDawgVA. And I will say, just as a disclaimer, I don't think that I appeared on Connor's live stream. Like, thankfully, I don't think that I was visible on his live stream, and I am relieved, right? Because I don't want to be the center of attention. I don't want to be someone who, you know, like everyone in his chat stares at, right? Like I'm too socially awkward to be someone who, you know, is comfortable in that type of scenario. But yeah, like basically if you listen to like the background and you hear the audio and whatever, you can tell that it's my friend, right? Who speaks first and then me speaking afterwards. So this is basically the clip. Let me play it out and you guys can watch it.
Yeah. Hey Connor, my friend's been wanting to give you his birthday gift to you.
VIP access? Anyone?
Nice.
Yeah, I come from Seattle.
Nice. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, man, just wanted to shake your hand. I know you don't do photos.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for interrupting your stream.
No, dude, it's okay. Thank you so much for saying hi. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming to the show as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll see you guys around.
Yeah. So that was the moment. Sick? Yeah. I think it did catch the audio of the clip. Hopefully it did. But that was the moment I met Seadog. I felt really cringe and really lame that, you know, I met him that way. I really wish that it was better, but yeah, I mean, what can you do? He's working. He's doing his own thing with his chat. So I did the best that I could, right? I kind of just said hello and I quickly dipped out of the way. I was like, okay, let me leave him alone. Let him do his own thing, right? Yeah, so that was pretty fucking cool. I got to meet Seadog VA. I will say, so okay, I would say that this is a very minor nitpick. This is something that, you know, I can whine about it a little bit, but at the end of the day, you know, like it's not the biggest deal ever, right? So what I will say is that I think this was, man, when was this? Last year? Or was this early this year? No, I think it was last year. So Trash Taste, right? The podcast that Seadog VA is a part of with Garnt, aka Giguk, and then Joey, aka the Anime Man, right? So Trash Taste, they did a live tour where they traveled around the US and they did like kind of it was something kind of similar to like a stand-up comedy show, but it was just like them doing Trash Taste in front of a live audience, right? So I attended the live show of Trash Taste. I'm pretty sure it was last year that it happened. And, you know, I got to see, you know, the three lads. I got to see Connor, Garnt, and Joey, you know, live in person. Unfortunately, even though I was a VIP badge holder of the live show, I did not get to, like, you know, speak to them one-on-one. I did not get to shake their hand or take a photograph with them or anything, which I definitely consider to be very, you know, disappointing, very unfortunate, very unlucky. But it is what it is, right? So, you know, the Trash Taste Live experience, that show, that event happened, and, you know, I kind of sort of got to meet the three legends through that event. And then obviously here, you guys saw, I spoke with Seadog VA. I think if I were to be whiny and complaining and whatever, I would say that to this very day, even though I've experienced these moments, I still do not have a photograph with any of the three content creators. Like, I don't have one with Joey, I don't have one with Garnt or with Connor. I don't have a photograph with them. So I do have their signature, like I have their autographs, but the thing is that, like, I did not get their autographs in person, right? So basically what I ended up doing is when they had the Trash Taste, you know, event that they did, I'm pretty sure last year, they were, you know, selling merchandise, including they had merchandise, which was, they had a poster, right? A Trash Taste poster, and it like kind of lists out all the different tour locations and the dates where they visited and whatever. And they had these posters autographed by the three content creators, right? But the thing is that, like, as I mentioned, it was not autographed, you know, in person. It wasn't autographed live on the spot. It was like pre-signed. And so, you know, I think that while it is still very cool to have their autographs and to have that poster, there's something unique. There's something special about them autographing something for you in person, like in the moment, right? I think that it's a little bit more, you know, special, a little bit more meaningful maybe. But yeah, so basically, if I had to nitpick, if I had to complain and whine a little bit, I would say that to this very day, I still do not have even just a photograph with the 3 content creators. But, you know, like, life is life. It is what it is. Like, things happen. So maybe someday it'll turn around, and maybe someday I'll finally be able to get a photograph with the content creators. But yeah, anyways, so I met CDawgVA. That was a big thing, right? Really, really cool sort of like moment that I experienced at TwitchCon. That was like a big highlight. So I met him, and it was yeah, it was definitely something that I kind of will always remember and look back on fondly. And then yeah, there was actually 2 other, you know, 2 other really cool things that ended up happening at Connor's booth, right? So I think this actually happened before I got to say hello to Connor. So I was walking around Connor's booth, right? And I was waiting for the opportunity to say hello to Connor. While I was walking around Connor's booth, I ran into 2 people that I did not expect to see there, right? I'll show you guys what I mean. Nope. There we go. Yeah. So here we go, chat. This is what happened actually, like, not too long before I finally got to talk with Connor and say hello to him. I was walking around Connor's booth, just waiting for the right moment, the right opportunity, and I ran into these 2 lovely people. For those of you who don't know who these 2 are, let me explain. I'll actually give them shout outs as well in the chat. So first and foremost, on the very right hand side, you've got the gentleman who looks like he's 10 feet tall, absolute jacked, you know, Giga Chad. This dude is the one and only Ziox, right? And for those who don't know who Ziox is, he is probably one of the most infamous, popular, well-respected and loved Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail content creators, right? He's a big deal. I would consider him to be a celebrity, right? Yeah, so Ziox is probably one of the biggest Genshin and Honkai Star Rail content creators out there. I've followed him for quite a while now, and you know, I got to finally meet him in person, say hello to him, and you know, just tell him that I appreciate him making streams and videos, right? Oh, that's Ziox? I've never seen his face before. Yeah, that's what he looks like. So Sunday, if you are interested at all in like learning more about Ziox, here's what I'll say about him. You know, first and foremost, I will say that like the videos that he makes on YouTube are very, very like professional and high quality and really, really just well made, right? Like they're very educational, very informative, good quality videos. If you watch him on Twitch, it kind of seems like he's a very, very different person. He's a lot more like, he's a lot more outspoken, a lot more energetic, a lot more animated, and he's also, you know, this would kind of fit with your vibe, with your, you know, theme, right? Ziox on Twitch is kind of unhinged. He's kind of a degen, kind of a weirdo, right? So I think that if you have any interest in watching Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail content, Ziox is not a bad channel to check out. I actually would recommend it. But yeah, he's crazy. He is a crazy dude, and I really, you know, memes aside, I really respect him, and I admire, you know, how far he's come on Twitch and on YouTube. Like he's really achieved quite a lot. So really, really glad that I got to meet him, and I got to, you know, introduce myself to him. I have a very, very big feeling that he does not remember me, and he probably won't remember me unless I show him this photograph. But yeah, it was really cool getting to meet him, right? And the second person, right, the person that's in the middle there, you guys may not recognize who this person is, but this person is another, I hope I spelled their username right. Please let this be the right username. I'm giving them a shout out in the chat. Oh no, I didn't type it out right. Okay. Can I? Oh, I can't delete that message. Damn it. Okay. Hold on. Let me find their channel. Hold on. I need to take a look at this. So go to Twitch, go to okay, let me retype it. Let me see if it works. Shout out. Oh, she changed the spelling of it. TTR. There we go. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So that right there is the channel of this particular person, right? For those who don't know who this is, Her name is Feng, Feng, and she goes by Glitter online, right? Like that's her username. Feng is just an insanely cool individual, just an awesome human being. I actually, so, you know, coincidentally enough, Feng was someone that I discovered because of Ziox. Basically, Feng, I like just became good friends with Ziox, and they've, you know, done live streams together. They've collaborated together before, and Feng is just like, she's an absolute sweetheart. She is a dear. I really, you know, respect and admire Feng as a content creator. I will say she is not as big on Twitch as like Ziox or other, you know, streamers. Like she gets a good substantial amount of viewers. I think she gets like, you know, several hundred viewers every single live stream that she does, and she deserves it. She deserves all of that and more, right? I think she's a fantastic content creator, but it is, you know, something I guess worth knowing that she's not as huge as a content creator like Ziox is, right? Anyways, I met both of them, and they were kind of like, they were traveling around together, you know, throughout TwitchCon. And it was really just really lucky coincidental timing that I got to, you know, see them at Connor's booth and say hello and take a photo with them. So yeah. OMG, is that the Jungkook of Genshin, Mr. Xionyx, that came to fame due to the Maid Saga? Yup, that is the one and only Xionyx. Quaz, as you can see, the man himself, he's definitely 8 foot tall, jacked like a bodybuilder, and handsome as hell. Yeah, for sure. That's the one and only Xionyx. What a legend. So yeah, I got to meet Ziox, I got to meet Feng. Here's the funny thing, and I kind of don't want to, like bring this up to Ziox and to Feng because it's so awkward and so embarrassing, so lame, right? I'll tell you guys this story because I think that you guys will enjoy it, and I think it'll be entertaining for you guys to hear it. But it's very embarrassing for me, very shameful, right? Wow, no way, he's so tall, just like Xiao. Good one, Quaz. Good one. Crazy how you're as tall as him. You must be an 11 foot tall behemoth just like him. No. Let me tell you something, Quaz. The secret is, in this photograph, it's kind of hard to tell. Ziox was he had to bend down to match my short height. So he's actually taller than he appears in this photograph. You know, I was wearing some very tall shoes, and I have that hat, right, that makes me look taller. But in fact, he towers over me. Ziox he's like a skyscraper, you know what I mean? You know, I was cheating. I was using shoes and a hat to make myself look tall. But anyways, yeah, so I'll tell you guys this story, right? This is so embarrassing, and I feel so lame and so cringe about this, okay? So I think I maybe possibly caught this on my GoPro recording when I was doing it, but I was walking around Connor's booth, and I saw Ziox, I saw Feng. Immediately, I like, my first instinct, I shouted out. I was like, "Yo, Ziox!" Right? So to give you guys context, he was walking around like nearby the booth, Connor's booth, and like I was behind him, right? So like his back was to me, right? Like he was not facing me. He was walking forward, and I was behind him, kind of like following behind. And I noticed him. I was like, "Oh shoot, that's him." So I called out. I was like, "Yo, Ziox!" Right? And he, you know, he was very you know, validly, he was surprised. So he turned around just to see like who was calling out his username or whatever. And he saw me, right? I feel so bad for this. So, you know, if by any chance whatsoever Ziox watches this part of my live stream, part of my VOD, then I just want to say I'm so sorry for this happening. Man, okay. I approached Ziox. I walked up to him. I was like, "Yo, Ziox." And I walked up to him. And I was like, "How you doing?" And I said, my username is Capybara. And so I don't know if, you know, a lot of people out there, if you guys are familiar with kind of this behavior, but a lot of guys, right, a lot of people like me, we have this sort of like classic handshake that we do, and it's where like, so basically you go in, right, the classic handshake is you take your hand, you kind of like give them a sideways high five, right? So you kind of like high five them sideways, right? And then you kind of like bring your hand in, and you then go in for a fist bump, right? So you do like a sideways high five, fist bump. That's kind of like the typical greeting, right? That's a classic one, right? Another one that you can do is you can basically go in for this kind of like grab. So you grab each other's hand, right? So you grab each other's hand, and then as like two dudes, like two bros, you grab each other's hand and you pull each other in close for like a very quick like bro hug, right? So you grab them, you bring them in, you like pat them on the back, you kind of do this hug, right? Oh, ad break, okay, ad break. I'm gonna pause the story there. For those of you who are not experiencing ads, I apologize, but I have to pause the story there in case there are people watching who are, you know, experiencing ads. So I'll be kind to those people. Okay, so Quaz, since you are not experiencing ads, right, because, you know, subarinos, I just want to let you know very quickly, I see your comment, I read through it, and I'm going to respond to it. I'll respond to it after the ad break ends, right, but for now, I'll just kind of rest for a minute, right, recharge the voice, but I saw your question, and I'm ready to answer it. Have a fun stream. Glory, I appreciate you a lot, thank you so much, you're the best. Absolute goated legendary moderator, Glory. Hope you've been doing well, Glory. Much love. Okay, while the ad break is going, I'm gonna snack. It's Taco Bell time. Thank you, you too. Glory is a dear. One of my very first followers on Twitch, and I appreciate them so much. Alright, we've got 1 minute and like 10 seconds left of ads, so apologies guys. You guys are gonna have to jam out to the lo-fi music. I should actually, I'm gonna put my phone to charge because it's like really low battery. Yeah, I'll put my phone to charge. Okay, 35 seconds left. Cool. Phone is charging. How long more? 10 seconds? 10 seconds. We're almost there, chat. Alright, chat. We are back from ads. Welcome back. For all the viewers out there, if you were experiencing ads, I do very much apologize, but it is what it is. Did you answer your question? Did I answer your question? No, I did not. Quaz, it's time. I'm going to address your question. So you said that I was hating on ReZero, but that I gave Rent a Girlfriend a 5 out of 5. No. Quaz, I don't know what you are remembering that from, but I promise you, 150%. So first and foremost, okay, I will say this. I have actually not watched Rent a Girlfriend. I have not seen a single episode of Rent a Girlfriend. I haven't watched the anime at all. I haven't even read the manga or the source material. So that's one thing to note. Second of all, even if I did watch it, even if I did read it, Rent a Girlfriend is a fucking like negative 72 out of 5. It is terrible. I don't know where you are remembering that 5 out of 5 from, but it is definitely not Rent a Girlfriend, because Rent a Girlfriend is a trash story. I fucking hate it. Even though I've never seen it, I've heard so much about it that I basically know what it's about, and I hate that anime. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question. You know, to kind of elaborate a little bit more, you did mention, you were like, what's your thoughts on Kazuya being the main protagonist of Rent a Girlfriend. He is a dirtbag. He's a piece of shit. He is an idiot, a moron, just a loser. I hate him. Everything about him. I hate him. I watched a Gigguk video on Rent a Girlfriend right after the stream, so I guess I confused things. Yeah, so I think if I'm not mistaken, Gigguk made a meme video where he talked about Rent a Girlfriend and he like pretended that he liked it or that it was good, but in reality he absolutely hates it. Yeah, but anyways, the point is that I do not like Rent a Girlfriend. It's a horrible anime. No, terrible. There's one anime that, okay, actually, let me see if I can phrase this properly, right? Let me phrase this properly. There's one anime that could possibly be considered to be, you know, an anime that has perhaps a similar reputation to Rent-a-Girlfriend that I have watched and that I actually do like. I like this anime, but, okay, I like this anime, but there is a massive problem with it that I don't like. So, the anime in question, that Quaz I'm very sure you're familiar with and that you very much recognize, especially if you watch Gigguk's content, I have seen Domestic Girlfriend. I've watched Domestic Girlfriend, the entire thing, and, you know, I know basically everything about Domestic Girlfriend. Here's what I'll say about Domestic Girlfriend, right? First and foremost, it is light years, just like significantly, massively better than Rent-a-Girlfriend. Rent-a-Girlfriend is pure dumpster fire, trash, garbage. Domestic Girlfriend, on the other hand, it's hot garbage, but also it's entertaining hot garbage, right? And there is at least one major flaw with Domestic Girlfriend that I don't really like about it, but for the most part, I think that it's a pretty entertaining story at the end of the day. So that's what I'll say. Yeah. I watched like half of it years ago, and the only thing I remember is the intro. The intro is a banger. The intro song to Domestic Girlfriend is a banger. The OP carries the show. Yeah, it's fucking absolutely a wonderful piece of music. Yeah. I definitely do like it, and that's the thing, like, you know, if you, for example, if you go on YouTube and you watch those like videos where it's like, oh, try and guess what the opening is, like what anime the opening is from, I feel like Domestic Girlfriend is so unique to where, like, if you've watched Domestic Girlfriend, if you know of it and you hear the opening, you're immediately like, oh, that's Domestic Girlfriend. Like, easy. I know that, right? There's no way you can confuse it for any other anime. It's a good opening. I very much agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, I don't really want to dive into too much anime talk because I could probably go down a rabbit hole that lasts, like, you know, 16 hours talking about anime, so we're not gonna do that during the stream. Anyway, so yeah, back to TwitchCon, back to the story. So where I left off, I was kind of talking about like my interaction with Ziox and with Fang, right? So, this is so embarrassing. This is so, I feel so ashamed. Okay, so I was kind of explaining before the ad break that there are kind of two different types of like greetings between two dudes, right? So there's one where it's like you do the sideways high five and then you do like a fist bump to follow up, right? So sideways high five, fist bump, that's like a bro greeting. Another one is you kind of like, you go in, you like basically do this hand grab where you grab their hand and then you like bring them in for a very quick bro hug, right? So you bring them in for a bro hug, maybe you pat them on the back with your other hand, but for the most part it's kind of like a one-armed bro hug, right? It's a very, very classic stuff between dudes. So when I walked up to Ziox and I greeted him, I majorly, massively fucked up the greeting, where I think that what ended up happening is I basically went in for one type of like greeting. So I think I went in and I started doing the like sideways high five fist bump, but what ended up happening is like in the middle of that, I accidentally switched it up and I tried to do the bro hug where I brought him in for like a very quick one-armed, you know, what's going on, like bro hug moment. And let me just tell you, I'm kind of glad that I do not vividly remember all the details, because if I did vividly remember it all, I would be cringing so hard. Like it was so lame. But what I do remember is I remember poor Ziox, this dude, like, okay, I think that, to give him credit, I think that he did like half recognize who I was. Like he heard my username and he was like, oh, I think I know that username, but I don't think he fully figured out who I was, and he fully realized who he was, you know, saying hello to, who this random viewer was. And it was just, you know, for me, it was very embarrassing. But for an outsider looking in, I think that it was probably fucking hilarious, because I think that the entire time that I was like, you know, greeting him, doing the handshake, bro hug, fuck up, you know, situation thing, I'm pretty sure the entire time he just had this like hilarious look of confusion on his face where he was like, I don't know what's happening. And it was, like I said, it's fucking embarrassing, and I hate that that's what happened. But you know, for an outsider, for a viewer, right, that's looking at the situation from a third person perspective, it's probably fucking hilarious. So I give it that. If he fully realized, he would have bowed down to the creator of the masterpiece, which is the Maid Saga. Yeah, I mean, like, here's another thing, right, that I kind of, like, basically, I was wanting to do something interesting, but I completely forgot. Like, my mind blanked, and I didn't end up doing it, right? So I had this thought in my head, where I was like, okay, when I say hello to Ziox, I want to give him some sort of, like, you know, like, I want to kind of, like, tease him a little bit, right? I want to, like, you know, kind of joke with him and meme with him, right? So, in my head, I was telling myself, I was like, okay, what can I do? And the idea that I came up with, I was like, okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I told myself that I'm gonna walk up to him, I'm gonna say hello, and then I'm gonna say to him, I'm gonna say, hey Ziox, thanks for commenting on the Ayaka video. It was a really, really insightful comment, right? And to give some context for those of you who are not really sure what the hell I'm referring to, I uploaded a Ziox clip a long time ago on YouTube, and it's a clip where basically Ziox is talking about Ayaka Kamisato and, you know, her sibling Ayato, who are characters in Genshin Impact. And in the clip, he says something that is phrased very suspiciously, very, like, you know, just very degen, right? He phrased it, you know, in a strange manner. And so I clipped the moment, I put it on YouTube, and obviously, you know, a lot of people on YouTube, they had fun watching that clip. And out of every single clip that I've posted of Ziox, I believe this is the single only clip that he has commented on. Like, he dropped a comment, he, you know, kind of like posted something on the video. And so I obviously pinned his comment to the very top of the comment section. That was probably like one of my biggest achievements as a clip channel on YouTube, but obviously I've moved away from doing clips and that sort of stuff. So I was thinking to myself, I was like, maybe I reference the Ayaka video to him and I say like, oh, thanks for, you know, commenting or whatever. But yeah, like when I actually met him, when I said hello to him, like my mind just went blank and I couldn't fucking think of what to say. Like I just lost the ability to say anything interesting or whatever, or yeah, like to, you know, do some sort of unique greeting with Ziox. I just, my brain shut off temporarily, right? So yeah, that was kind of like a regret of mine, where I was like, man, that was a missed opportunity. I really wish that I could have redone the entire greeting that I did with Ziox. But yeah, let me just say, so I said hello to Ziox. I also said hello to Fang, who was right next to him. I was like, hey Fang, and I basically was like, I think I've raided your channel once before. It's very nice to meet you. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Fang actually was, like, I did not expect this, but Fang was so kind and so wholesome and just like the cutest thing ever. She gave me a hug, right? So like she gave me a hug and said hello and, you know, kind of like, you know, just greeted me, right? And was very, very warm and positive and welcoming. And it was like, yeah, Fang is an absolute sweetheart. To be honest, like I was completely just, you know, just taken aback by how pretty, how beautiful Fang looked, right? Like, obviously, I've seen Fang, like, through her streams, through even Ziox's live streams on Twitch and whatever. Like, I've seen her as a virtual viewer, but, like, meeting her in person, I was like, oh my lord. Like, she is, like, basically IRL, I was peepo shying. Like, it was, I was there and I was like, man, like, this is what a goddess must look like. Like, holy shit. She was killing the outfit that she was wearing. It was just fantastic, right? So it was a complete, you know, humbling honor to meet Fang and to meet Ziox. It was wonderful. I really appreciated both of them. And I hope that I really hope that I did not seem too awkward and too lame and cringe whenever I met them. But yeah, I was very, very happy that I managed to catch them, say hello, get a photo with them. So yeah, that was a big moment. So yeah, basically to recap, day one, I met CDawg VA, I said hello to him, shook his hand. I also met Ziox and Fang at Connor's booth, right? And last but not least, okay, the big one happened. The big major thing happened. I finally got to meet Premier 2, Pete. Man, this dude, I look back, you know, at the moment where I met him, and I don't know, I feel like a, you know, like a fan, like a major super fan of a celebrity who has finally gotten to meet, you know, their favorite person, their favorite, you know, celebrity, their favorite human being in the world, right? It was just remarkable, a fun time. But yeah. Do you remember the most straight Aether main? Oh, Quaz. Yup. I know. I don't even have to read the rest of that comment, the rest of that message that you sent, because I read the first part and I immediately knew what you were referring to. So, chat, I'll give you guys a little bit of a background story for those who don't know. So, in case you don't play Genshin, I'll explain it, you know, for you guys just to make sure. But if you do play Genshin, you will very, very easily be familiar with what I'm talking about. In Genshin, you have the ability to sort of like quote unquote co-op, right? You can basically join another person's world and you can like play some aspects of the game with them. You can like go and farm domains, you can fight bosses, whatever, right? A lot of the time, Xiox, when he plays Genshin, when he streams Genshin, he will play co-op. He will do like these matchmaking sessions with random Genshin players because it's more entertaining, it's more funny, it's more enjoyable to watch it as a viewer, right? Rather than just watching a streamer play these domains, play these bosses solo, doing it in co-op with other people when it can be very chaotic and very messy, it's good content, right? So Xiox will occasionally do co-op content in Genshin. And there was this one live stream that he was doing where basically he did co-op and I don't remember if he joined another person's world or if they joined his world, but basically there was this other person that he was co-oping with, and he would like chat with them in the in-game chat. So there's a chat function, you can type messages back and forth to other people. What ended up happening is that Xiox found out this person, right? They, let's just say that they were a person who, you know, their main character was Aether, if I'm not mistaken, and they were a very, very passionate believer in this idea that Aether, the main protagonist of the game, was the one and only you know, sort of like husbando that, you know, was fit and was, you know, kind of like made for the female characters in Genshin, right? And so basically what that kind of means is that this idea of like, you know, Genshin characters having sort of romantic relationships with one another, or this idea of like, you know, Genshin players who create these ships, these, you know, fan-made, you know, stories, these fantasy stories of like, oh, this character is romantic with this other character, right? Like when you kind of like pair these Genshin characters together and you create this like fantasy story out of it, like, oh yeah, I imagine that this is the way that Genshin is, right? That's called like shipping. That's called like fan fiction, fan stories, that sort of stuff, right? So basically this person, right, who was an Aether main protagonist player, I'm basically 100% sure that it was a dude. He just had this really, really stupid idea in his head where he was like, yeah, Aether is the one and only romantic partner for all of these female Genshin players. Like no other male character is allowed to be with these female Genshin characters in the game, right? And he just like, I don't know, this one, you know, Aether, you know, Genshin player was so passionate and so like adamant about this idea that Aether is the one and only male romantic partner for these Genshin characters. It was very much so psychotic to watch it. Like I watched it, you know, watched Xiox interact with this person on the live stream. Man, I felt the cringe. Like I physically felt the cringe. And when it happened, I was like, oh my lord, like who the hell is this kid, right? Who's playing Genshin Impact and has these dumb, you know, opinions on romantic relationships in the game, right? Like, what the hell am I looking at right now? And so basically, you know, Xiox, he tried to chat with this person and to kind of like discuss this idea of romance between Genshin characters. He tried to discuss it with this person, but this person just like, they were very close-minded. They would not consider any of Xiox's thoughts or opinions to be valid, and basically just kept on saying no, 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 over and over again. And the entire time, right, like Xiox was trying his best to not, you know, completely lose his mind and shit on this dude. And then like Xiox's chat, right, they were man, they were absolutely clowning on this one person, right? Which, you know, as a viewer, it was fucking hilarious to watch. But also at the same time, I experienced pain. Like watching that live, I was like, oh my lord. It was one of those things where you think, man, I think humanity needs to be reset. I think that we need, you know, maybe to experience another Noah's Ark episode, right? Like, I don't know. To me, I saw that and I was like, okay, we need Charles Darwin back. We need some Darwinism to happen right now, right? Where you know, some people who are not fit to survive in the world, they should not survive in the world, right? But yeah, that live stream, that moment, holy moly, it was so bad. Like it was hard to watch it because I was like, I cannot believe that there is another human being playing Genshin that has these outlandish, absurd opinions. Like it was insane. But yeah, no, that was, I kind of want to purge that entire memory of that live stream from my brain. I don't want to remember it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It was bad. But yeah, no, Quaz, hopefully that answers your question. I am very, very well aware of that one moment. But anyways, so chat, what was I saying? I eventually, at one point during day one, I got to meet with Premier 2. I got to say hello to Pete, I got to introduce myself, and I got to give Pete his long-awaited birthday present, right? Yeah, let me just say, it was like just the craziest thing ever, because I was meeting, you know, someone that I call my #1 favorite Twitch streamer of all time. I look up to him, I respect him, I admire him so much, and, you know, like, he is one of the main inspirations for why I live stream, why I try to create content, why I play video games on Twitch, right? So getting to meet, you know, with Premier 2, getting to say hello to Pete, give him his gift, it was fantastic, right? So what happened is I walked up to him, I was like, hey Pete, nice to meet you, I'm a very big fan of yours, I wanted to give you this birthday gift, right? So I gave him his gift, and he was like, you know, do you mind if I take a look at it, if I, you know, see what the contents are and look at the gifts, the presents, right? So I was like, yeah, by all means, go look. And I will say, I think I got very, very kind of like lucky when I met with Pete, because so to explain, I bought 3 different pieces of artwork for Pete's birthday, right? I bought the one Ninja Turtles artwork that I mentioned kind of like earlier during the beginning of today's live stream. So I bought him the Ninja Turtles one, and I also bought him the two Castlevania artworks, right? I think that I got very, very fortunate, very lucky that, so the way that it happened, right? Pete reached into the gift bag and he pulled out the first artwork that he grabbed, and the first one he grabbed was the Ninja Turtles one, which I think, you know, looking back at it now, I think that was the best scenario possible, because, you know, here's the thing, right? Here's the way that I see it. Pete, you know, he loves retro video games, he loves Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but it's not necessarily his favorite, right? Like, I think that if you were to ask Pete, he would tell you that Castlevania, in his opinion, is probably one, like, his #1 favorite or top 3 favorite of all time, whereas Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is lower on that list, right? So, you know, I think that Pete grabbing the Ninja Turtles artwork first and looking at that was, I think, in my opinion, the best case scenario, because basically what that means is that he saw something that was really cool. He got to see the Ninja Turtles artwork, but the best artwork, the better ones, right? The better gifts were saved for later, right? And so here's what he ended up doing. He looked at the Ninja Turtles artwork and he was like, holy moly, this is insanely fucking cool, right? And he looked at it, he thanked me for the gift, and he told me, he was like, if you don't mind, I want to take a look at the other artworks at a later time, right? So he told me, he was like, I'm going to kind of like throughout the day, I will take a look at the other gifts that you put in the gift bag, right? And I told him, I was like, yeah, man, that's totally cool, perfectly fine with it. Be my guest. It's all yours. It's your gift, right? So yeah, you know, he took the gift bag, and I would say that, like, very, very fortunately, Pete was able to chat with me a little bit longer, right? I will say though that, okay, so here's what happened. I met Pete, and let me actually, I'm gonna pull up the photo here, because I love this. This is probably my #1 favorite photo. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. So I got to meet Pete. This right here is Pete. For those who don't know, this is Premier 2 Pete. Absolute legend. What a Giga Chad. My favorite #1 content creator of all time. Just such a cool dude, right? So I met with Pete, and what happened is, so I gave him his gift, right? And then after I gave him his gift, there were some other people that were around Connor's booth that wanted to talk with Pete, wanted to get a photo with him and say hello and whatnot, right? So what I ended up doing, because, you know, I don't want to be someone who like bothers other people, right? I don't want to, you know, be the center of attention. I don't want to be someone who like thinks that they are better than other people. So I try to be as reserved as possible. And so, you know, after I gave Pete his gift, there were other people that were like, hey Pete, do you mind if I grab a photo? Do I mind if I say hello? Whatever. And I was like, okay, all these other people, they want to spend time with Pete, so I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna step away, and I'm just gonna wait, right? So I told Pete, I was like, yo dude, go and talk to these other fans, go and say hello to them, get pictures with them, whatever, right? Like go do your own thing, right? I was like, don't worry about me, I'm just gonna step back here, I'm gonna wait, right? And Pete was so humble and so modest and so kind. He was like, you know, he basically told me, he's like, thank you so much for waiting, and thank you for being patient, and, you know, allowing me to talk with these other people and get photos and whatever, right? It was just such a great time, right? And so, you know, after a while, he finished, he finished, you know, getting photos with other people, talking with other people, and he eventually walked over to where I was standing. And also, I did forget to mention this, when I approached Pete and when I gave him his gift, I got to, so I met with a fellow Twitch viewer, right? And this particular person, he's actually someone who's very important and who is, you know, he's more of a somebody than I am. Like, I would consider myself a nobody, whereas this other person, he's a somebody, right? So this person that I met, he goes by the username of QBuy, right? And QBuy is he's a moderator for CDogVA, for Connor. And so he actually attended TwitchCon, you know, in person, and I got to meet with him, right? And it was, the way that I met with QBuy, like the way that I kind of like started interacting with him, right, is, so I'm in Pete's, in Premier 2's Discord server, right? I'm a part of his Discord server. I try to be as active as possible and talk with people as much as possible in that server because I love him and I love his community. And so one day, QBuy, he posted in the Discord server, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna try and figure out what I'm gonna get Pete for his birthday gift, right? And I replied to QBuy and I was like, oh, you're going to TwitchCon as well. That's kind of, you know, kind of funny, kind of coincidental, because I'm also going. And I told him, I was like, yeah, I'm also going to be giving Pete a gift. And so after I replied to QBuy, we started chatting with one another, and he, like, you know, he added me on Discord. So we started a private, you know, DM, right? And we would chat. And so, yeah, we decided on day one that we would try to meet up and find each other and say hello and introduce, you know, ourselves to each other, and just like maybe experience some of the convention together, or at least experience Connor's booth as CDogVA viewers and also as Pete viewers, right? So QBuy is a homie, a legend. I really, you know, appreciated the time that he spent with me. He was there. So like when I, you know, approached Pete and I talked with Pete, QBuy was also standing nearby. And so, you know, after I gave Pete his gift and he started chatting with other viewers, other fans, I stepped back and me and QBuy were like kind of standing together, and I think we did talk, like we kind of chit chat a little bit while we were waiting for Pete. And eventually Pete, he got done, he came over, and it was funny because you know, the entire time that Pete was talking with other people, like, so I gave Pete his gift and people were like, hey Pete, how you doing? Can I get a photo? Whatever, right? So people were like getting his attention, and Pete, you know, he like turned to me and he was like, I'm so sorry, you know, these other people, they're kind of like calling out to me. And I was like, no, don't worry about it, dude. You're a legend, you're a celebrity, right? Like, of course people want to interact with you and talk with you and get a photo and whatever, right? And Pete, being himself, he was like, no, man, I'm not a celebrity, I'm not anyone special or whatever. And it was funny, like the entire time. So yeah, like what would happen is he would talk with like one person and get a photograph with them, and then he would, like, after he finished that conversation, he would like start to walk towards me and QBuy, right? And then as he walked towards us, he would get stopped by another person and they would ask for a photo and say hello to him and whatever. And it happened like maybe, I would say at least 2 times, right? Before he eventually reached me and QBuy. And so like every time that it happened, I would like kind of holler out at him. I'd be like, Pete, you're a celebrity, you're a legend, you are, you know, you are, you know, someone that everyone wants to meet and interact with and say hello to, right? Like, I basically was just kind of cheering him on and you know, kind of joking around with him, right? And so eventually, you know, Pete walked over to me and Cubai. We had a nice conversation with each other. I will say, quite unfortunately, hold on, let me grab a sip of my drink. I need to hydrate. Oh man, I think I'm talking too much, so my throat is getting, yeah, my throat is getting tired. But anyways, I'll try to keep blabbering on. So, you know, he walked over to us and we started talking, had a nice little conversation. Unfortunately, the conversation was cut a little bit short. Like, I think that I would have loved to continue chatting with Pete and to, you know, tell him more about myself and just like, you know, talk about anything and everything with him for a longer period of time, right? But unfortunately, Pete, you know, he's a busy man. He also, you know, unsurprisingly, he was feeling tired and he, you know, kind of like wanted to get some rest and to, you know, let himself take a break from TwitchCon and you know, maybe recharge his battery a little bit, right? So what ended up happening is, you know, Pete told me, he was like, hey man, I'm actually gonna go and I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna lay down and try to recharge a little bit. And he was like, it was great chatting with you. It was great talking with you. Thank you so much for the gift, blah, 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 right? Like he was such a kind, humble person. And he really did, you know, he made me feel like I was like I was a somebody, right? Like I mattered, right? Which I very much appreciate from Pete. What an absolute homie, right? What a legend, what a dude. And so, yeah, you know, at some point we kind of had to cut the conversation short and, you know, I let Pete go back to, you know, his hotel or wherever he was going to rest. And we parted ways. And then, yeah, I think on Friday for the rest of that day, I didn't really get to do much, right? Glad he was so cool to you. Yeah, no, like Pete is, I don't know, he's like a super chill, down to earth man. And he's, you know, like with everyone that he interacts with, he's just, you know, so kind and so like, you know, he kind of embodies that sort of personality where he's like, you know, he kind of refrains from, you know, thinking of himself as a celebrity, as someone who's important. He kind of just, you know, acts as if he is similar to everyone else, right? He acts like he is equal to everyone else. And I really appreciate that. But yeah, anyways, like the rest of Friday, I don't really think much happened. Like we, you know, me and my friend, we went to some panels and whatnot, but for the most part, it was pretty chill. I will say there was one other thing that happened on Friday that like I was not expecting at all. And I was like, you know, when it happened, my brain just like kind of shut off and it was like, you know, my brain was like, what the hell is going on right now? Like I did not know what to think and I really was just kind of caught off guard by it. So to explain, right? I was walking around TwitchCon and the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, I think this might have happened before I met Pete. I think it might have happened before I got to meet with him and give him his birthday gift. But if it didn't happen before, then it definitely happened after. So I was walking around Connor's booth, and I was like just looking around, trying to, you know, see if there's anything interesting on the convention area that I could like go and check out very quickly, right? Because I didn't want to step away too far from Connor's booth, just in case like, you know, Connor was there or Pete was there and I could say hello to them, right? Like I wanted to stay in the nearby vicinity, but I also wanted to check and see if there was anything else interesting in the nearby area, right? And so like, you know, I was walking around and I was trying to act natural. I was trying to make it look like, oh, you know, I'm chilling, just walking around, enjoying the convention, whatever. Because if you actually like paid attention to what I was doing, I was literally just walking in a circle around Connor's booth and like kind of just, you know, hovering around the area, right? I probably looked like a weirdo, like a moron. But anyways, so there was a moment where I was walking around, you know, I was chilling, having a good time, seeing what else was around the floor, and I passed by this like group of individuals, and at first I thought to myself, I was like, you know, oh, these are probably just people that are walking together, that are like traveling together, and that they, you know, are attending the convention as a group or whatever, right? I didn't pay too much attention to it, okay? So I walked past this like kind of like collection of people, and then I stopped and I like, you know, kind of turned around and I did kind of like a 360 sweep to look around and check, because I was like, honestly, I was checking to see like, oh, is Pete around? Is Connor around? Like who is around that I know that I kind of want to talk to, right? So I did like this 360 kind of like turn where I was like looking around me, trying to survey the area. And I turn around and I look and I see this group of people that I had like just now walked past. And I noticed, I realized, I was like, wait a second, these people, they're forming a line, right? So they were like lining up and they were talking to someone, right? And I saw that, like, you know, at the front of the line, there was a TwitchCon attendee who was talking to someone, and I think that they were maybe getting an autograph or getting a photograph or whatever, right? So it took a moment for my brain to process, but I realized, I was like, wait, these people, they are meeting someone, right? They're saying hello to someone who I assume is a content creator, a streamer, a YouTuber, a celebrity, whatever, right? I was like, huh, interesting. And I was like, there was a moment where I was thinking, whatever. I probably, you know, like, I don't know who this random person is. I probably don't care about them. You know, it's just a random content creator that I don't really follow, right? So I was about to, like, you know, kind of like disregard it, ignore it, and just like walk away. But then what happened was I stopped and I heard this person speaking. Like, they were talking to a fan or whatever, and they mentioned the name Connor, which, you know, obviously Connor is a very common name, but in the content creator community, I feel like when you hear Connor, there's a very high chance that it's CDawgVA. It could be another Connor, but CDawgVA is very popular, very well known, so it wouldn't surprise me. So I heard this, you know, person who was doing photographs and autographs and whatever, I heard them mention Connor. And so then I stopped, and I took a moment to stare at this person and look at them closely and be like, who the heck is this? Do I know them? And then all of a sudden, it clicked in my brain. And I was like, holy shit, wait a second. And so then I was like, okay, I have to go and get in that line. So I literally, you know, I passed by this line of people. I then, you know, realized who it was that they were talking to, that they were getting a photograph and an autograph with and whatever. And I was like, holy shit, I need to get in this line. So then I walked back around to the end of the line. Thankfully, the line was not super duper long. And I think that, you know, one thing I consider to be very lucky and very fortunate is that the person who was doing these photographs, doing these autographs, he was really good at managing the line, where he would, like, you know, say hello to the person at the front of the line. He would, like, shake their hand, get a photograph with them, and then he'd, like, move on to the next person, right? Like, he didn't spend a lot of time talking with one, you know, individual attendee for like half an hour, right? Like, he kind of just, I would say, rapid fire, he moved through the line efficiently, which I respected and I admired. And I was like, okay, this dude knows what he's doing, right? So eventually, you know, I wait in the line, I get to the front of the line, and I get to, you know, say hello to him. And I was like, yo, man, how's it going? Nice to meet you. I'm, you know, I watch your content, fan, you know, and I actually asked him. So, you know, for those who don't know, I have this Trash Taste poster. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. Yeah, so I have this poster right here, this Trash Taste poster, and it's signed by, you know, Joey, Garnes, and Connor, and I brought it with me to the convention, right? And my plan was actually, this is something that I was a little bit, just very small amount sad that it didn't happen. I kind of wanted to get Pete, Premier 2, to I was hoping to get him to add his signature, his autograph to this poster, but it didn't happen. Kind of unfortunate, but you know what? Like, an autograph it's not the end of the world. Like, not getting an autograph is not the end of the world. It's fine. I got a photo with him. I got to chat with him, and that's even better. That's even more of something to be happy about, something to brag about, right? But yeah, I brought this poster with me, and so I kind of like pulled out this poster, and I was like, wait a second, this person that, you know, I'm in the line to meet, what if they sign the poster as well, right? And it'll kind of make sense in a minute when I tell you guys the full story and reveal the details. But I was like, if this person signs this poster, it'll kind of be like, it'll be kind of a meme, it'll be kind of funny, like a joke, right? And it makes sense when you think about the context. So I was like, hey man, do you mind signing this poster? Unfortunately, you know, this particular content creator, this, you know, celebrity, I think that they really wanted to kind of like manage the line and manage the fans and the attendees that wanted to meet him. So he was being as efficient and fast and optimal as he could be. So he was like, oh man, I'm sorry, not right now, but maybe later I can sign it for you, right? He was like, for right now, I can get a photograph with you, but I can't sign anything. And I was like, oh man, that's totally cool. You know, like I was like, don't worry about it. I just thought I'd ask, right? So, you know, what we ended up doing is I just basically said hello to him, and we grabbed a selfie together. And let me put this aside here. So yeah, we grabbed a selfie together, and it was kind of funny, kind of interesting, because you know, when I pulled out my phone to do the selfie, I told this content creator, I was like, yeah man, I'm not really the greatest at taking photos, so I apologize. He was like, oh, you want me to take the photo then and help you out with it? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not, whatever. So he grabbed my phone and he took the selfie for me and him. And yeah, no, this is the selfie here. Let me see. Yep, there we go. That's the selfie. I did not expect to see this dude at all. Like, I didn't even, I didn't plan on it. I didn't even realize that he was here at all. Like, so here's the thing. I had heard whispers that he had basically popped up at TwitchCon, that he was attending as sort of a random person. Like, he wasn't attending as a Twitch content creator. But yeah, no, like, it was so kind of randomly weird because to kind of explain to you guys, right? So you can kind of see in the photo like where we are standing. Okay, if you look kind of behind me and Ludwig, if I were to describe it, so yeah, you're looking straight at Ludwig and me. To the right of where we were, so like if you were to walk towards the right side of where we took that photo, if you walk a short distance, maybe like, I don't know, 20 feet, 30 feet, something like that, you would reach CDawg VA's booth. You would reach Connor's booth, right? So that means that Ludwig was literally like just roaming around the Twitch like floor, the kind of like place, right? The building, and he was nearby Connor's booth. And then I think he just like got stopped by fans, and they like started forming a line in the middle of nowhere. And so he was like, okay, screw it. Let's do photographs. Let's do handshakes, whatever. And yeah, it was random. It was in the middle of nowhere of the Twitch, you know, the TwitchCon floor. And I could not believe that I ran into him and that I met him. It was amazing. And the funny thing is, okay, so I feel kind of dumb about this, but the funny thing is, when I first looked at Ludwig, I did not recognize him. Like, I was like, wait, do I know who that is? And the thing is, it was kind of weird to describe it this way, but like, okay, I don't really watch Ludwig a whole bunch. Like, I sometimes catch his content here and there, but I don't watch him when he does live streams on YouTube or anything like that. I mainly only watch him when he appears in like other content creators' live streams and videos, right? What I did not really think about and what I did not expect is that, so the image of Ludwig that I had in my head was like him without the facial hair, without the beard and everything, right? Like, I imagined him in my head to be freshly shaven and to be like, you know, kind of young looking, right? And so I saw this person, right? I saw Ludwig doing photographs and handshakes with other people, and I looked at him and I was like, who the heck is that, right? Because I didn't recognize the facial hair and the face and whatever. And then I was like, wait a second, that's fucking Ludwig with the you know, mustache and the beard and everything. I was like, holy shit. And yeah, it like I said, the main thing that made me stop and like really take a look was when he was talking to another fan of his, and he mentioned the name Connor. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because yeah, you know, Ludwig and Connor, they're basically best friends with one another. So yeah, no, that was insane. That was crazy. I cannot believe that happened, right? So, you know, just to like give you guys sort of the short recap, right? Day 1 of TwitchCon 2023, I got to say hello to CDawg VA, got to shake his hand. I got to meet Ziox and Fang, two Genshin content creators that I look up to, that I admire, that I respect. I got to also meet with Premier 2, Pete. I gave him his birthday gift. I chatted with him a bit. I took photos with him. It was amazing. And then last but not least, I met Ludwig, which yeah, man, I did not expect that at all. So that was what, like 4 different like kind of celebrity interactions that I had on day 1 of TwitchCon. I kind of felt really fucking lucky. Like, I honestly, on Friday, I should have like gone and bought a lottery ticket. Like, that would have been amazing. But yeah, no, like TwitchCon day 1 easily surpassed my expectations, right? I thought it was going to be kind of a day where not really a lot of stuff happened for me, and I was kind of expecting that Saturday and Sunday would be the crazy, hectic, chaotic days, But yeah, no, like Friday was, it was super hype and super exciting, and I definitely consider, like, if I were to compare Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for TwitchCon, I think that Friday was the best day for me out of all three of them. Fantastic experience. So yeah, you know, like I said, not much else happened on Friday. Like, me and my friend, we went to go and sit down and watch some of the panels that were being hosted. But yeah, what ended up happening, it was kind of unfortunate, and I wish that, you know, it didn't work out, or like, I wish that it happened differently, right? So to kind of explain, my friend that I dragged along with me, right? For those who were not watching earlier in the live stream in the VOD, I'll kind of repeat this again. My friend, she, you know, has her own family. She has a husband and she has a daughter as well. And, you know, it turns out that on Friday, right, my friend, her daughter, she had basically this, like, school event that she was doing, and it was kind of, I don't know, I think it was kind of something like a talent show, or like a musical performance or something like that, right? And obviously her daughter would be, you know, participating in that school event, and she would be, you know, kind of like up on a stage and performing and whatever, right? So yeah, my friend, her and her husband, they were going to be attending that little school event, and the school event was happening, I think, at what time was it? I think it was happening at like 5:30 p.m. And so we needed to leave the convention and make sure that we have enough time to make it through traffic to get to the school event. And here's the interesting thing, right? I when I heard this, I was like, this is fucking stupid. My friend told me that apparently, so the event that was happening, the school event, it was this kind of like this school fair, right? Like I don't know what to compare it to. Kind of think of, like, you know, if you live in the US and you have the, like, state fairs, right? It's kind of like that, but instead it's smaller in scale. It's a school fair, right? So that was the event that was happening, and my friend, her daughter, was going to be participating and performing during the state school fair. Sorry. What baffled me is that my friend told me, you have to get tickets to go to this school fair. And even if you have a child that goes to the school and that is participating in the school fair, you have to pay for the tickets, right? So let me explain that a little bit more in detail and kind of like emphasize it. You are a parent. Your child goes to this school and they have this school fair. Your child is performing in this school fair. There are tickets to this fair. And you, as the parent of this child, are required to pay money for this damn ticket to go to the school event where your own child is performing in that event. Like, what the fuck? I have never experienced that in any of my years at school. Like, whether it's here in, you know, where I currently live, like my current state, if it's here, or if it's in the previous state that I used to live in, which is in like the southeast region of the US, right? Like, no matter where I was in the US, that never happened to me, right? Like, I never had to force my mom to pay to attend a school event that I was in, right? Yeah, crazy stuff. But it looks like right now we have an ad break going on, so I'm gonna take this opportunity. I'm gonna pause here, gonna take a little bit of a break, gonna eat some food, drink a little bit, and then we'll resume the story after the ad break is over. But yeah, Taco Bell. That's some good food. Oh boy. I have a feeling that, like, you know, tomorrow, maybe even the day after as well, I have this dreadful feeling that my voice will be completely dead, but we'll see. Hopefully I don't strain it too much. All right, we have about 55 seconds remaining of ads. I do kind of feel embarrassed and shameful, saying this, but obviously, if you want to avoid ads and you have the Amazon Prime, like Prime subscription available for, a channel on Twitch, you're more than welcome to use it if you want. Or you could, I don't know, you could find other ways to get rid of the ads, block the ads, you know what I mean? Just be creative about it, right? And then obviously for the people who are regular followers of my streams and who, support me as viewers that typically pop up in my live streams, right? I got the gift subs for you, right? I'll take care of you guys. Does just running ads make you money, or is it the more people that watch the ad, the more money you get? I think that it's probably the second part that matters, Quaz. I think that the more people that watch the ads, the more revenue that I can possibly get. But yeah, like what I will say is that like for me specifically, my own situation, like right now, I don't really make any money whatsoever. And the reason why is because I am more than happy, more than willing to give out gift subs to my viewers, the people that regularly watch me and support me. I got you guys. Like I'm happy to give out gift subs. So, basically the potential money that I could be making, I don't think that it is enough to, like, basically I don't think I am making more money than the amount of money that I spend on gifting subs to my viewers, right? So it kind of just balances out where I spend money to help my viewers avoid ads, and I quote unquote earn money from the subs that I give to my own channel. But like in reality, it's either I earn $0 or I actually lose money because I'm not making enough to cover the costs of the gift subs. I think that's how it works for my channel specifically. But that's the thing, right? Like I'm not expecting to earn money from Twitch. I'm not expecting for people to pay me to do live streams, right? Like that's not something that really matters to me. I more so care about just creating content for you guys, right? And hanging out with people. That's what matters to me. So yeah, but I would say that generally speaking, I think that the second part of your comment, your message, is what is true. I think that the more people that watch the ads, that I think leads to more revenue, more profit, but I could be wrong. Are we back from ads? I'm checking the ad manager right now, hold on. Okay, I think we're back from ads. Log. Alright. Let me put away my food. Okay. So, speaking of second part of my chat, you should read the second half of the Aether main comment. It has a question. Okay, let me read it. Thanks for pointing that out, Claus. I'm gonna read the entire thing. Okay. Do you remember the most straight Aether main? There's a time in one of Zyrox's live streams where he met another Aether main in the Raiden Shogun weekly boss. Saw a clip of that entire interaction, and I've been trying to find it because it was very funny. I don't remember if it was you who clipped it in the Zyrox Club Adventure Saga, and I was wondering if you knew. Ooh. That is... Okay, Quaz, that's a good question. I didn't realize that you were asking about that. Man, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember. So I may have potentially gotten... So, okay. I don't think that I clipped it. Like, I don't think that I went on Twitch and I grabbed a 1-minute clip of that moment because... Okay. Typically speaking, whenever I clip a channel, especially with Zyox, right? When I clip Zyox's content, I make sure that I always stick to creating clips that are, like funny and enjoyable and entertaining, right? I don't really clip moments of the stream that are like, kind of weird or strange or bizarre, right? Like I typically stay away from those kind of weird moments during live streams and whatever. I don't really clip those. It's just, to me, like, especially in the case of like Zyox, right? His entire channel, his entire content revolves around him, kind of bringing some comedy to, Genshin, to Star Rail, whatever. So it's like, Ziox is not really the type of guy to, I guess, like, create content out of cringe moments or out of, like, awkward stuff, right? So it's like, I typically do not clip that type of stuff. So, my guess, I am like 99.99% sure that I do not have a clip of that moment. However, I'm trying to think and remember. I may have potentially uploaded I may have uploaded like a portion of that live stream on YouTube as part of like the co-op adventures, but I'm not entirely sure. Like I cannot remember. Shoot, I don't know how far back it was. If I knew how far back it was, I could look through my videos on YouTube and kind of guess to see where, which video it might be in. But since I don't remember roughly when that moment happened in Ziox's live stream, I have no clue. Like, oh, I don't know why. I was like, I think I had some food in my throat for a second there. Oof. Okay, I think I'm okay. Yeah, but basically, what I would have to do, I think, is I would have to go through all of the co-op videos that I uploaded on my YouTube channel, and I would have to try and, like, search through them, Rewatch the Co-op Adventures saga? Okay. Yeah, if you do come across it, then, feel free to, like, note down the timestamp and which video and whatever. I think you can, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure you can also create YouTube clips as well. I'm pretty sure you can clip moments from YouTube videos, so you should be able to do that. But yeah, I apologize. I wish I remembered which one it's from and I knew what video it was or whatever. But I like, the thing is, I do, because I do vividly remember like what you were talking about with that Aether main. Like I remember that moment, and so because I remember that moment, I have a feeling that it's probably on one of my YouTube videos, but I'm not entirely sure. So no guarantees. But yeah. To be completely honest, what you could do is you could probably go on YouTube and just type it into the search bar, like search up Ziox Aether player or Aether main or whatever, right? And I have a feeling there is probably at least one other like Ziox clip channel out there that may have uploaded it as well, right? So there's a possibility that you may find it randomly on YouTube. Maybe not from me, right? But yeah, that's the best that I can offer. Okay, so chat. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure that Friday, like that's the end of Friday. There's nothing else to share about Friday. Let me kind of like move on to Saturday then, to day 2. Yeah, so day 2, Saturday, it was, I would say kind of hectic, right? Forgot I can just search it up. You found it? It was not you? Okay, good. Glad you found it. Good stuff. So day 2 of TwitchCon. I think day 2, it was quite possibly one of the busiest days that I've ever experienced, right? It was interesting, right? Because on Saturday, obviously me and my friend, we had some panels that we wanted to attend, that we wanted to, sit down and kind of like watch and listen to what they have to say, right? So we had some panels that we wanted to attend, and I think that on Saturday, I also did swing by the Genshin booth at one point. So I swung by the Genshin booth, and then, oh, that's right. Okay, so on Saturday, there was this one big sort of like event that was happening at TwitchCon. So at TwitchCon, they have this like designated area, and kind of think about it like an esports arena stage thing, right? So they have this area at TwitchCon called Twitch Rivals, right? And what they did was, in the Twitch Rivals arena, they would host these events. Like, for example, they would host these competitions and tournaments, right? So on Saturday, there was a Twitch Rivals event where these people, these content creators, they would be, you know, kind of like set up on these teams together, and then they would compete with other teams of other content creators, and they would be playing Apex Legends, right? So Connor, CDogVA, he participated in the Apex Legends tournament, the competition within the Twitch Rivals arena. And in the beginning, like for the first, I would say like maybe half hour of the Twitch Rivals competition, I attended. I was like there in the Twitch Rivals arena, in the audience, kind of watching. But I'm gonna be completely honest. I think that the Twitch Rivals arena and like the competition tournament type events, for the most part, they are not something that I really love and enjoy. Like they're probably one of my least favorite things about, you know, an event like TwitchCon, right? And I think that, so for the Apex Legends tournament, right? It was kind of frustrating because, you know, for me, the main reason why I was in the audience for that Twitch Rivals arena is that I wanted to show my support for Connor. Like I was there to like cheer him on and root for him and whatever. But you know, unfortunately, like all of the other content creators that were competing, I didn't care about them, and I didn't really know a lot of them. So it felt, you know, it didn't really feel like I was spending my time wisely, because, you know, obviously this is a tournament that was happening between content creators, and if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that it was streamed live on Twitch by the, you know, Twitch Rivals channel. So, you know, when it's live streamed and when it's made into like this sort of fancy special event, they typically like to treat it as if it's like some kind of, you know, TV show, like a reality TV show or whatever, right? And they like to kind of spice things up and make things as like fancy and visually pleasing as possible, whatever, all that stuff, right? Trying to make it into, you know, an entertaining event to watch virtually, like through a screen, if you're a Twitch viewer, right? And so, you know, I very, very quickly found out, I was like, yeah, I am not really having fun with this Twitch Rivals event that's happening. Like, I was not really getting anything valuable out of being there in the audience watching CDogVA, right? And so the other thing, right, this is another big reason why I, you know, so to kind of explain and clarify, right, I was there for like the first half hour of the Twitch Rivals event, and I ended up leaving. And there's like, you know, there's a very important big reason why I left the Twitch Rivals area. The reason being is that on Saturday, I had scheduled a meet and greet session with the one and only legendary Rob CD. For those who don't know Rob CD, I'll kind of like, you know, write his channel out here. There we go. Yeah. So Rob CD, that's his Twitch channel. He is, I would say, from what I know, he is very likely the top #1 IRL streamer that lives in Japan, right? And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Rob is... I'm gonna feel so dumb if I get this wrong, but I believe that Rob is maybe Australian. I believe that he's an Australian content creator who moved to Japan and is living in Japan. Like, he's been living there for many, many years, I think. And he's been doing IRL content for quite a long time in Japan. So one of like the things that he is most famous for, you know, if people out there, maybe you guys have heard about this, right? Rob did this one thing that I think this is how he kind of went viral and gained, you know, a following and gained viewers and whatever. So he did this event where, if I'm not mistaken, he cycled basically throughout the entirety of Japan. Like, he went from one end of Japan all the way to the other end, right? And I believe that he did this, you know, cycling event, and he did it for charity, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe that, like, basically all of the proceeds, all of the money that he earned from that cycling event, I do believe that he donated either most of it, if not all of it, to charity. And it was like a really, really big thing that happened on Twitch, and, you know, he had thousands of people watching him and tuning in, and it was like, you know, such a cool experience for the viewers, right? So Rob CD, an absolute legend, a really, really just cool human being, right? I scheduled a meet and greet with him. Now, I want to admit something. You know, live on Twitch, this is gonna look really, really bad for me. And you know, to Rob, if Rob ever does see this, which I hope he never does, but there might be some weird random chance that he does see this somehow. To Rob, I just want to say I greatly apologize for this. So before I met Rob, you know, at TwitchCon, I was never really a follower of Rob. Like, I never really tuned into his live streams and watched his content. I knew of him, and I was aware that like a lot of the content creators that I follow are people who, you know, are friends with him, that collaborate with him, that sort of stuff, right? Like, there are many times where I'll be watching a content creator like Connor or Pete, or any other person who, you know, makes content from Japan. There's a high chance that when they finish their stream and they raid another channel, there's a high chance that I get sent over to Rob's channel, right? It's a pretty common occurrence. So the way that I knew Rob was basically I knew of him and of his content through the content creators that I follow on Twitch, right? And so, you know, in short, what that means is I'm kind of a quote-unquote fake fan of Rob CD. I've seen, you know, parts and moments of his live streams. I know of the amazing accomplishments that he has achieved, right? Including the cyclothon that he did. And so, you know, I recognize Rob as a fantastic content creator, and I, you know, genuinely think that he is a really, really, you know, high quality streamer on Twitch, right? But beyond that, like, if I were to be just brutally honest, I would say that like I was not really someone who could be considered a true proper fan of Rob CD, and I didn't really know a lot about him, right? So, you know, the main reason I did sign up for this meet and greet is because he was basically the only Japan-based content creator that I knew of who was hosting a meet and greet. Like, you know, obviously if Connor had done the same, if you know, Pete, if Premier 2 had done the same, I would have easily, you know, without any hesitation, I would have signed up for meet and greets with them. But Rob was the only one that did, and like all the other content creators that were doing meet and greets at TwitchCon, I didn't really know them, and even if I did know of them, I didn't really care about them, right? Like, they were not people that I followed, that I enjoyed their content, whatever. So Rob was like, you know, the only good one for me. So I was like, you know what, let me meet Rob, say hi to him, and thank him for making just really, really good quality content. So here's how it worked, right? The meet and greet started at noon, but the lineup for the meet and greet started at 11:30 a.m. And the Twitch Rivals event that CDawgVA was participating in, that started at 11 a.m., right? So I had like basically 30 minutes of free time before I, you know, ideally, I got in line for the meet and greet, right? But yeah, basically what happened was I sat through the first half hour of the Twitch Rivals event, and let me just also clarify and say, another big reason why I left the Twitch Rivals arena and I did not care about, you know, stepping away from that place is that the entire 30 minutes that I sat in the audience and waited for the Twitch Rivals, you know, stuff to happen, the entire 30 minutes, they were still setting up. Like, they were not starting the competition. They were not, you know, actively playing any games and starting any Apex matches, right? Any rounds or whatever, right? Like, the streamers, the content creators, they were kind of just chilling, waiting for the Twitch staff to fully finish setting up the Rivals arena, you know, setup, right? Like, it was really weird, really bizarre, because I kind of thought to myself, I was like, man, like, I thought to myself, if this, you know, TwitchCon, if it was done in a more organized, professional manner, I think that they should have, without a doubt, been fully prepared and ready to go right at 11 a.m., right? Like, right when the Twitch Rivals, you know, kind of like time slot started at 11 a.m. or at, like, you know, even 11:05 or 11:10 a.m., right? Like, they should have been ready to go immediately from the get-go, but they weren't, and it was like really kind of just, you know, kind of underwhelming and just like not exciting at all to sit there and be like, oh yeah, the first half hour of this event is spent setting up the entire, you know, the entire activities, right? Like, it was just really kind of boring and lame to sit there and watch. So I was like, okay, you know what, screw this, I'm gonna leave the Twitch Rivals arena and I'm gonna go to my meet and greet, right? So me and my friend, right? I told my friend, I was like, you know, if you don't really care about going to this meet and greet, you can stay in the Twitch Rivals arena, or you can like walk around the convention floor and see what else is available. But my friend was like, yeah, might as well go to the meet and greet and say hello to Rob and you know, kind of just introduce ourselves and whatever. So we went to the meet and greet, and here's what I'll say, okay? So they had a line of people that were kind of like waiting to go to the meet and greet. And the line originally, like when I saw the line, it looked very, very long. It looked like it was going to take some time for like everyone to get going through and to finally get through the meet and greet, right? But then I found out that like the way it was organized was different to what I originally thought. So basically, here's how it was. They had this original line of people that would like line up and would stand there and wait. And they would have these, you know, convention staff members, right? People who were working at the convention. They had a job where their job was basically, you know, they would take the badge, right? So everyone attending the convention, they have their badge, right? Everyone's badge has the ability to be scanned, right? You can actually take a look, and there's like a barcode in the top, what is this, top right corner? Yeah, top right corner of the badge, right? There's this QR code. And so every convention staff member, they have the ability to scan your badge. And what would happen is like, if you wanted to go to like the Twitch Rivals event, or you wanted to go to an event that was held in the area called Glitch Theater, you would basically have to scan your badge to go in, right? And I think they did this as a security measure to make sure that like, you know, people were not sneaking into events and that, you know, people were kind of like not, I guess like not attending the convention illegally or whatever, like without a badge and without proof of their identity, right? So yeah, basically they had this line of people that were waiting to go to the meet and greet, and you had these convention staff that were required to scan your badge for you to get in. And so you would wait in this line, you would get to the front, they would scan your badge, and then what I found out is that there was actually, so you would walk a little bit and you would go through, they basically had this area where it was like, how do I explain it? So this is kind of like the best example that I can give of, the best analogy that I can give of, right? Basically, think of like a grocery store or like a retail, you know, store, a department store, whatever. When they have those checkout lines, and the checkout lines are kind of like they have these kind of like snaking paths, right? That kind of like go back and forth, and you have to walk through this like maze of this these like you know, on the side they have these like metal bars or whatever that kind of guide you. Yeah, so it was kind of sort of like that at TwitchCon, where they had basically you know, scan your badge, you walk into the meet and greet kind of like designated area. What they had was they had these separate lines that were set up, and each different line was for a different meet and greet. So let's say that, you know, I'm gonna just name out some random content creators, not even like, I think a lot of them are probably gonna be YouTubers, but obviously these people were not at TwitchCon because, you know, TwitchCon, Twitch. So like, let's say you wanted to meet, you know, a big celebrity, right? I don't know, whatever, PewDiePie or Mr. Beast or whatever, right? So these content creators, they would have their own individual lines for the meet and greet, and you would get into the line of the you know, kind of content creator, the celebrity, whatever that you wanted to meet. And you would wait there, and then, you know, at the designated time, which was noon, they would like start, kind of like start processing sort of the meet and greets, where like the first person waiting in line for the meet and greet, they would go say hello to the content creator, talk with them, get a picture, autograph, whatever, right? So yeah, basically we had to wait for a little bit. We had to wait for like maybe, I don't know how long it was, maybe what, 20 minutes, I would say at most, to officially do the meet and greet. We waited in a line for it to start. And the thing that I was like kind of relieved about and happy about is that for Rob CD, right, we scan our badges, we walk into the meet and greet area. Rob CD, his you know, kind of designated area for people that wanted to meet him, it was kind of like near the end of the lines of content creators and people waiting to meet content creators. And I would say that luckily, like for me, I consider this to be a positive thing, a good thing. It wasn't super packed. Like there wasn't, you know, 50 people that were there waiting in a line to meet Rob. Now, obviously, I think that for Rob, the more people, the better it is. But I think that you know, in my opinion, I would say that Rob had a good substantial amount of people that signed up for the meet and greet and that attended. I would say that, you know, for Rob, I think that he should be very proud of the people that came and spoke with him. And, you know, I think that he should be, you know, I think that he should be happy with what ended up happening, because, like, I know that Rob, he kind of made these jokes on his social media where he was like, oh, I am looking forward to meeting the 2 people that want to sign up for the meet and greet or whatever, right? So I think that the amount of people that Rob got who wanted to do the meet and greet with him, it was not something to take lightly, not something to scoff at, you know, not something to be disappointed with, right? I think that it was a good amount of people, and I was very happy for Rob. But yeah, so we got into this line. We waited for about maybe 15-20 minutes until the meet and greets officially started at noon, and then yeah, we waited in this line, waited for the people in front of us to go through and talk with Rob and, you know, do their own thing, get their photos, get their autographs, whatever. And eventually came up to my turn, and yeah, it was really fucking cool. I got to meet Rob. I said hello to him. I basically told him, I was like, hey man, you are one of the inspirations for why I want to, like, you know, create some vlogs and do some sort of like filming, some recording, doing like IRL content, right? For example, taking some video footage of like TwitchCon 2023 and of other conventions and other events, right? I told him, he was like, I said that he was an inspiration for me, which I would say that that's half true, right? It's not entirely wrong. I know of Rob, I know of the content he does, I respect him, I admire him, I think that he has some really high quality IRL content, and so, you know, the half truth is that, yeah, like, seeing his content makes me interested in doing IRL content of my own, but, you know, the half lie is that, like, I am not really a proper real fan of Rob. Like, I'm not someone who follows him and watches every single live stream and, you know, is always there to show up in his chat and support him, right? But yeah, I got to say hi to Rob. He was such a cool dude about it, and very chill, very, you know, kind, and just wonderful to chat with, right? So, you know, I said hello to him. I got a free balloon from him. Unfortunately, I don't have the balloon with me, because what ended up happening is, you know, me and my friend, we both got balloons from Rob CD. We took everything back home, back to my friend's home. You know, later that night, obviously, we arrived back home, and we took all of the merch, the swag, the stuff that we got, we brought it home to my friend's home. And yeah, once we brought everything to my friend's home, basically the balloons that we had gotten, we kind of just voluntarily gave them up to my friend's daughter, and yeah, we were like, here you go, friend's daughter, you can play with these balloons, have fun with them, whatever. They were pretty cool balloons, I will say, because it was like, they had these balloons, and then the balloons were like wrapped in this kind of this extra, I think it was like a plastic casing that would make sure that the balloon doesn't pop or break, and it was a very fancy balloon, and I thought it was pretty freaking cool. So yeah, we got a balloon from Rob CD. We also got, oh, here it is. So we got, he was giving out these like Ziploc bags that contain a variety of Japanese snacks. So for those who don't know, these contents, right, these are all Japanese snacks that he, I guess, like, brought with him to the meet and greet and gave away to the viewers and the people that said hello to him. So that's pretty fucking cool. I thought that was dope. Shout out to Rob for the free Japanese snacks. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, so I got to meet with Rob. I showed it off earlier in the stream, but I'll show you guys again. So this Trash Taste poster, right? I kind of had this moment of inspiration where I was like, oh wait, I'm meeting Rob soon. What if I get Rob to sign it, right? Because Rob is, you know, he's a Japanese content creator. He's friends with all the Trash Taste people, right? So I was like, let's get him to sign it, you know? He can be an unofficial member of the Trash Taste podcast, you know, by signing this this poster. So you can see here kind of at the top, I wonder if I can show it close to the camera. Let's do that. Wait, hold on. I think that's too close. Kind of. So like here, where my fingers are, this is where Rob signed the poster, and also as well. So I mentioned this before. I'm kind of a fake fan of Rob. Like I'm not someone who really knows him too well. And I do, you know, I do wish that it was different, and I apologize to Rob for not being a proper regular fan. But you know, so when we got to the meet and greet, I found out that, you know, Rob, he has a lovely, wonderful, fantastic, beautiful wife that I guess, you know, his wife helps him quite a lot with his content, with his IRL streaming and whatever. And I got to meet his wife. She was there, and in fact, Rob was IRL streaming at the time, and his wife was the one that was holding the stream backpack and whatever, right? She was the one that was carrying chat, basically. Rob's wife, I found out literally at the meet and greet. I found out that her name is Tracy. I did not know that before. And I got to meet his wife, Tracy. She was a lovely, lovely human being. I really, really was impressed with, you know, how she was just able to manage and handle, you know, the IRL streaming stuff just as well as Rob does, you know? Like, I was very, very impressed with it. So I got to meet both Rob and his wife Tracy. I don't know if you guys saw it on the poster, but actually both of them, Rob and Tracy, they put their signatures at the top right corner of the poster. And so let me show you guys here. We got a nice little photograph. There we go. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, the you know, legendary person here on the left side, this is Rob, right here, Rob CD. There's this idiot right here in the middle, this moron, what a loser. By the way, okay, this is something that I don't know why I do this and why it started, but for some reason, I look at some of the photos that I took at TwitchCon with other, you know, content creators and celebrities and whatnot, and for some reason, I'm always like leaning towards either the left side or the right side, and I don't know why the fuck I do it. It's kind of dumb as shit, and I want to punch myself for standing like a moron. But yeah, you can see here I'm like leaning towards Rob, and I don't know why I was doing that. But yeah, this person here on the right side, really fucking cool person. This is Tracy, Rob's wife. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that Tracy is a content creator herself. Like, I think that she has her own channel and she makes her own content separate from Rob. But yeah, like, both of these two human beings are the best. They are legendary. They are just sweethearts. Very, very wonderful people. You know, I got to meet them. They were so kind and just like very, very wholesome, you know. And yeah, like I said, I greatly apologize to Rob for being a fake fan, and same with Tracy. You know, I really wish that I knew them better before I met them, but just getting to meet them and say hello to them, it was a fantastic time, you know. Yeah, so we did the meet and greet with Rob, and I think we got done with the meet and greet around, I'm gonna say roughly about like 12:45 p.m., right? So we get done with the meet and greet, and I was getting messages from, you know, people that were also attending TwitchCon, like friends of mine that I knew, right? And so one of the friends that you know, they're also a fellow local content creator. They live near my home, right? Like in the same state as where I live. So a fellow content creator of mine, Calypso, right? She was messaging me and she let me know, she was like, hey, so, you know, I'm gonna be, you know, in Vegas. I'm gonna be in Vegas on Friday and on Saturday, right? But she told me, she was like, unfortunately, I have to leave, you know, in like, I think she said Saturday afternoon, right? Or like Saturday evening. She was like, I have to leave because I have some work stuff to deal with. And so, yeah, basically I chat with her a little bit. You know, I spoke with her a little bit on Discord, and we kind of decided that we needed to figure out if there's a way that we could meet up and say hello to one another, catch up with one another, maybe like grab some food together, something like that. And so, you know, after Rob's meet and greet, I basically sent Calypso a message and I was like, hey, so do you want to grab some lunch together? And she was like, yeah, sure, why not? And so we kind of chat, you know, we were talking back and forth, right? And eventually, it took us a while, but eventually we settled on a restaurant, a place to go and eat at. And yeah, so it was interesting. It was a cafe restaurant that was located inside a hotel building. So we went to the hotel building, and we kind of like walked over to the restaurant area. We sat down. After a little while, Calypso joined us, and you know, she arrived and she said hello, and she, you know, just got to hang out with us for a little bit. And so we ate lunch together, had a good old grand time, and then after we finished with lunch, it was time for Calypso to leave. She had to go to the airport to catch her flight, right? And it was kind of sad, kind of unfortunate, because you know, Calypso, she, you know, when we were talking, she mentioned to me, she was like, yeah, you know, the previous years that I went to TwitchCon, there was a lot of time that she, you know, didn't really know what to do, and she didn't have anything important that mattered to her that she wanted to do. So she was like, you know, in the previous years when she attended TwitchCon, she felt like a lot of the time that she spent at TwitchCon was kind of wasted, right? And so, you know, because of that prior experience, she told me that, you know, she basically this year, she bought only the like 1-day tickets, right? So she bought a ticket for like Friday TwitchCon, and then she said that, you know, she was going to buy a ticket for Saturday TwitchCon, but by the time that she, you know, kind of like asked around and was like trying to see if she could buy it from, you know, the organizers, the staff of TwitchCon, they apparently had sold out. Like they had no more tickets available, right? So yeah, she did not get a Saturday badge for TwitchCon, and so therefore she wasn't able to, you know, walk around the convention and explore the convention. She had to simply just stay in Las Vegas and around the area. So that was kind of sad, kind of unfortunate for her. And then obviously, you know, on Saturday in the evening, in the, you know, late afternoon, she had to leave to go back home and deal with some work stuff. So yeah, no, you know, like Sunday, TwitchCon, she definitely was not able to attend that, which, yeah, I feel like that's really unfortunate because, I don't know, like here's the thing. I do think that, you know, me and Calypso, we're very different people. You know, she follows different content creators and she doesn't, like, she cares about different things than what I care about in terms of the content creator community, streams, and all that stuff, right? So, like, the thing is, I think about it from my perspective. This year at TwitchCon, I felt like there was so much to do. There was so many things to experience, to enjoy, to explore, and I never really felt like I had some free time to, like, stop and breathe. Right? I never really felt like, oh, I don't have anything going on for this period of time. I can just relax and do nothing, right? I always felt like there was something to do at TwitchCon. And so hearing Calypso talk about previous years and how she felt like it was kind of sort of a waste of time, that was very interesting. I was very, you know, caught off guard by that comment. And I can't really imagine what Calypso was saying about the previous years. Like, I can't even imagine this idea of, you know, being bored at TwitchCon and not knowing what to do, not having anything to do, right? So it's like, it was very, very interesting to hear about and to hear about why she did not buy the 3-day pass and only bought the individual 1-day passes, right? But yeah, maybe, you know, next year, right? Maybe next year Calypso can do it differently, attend all the days or whatnot, right? But we'll see. So yeah, I had a good lunch with Calypso and with my friend. We then returned to the convention. So like Calypso, she went off to the airport. Me and my friend, we went back to the convention. And so what was happening is they had, on Saturday, they had this like kind of Genshin streamer competition that was happening at the Hoyoverse booth. And so I wanted to check it out because, you know, I was kind of hoping that I could, you know, I could check out the live stream competition between content creators, and then like after the competition was over, I was hoping maybe I could meet some of the Genshin content creators, right? And I found out, so we went to the Hoyoverse booth, I found out that there were multiple other content creators that were attending. There was like, so obviously there was Ziox, we met him on day one, and then there was Tuwanto, aka Jake. For those who don't know, Tuwanto is another big Genshin content creator. Yeah, I think he also plays Star Rail as well, so he does Genshin and Star Rail from what I know. But he's another very big, very popular, famous Genshin content creator. I would consider him to be like one of the OG content creators in the Genshin and Star Rail community, right? So there was Tuwanto, there was a streamer that I don't really follow, but I know of them. Their username is Saikyo, and I think that their real name is Dawn. Saikyo, I don't have anything against Saikyo, you know, I don't have anything negative to say about her, you know, at all, right? But it's just that, like, I don't know, I typically don't really find myself watching content creators like Saikyo because it's kind of tough to describe, but I feel like sometimes there are content creators, like especially, you know, me being a male human being, right? And obviously someone like Saikyo, Dawn, she's a female, right? I sometimes have this thought in my head where I'm like, man, am I watching this content creator because I think that they are entertaining or funny or enjoyable? Or am I watching them because I think that they are good looking and that they're pretty or beautiful or hot or handsome or whatever, right? Like, I kind of worry that I may watch a content creator and the main reason I watch them is because they are, you know, visually attracting, right? Which I don't really want that to ever be the case. So I typically stay away from, you know, content creators that have that kind of like quote unquote high risk of being someone who is like extremely good looking to the point where it's like, okay, do I really enjoy their content or do I just simply think that they are pretty or handsome or hot or sexy or whatever, right? So it's like, yeah, Saikyo, Dawn, I know of them. I don't watch their content, but they are very, very likely a fantastic human being that I have no complaints about, no negative comments to make about them. So Saikyo was there, and then I know that Fob Master was there, right? And then there were two people who were kind of like being the narrators or the commentators of the event. One of them, I don't know who it is, but it was like a female content creator. I don't even know her Twitch username, and I don't know who she is, like what her channel is on Twitch or whatever. But I'm assuming that she is probably a Genshin streamer, a Honkai Star Rail streamer, at least one of the two, right? So yeah, basically she was one of the hosts, right? The commentators, the narrators, and then the other one was Asian Guy Stream, aka Atsu, right? Atsu is another OG Genshin content creator, OG Star Rail content creator, right? Very, very big content creator, very famous, very popular. And, you know, he is... Yeah, I would say that Atsu is probably one of the more, like, comedic content creators. You know, he knows how to create good content and how to make people laugh, and he's just an all-around good guy, right? So yeah, there was basically Atsu, there was Tuwanto, and there was Fob Master. Those three guys were people that I was interested in meeting them. I was interested in saying hello to them, maybe grabbing a photo together, stuff like that, right? Unfortunately, what ended up happening is that, so the streamer competition, I found out that it went on from like, I think 2:30 p.m. until like 5 p.m. in the evening, right? And the sad thing was that I had other, activities that I wanted to do on Saturday that, kind of sort of just were the higher priority, right? So I attended the Genshin streamer competition for a little while, and I actually think I did record at least some of it on my GoPro. But after a while, I spoke with my friend and I was like, hey, let's go do this other stuff, right? Before we miss out on it completely. And so I think we attended a panel maybe, and then we walked around and explored more of TwitchCon, right? And so the thing is, okay, I actually ended up returning to the Connor, booth, right? The CDawg VA booth. I returned there, and I met up with Cubai, the moderator for CDawg VA, and I started hanging out with him, chatting with him, whatever, having a good time. And he mentioned that, there was going to be a I don't even know how to describe it, but there was going to be this big event that was happening that CDawg VA was participating in, right? It was this event that was hosted by OTK, apparently, and it was, I don't know how to describe it. It was kind of like an event that you would see on the reality TV type TV shows, where, so in this event, I'll try and explain it as best that I can. You have these group of content creators, right? And I think that they were split up into teams or whatever. The premise of this kind of event was that the host or multiple hosts of the event, they would ask questions to the content creators, and these were basically questions that you would hear in school, right? If you were going through school and learning and whatever. And these questions, they could be, there was a wide range. It was either you could get questions that were meant for kindergarteners, or you could get questions that were meant for high school students, right? So it was basically K through 12, educational questions. The content creators would get quizzed and get, tested on their knowledge of education. And they would see, who could, I guess, get the most points or beat the other teams of content creators, right? And so CDawg VA was participating in that, and what ended up happening, so first of all, me and Cubai, we decided that we would first go and grab a drink. So we went to go to a nearby 7-Eleven gas station, and we bought some soda. Funny story, right? Okay, so during this time, when, me and Cubai were hanging out, my friend, right, she decided to go and attend some panels that she wanted to check out, but I obviously did not really, I didn't need anything from those panels. I didn't really care about them. They didn't apply to me. So I was like, okay, you go and enjoy those panels. I will hang out around here and spend time with Cubai and whatever. So yeah, my friend was not with me at the time. So me and Cubai, we went and we walked from the convention center to the 7-Eleven gas station, which was maybe I want to say a 10 to 15 minute walk away, right? And so we're walking outside, and there's this group of these I do greatly apologize if this is a little bit what's the word, like insensitive, or if it sounds, you know, weird or strange. But basically, there was this group of African American guys, right? This group of you know, just black dudes, and they were hanging around the sort of sidewalk area where, you know, me and Cubai were walking, and other people were walking as well. Long story short, these, you know, these dudes, they were basically out there doing their best to scam people, right? And here's how they operated, okay? So they approach you and they're like, yo, we have these CDs that we're gonna give you for free. Check them out. You know, I think they mentioned to us that they were comedians, or that they were like trying to become stand-up comedians. And so they were like, yeah, we have these CDs. They have these, you know, stand-up material on them. Check it out. You know, see if you like it, stuff like that, right? So they gave us these CDs. And then afterwards, they like started going on this like monologue rambling about how they were like trying to raise money and blah, blah, blah. And so at the very end, they were like, hey, so we appreciate if you know, would donate any and all cash, you know, that you can to us, right? So, you know, when I get into situations like that, especially because a lot of the time, the people who are, you know, doing the scamming and doing the questionable things, those people can be very dangerous, right? So most of the time, I'm very cautious about it, and I you know, I basically kind of give into it, where it's like, okay, I would rather, you know, get scammed a little bit than risk my life and risk my safety, perhaps getting stabbed or shot or, you know, injured, right? So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll you know, I'll fall for this scam. And I pulled out my wallet, I opened up my wallet, and I was like, okay, I have some $1 bills. And I pulled them out and I collected them, and I was like, here you go. This is all that I have, right? And so in my wallet, I have some $2 bills, which are quite rare, and I personally like having them and collecting them. The dudes that were scamming us, the black dudes, right? They tried to like convince me to give over those $2 bills, but I was like, no, sorry, dude, I can't. I gotta keep them. They're for collection, right? And so eventually they left me alone. But yeah, I handed over my cash to them. They took basically almost all the cash that I had in my wallet. And the same thing with Cubai, right? Oh, it looks like there's an ad break going on. I apologize. You know what? I'm gonna continue telling the story because it's like, I don't know. It's not super duper interesting, and I feel like it's okay if people miss out on it. And, you know, if people miss out on it, they can always go back in the VOD and check it later and, you know, watch it without ads. But, yeah, anyway, so me and Cubai, you know, long story short, we both ended up getting scammed. We you know, gave away some cash to these people, and we, you know, walked past them to go and, you know, eventually reach the gas station where we would buy our soda. And so, yeah, it was, not really the greatest thing ever, you know, walking to a gas station and on the way there getting scammed by these, you know, street thugs, you know. But yeah, it happened. It was an experience, right? A learning experience. But yeah, we went to the gas station, grabbed some soda, walked on back, and, you know, the same dudes who, you know, scammed us the first time around, they kind of sort of slightly attempted to scam us even more. But once they realized that, you know, we were the same people that they saw not even like 5 or 10 minutes ago, they're like, oh, never mind, like we can't really, there's no way that we can continue to scam them even further. So they let us pass through, right, without much resistance or trouble at all. So yeah, then me and Cubai, we returned to the convention, right? I'm gonna take a very brief pause right there in the story. Let's take a bite here. Okay, that's good. All right, let's resume the story. So, you know, me and Cubai, we returned to the convention center after we grabbed our sodas, and, you know, Cubai, he mentioned to me, he was like, oh yeah, the event, the OTK, you know, event that CDawgVA is participating in, is happening, you know, soon. So he was like, you want to join me? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll join you, right? And, the event, right, it started at 5 p.m. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm I really wanted to swing by the Genshin booth and to like see if I could meet any of those content creators and get photos with them and whatever, but you know, unfortunately, like, so I had already told Cubai that I was going to go with him and that I was going to, you know, at least stay for a little bit for the OTK event, right? And so, you know, I kind of felt like, well, I already agreed to go with him, and I kind of made this sort of commitment on the spot to go to this OTK event. So I might as well stick it through. And you know, what ended up happening is, so I told Cubai, I was like, hey man, there's a panel that's going to be happening at 6 p.m. that I want to attend. And so I told him, I was like, I'm probably going to leave in the middle of the OTK event to go to this other panel. And he was like, all right, cool, dude, that's fine, perfectly all right. And so, you know, I sat there at the sort of like area where the OTK event was happening. I watched a portion of it, and I'm going to be honest, like for me personally, I was really only there to support, you know, Connor, CDawgBA. The other content creators that were there, like, there were some big content creators. I think there was, like, Pokimane, there was XQC, there was, some other content creators that I don't really know of that well. Like, I know, so Mizkif was there, he was one of the content creators. I think he was one of the ones hosting this event. There was, this one content creator that I know is very big on Twitch, but I don't really know anything about him. His username is SVan, I think is what he goes by on Twitch. I don't know like literally anything about him, but that's you know, someone who I recognize the username, where I was like, oh, that is one of the big content creators. So yeah, there was quite a few content creators there, but legitimately I think Connor was the only one that I really cared about. And so, you know, I sat there at the event, the OTK hosted event. I sat there for about half an hour. And then after half an hour, I was like, all right, cool, time to head out. So I basically dipped out. I said, you know, goodbye to Cubai, and we went our separate ways, right? I'm pretty sure that that was all that happened for Saturday, because so apparently, you know, every day of TwitchCon, they have like, they have a kind of a deadline or like a cutoff time where it's like, okay, the convention ends at this time of the night, which is kind of interesting because so for SakuraCon, I think, and I'm like maybe 80% sure that this was the same for PAX West. For those conventions, I am almost positive that they had like, you know, panels or activities happening that went all throughout the night up until midnight, and maybe even later than midnight. And they also had like some areas of the like convention spaces that, you know, were still open for, you know, people walking around and browsing around, right? But so for correct? Yeah. So Sunday knows, right? He went to PAX West as well, so he knows. For TwitchCon though, what was interesting is every single day of TwitchCon, they basically shut down everything at like 7 p.m. or like 7:30 p.m. In the evening, and I'm pretty sure like nothing in the convention was available to you know, do or explore or anything like that at 7 p.m. or after 7 p.m. Which was like, yeah, to me that felt a little bit bizarre. I was like, wow, that's kind of fucking early, you know. But it was what it was, right? So me and my friend, we attended one very last panel on Saturday, and then after that, we basically left the convention and we went back to my friend's place. I think we also I think we eventually went to go grab some dinner, some food. But yeah, that was Saturday, so that was day two. Yeah, I think day two, you know, obviously it wasn't as like massive in terms of an impact on me compared to Friday, compared to day one, but I think that, you know, kind of meeting Rob, meeting Tracy, right, at the meet and greet, that was probably the highlight of Saturday. That was a really cool thing that I got to do. Yeah, unfortunately I was not able to you know, meet with yeah, I wasn't able to meet with any of the other Genshin content creators that I wanted to meet with. That was a bit of a shame, but you know, it happens. Like you can't do every single thing on TwitchCon that you want to do, I think. There's just so much stuff to do, right? So then, yeah, basically now we move on to day 3, the final day, Sunday. How would I describe Sunday? I think that Sunday was, okay, it was a lot more of a laid back, chillaxed day compared to, you know, the previous 2 days. But at the same time, it was also it was an important day, right? Like, it was very significant. And, you know, I mean, it's obvious. The reason why is because it's the last day, right? So on the last day of TwitchCon, you want to do everything that is like on your, you know, bucket list, right? Your things of activities and events and things to do that you want to complete before the end of TwitchCon, right? So it was a significant day, a very important day that you want to make sure that you don't regret anything, right, from TwitchCon. Trying to think. So for me, yeah, like Sunday was a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic, because it was like, so there were quite a few like panels and like activities that I wanted to participate in and that I wanted to, you know, attend. But unfortunately, I think that I ended up just completely changing the sort of schedule of what I was doing on Sunday, because, you know, I thought to myself, I was like, man, you know, there are these things I want to do, but at the same time, I have like these you know, higher priorities of you know, bucket list items, quote unquote, right? And so, you know, for example, on Sunday I spent a lot of time at Connor's booth. I think, like, so one of the reasons why I spent a lot of time there is, you know, obviously I wanted to see if I could hang out with Pete and spend some time with him. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The other thing that the other reason why I was there is because, you know, me and Cubai, who is the moderator for CDawgVA, we were hanging out a bit, and he mentioned to me, he was like, yeah, you know, I'm going to, you know, try. He said, I'm gonna see if it's possible to organize some sort of like, you know, hangout where, you know, all of the people who are viewers, who are followers of Pete and who are attending TwitchCon, they can meet up together, and hopefully Pete will be able to you know, participate as well, and we'll all, you know, like hang out, have a good time, maybe grab some drinks, and this time I mean alcohol, grab some food together, that sort of stuff, right? So that's what he told me, and so I was like hanging around the CDawgVA booth for a little while, just trying to, you know, see if anything was happening, you know, whether there was anything happening with Connor or whether there was anything happening with Pete. I will say though that unfortunately, looking back now, I think that on Sunday, the time that I spent at Connor's booth was a little bit wasted. It was not really time well spent, but hey, better safe than sorry, right? So, you know, I hung out around the booth, like Connor's booth, right? Trying to think. So I did want to go to the Genshin booth on Sunday and see if I, like, you know, for one last time, I wanted to see if I could, you know, maybe meet some of those Genshin content creators, but unfortunately that did not happen because, so like, I think at the time I was hanging around, okay, hold on, let me back up, this explains it. I now remember exactly what happened, okay? So, okay, there was a Twitch Rivals event that happened on Sunday. So there was like, I think at least one Rivals event that happened on each day of the convention. So there was a Twitch Rivals event that happened on Sunday, and I think it started at like 11 or 11:30 a.m. in the morning. And this event, this one actually mattered to me. It was important to me because both Connor, both CDawgVA and Pete, Premier 2, were participating in this event. And so I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Basically, it was like you had these teams of these content creators, these streamers, put together, and they had a variety of different like games that these streamers would participate in, and they would compete against one another. So like, you know, I'll give you an example. The first sort of like game that they did, they had this giant like you know, dartboard, you know, bullseye thing, right? Kind of think about if you go to a bar and you throw darts at a board, right? It was kind of like that, but it was like an inflatable one, right? And so they had this like dartboard looking thing, inflatable, and so each team, they would take, so they had a kind of large, stretchy rubber band type thing, and they had I think they had like I don't know if it was like a ball or some other like object that you could kind of launch as a projectile, right? So what you would do, what each team would do, they would take this sort of like stretchy, elastic, you know, rubber band type thing. You would take the projectile, you would load it up into the stretchy, elastic thing, and kind of turn it into a slingshot, basically, right? And you would take the slingshot, you would aim it, and you would fire it at the inflatable dartboard bullseye thing, and you would see how close you can get to getting a bullseye, right? Yeah. And so you know, each team, they participated, they competed against one another, and I think like what happened was that different teams, they had the ability to choose what distance they, you know, fired the projectile from. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, the further away that you were, if you were further away and you like got a hit on the bull or the dartboard, the bullseye, anything, I think that you would earn more points compared to being closer to the inflatable dartboard. So that was like game 1. And then game 2 was an actual video game. They had all the different teams, all the different content creators participate in the game called Party Animals. Party Animals is a newer game, and from what I've seen of the gameplay, it looks really fun. It looks like a really fun kind of like you know, multiplayer co-op you know, video game to enjoy with friends, to enjoy with, you know, just other content creators, other streamers, other people, right? So they played Party Animals. And let me just say that, you know, for sure, without a doubt, Party Animals was like the best part of the competition, because Connor and Pete, like their team, they managed to win so many times, and to like they clutched some games, and it was so hype, it was so exciting. I loved being in the audience watching that. So then after Party Animals, they had this game which was called I think it was called Wreckfest. And for those who don't know what it is, it's kind of sort of, so it's a game about quote unquote racing. So you have these cars and you have these like races that you do, but it's not like a straightforward race that you would see in like Forza, right? Or Need for Speed. It was instead a game where you had this race. So you had this track and you could race on this track to see if you could get first place. But the other thing is that you can basically do like combat with your car, and you could like crash it into other cars. You could, you know, try to prevent people from driving and you know, progressing through the racetrack, right? So it was like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but like I think the best you know, explanation that I can give is, if you were to imagine what a Demolition Derby video game is like, this is kind of sort of what you would get, right? At least in the modern day era of video games. So they played this game called Wreckfest, and that was the like basically the, I would say the third sort of third round or third like stage of the competition. And then after Wreckfest, they had yeah, so they had this event which was kind of strange, right? So basically, they have this giant inflatable slide, right? Something that you would see at like a kid's birthday party or whatever, or you would see it at like one of those kind of like amusement, what do you call them? Amusement, like, I'm blanking. I don't even know what the hell they're referred to as, but like, you know how they have those entertainment places that have like arcades, and they have like, you know, bowling or go-karts or whatever, that type of stuff? Like you think of, for example, Round One. Round One is an entertainment place that you go to experience different activities, right? Something like that you might find like a giant inflatable slide at for you know, kids and whatnot. So they had this like giant inflatable slide, and here's what happens, right? So you have your members of your team. I believe each team had 4 people, right? One of the people on the team would dress up in this like octopus costume, right? So it's this inflatable octopus costume. You would wear it, and you would have this net. And what would happen is your teammates, they would run up the slide. So the, you know, the slide has these like stairs on one side. So you have the stairs on one side, you run up the stairs, then you slide down the inflatable slide. So your teammates, you would go up the stairs, you would slide down, and you would have this like, this kind of a plushie, right? You would have this plushie, you would slide down, and as you are sliding down, you need to throw the plushie and have it to where the person, your team member who's wearing the octopus costume, they have the net, the fishing net. They have to catch the plushie in the net, and every time that they catch one, they get points for doing so, right? So, you know, all these games that they did, all these, you know, competitions with these different activities that they did, it all led to one final kind of like last activity. So the way that it worked though is that, you know, basically at the end of the kind of like competition where they had the inflatable slide and they had the plushie throwing, after that event ended, what they did is that basically only the top 2 teams would be chosen to go to the final game, the final challenge, right? All of the other teams below the top 2 were just like, they were finished, they were disqualified, they had nothing left to do, right? So that inflatable slide thingy event, it was kind of sort of the like semifinals of this entire, you know, rivals tournament competition thing. And so yeah, like the last final activity, the last team or yeah, the last competition, it was, I don't even know exactly what it was because I didn't pay attention and I kind of left, you know, before that all started. The final competition was something to do with a giant inflatable, it was like a giant inflatable ring. Kind of think of like, what's a good description that I could use? Think of like a boxing arena maybe, but like instead of it being a square, right? It was kind of a giant circle, right? And inside they had probably some stuff, and I'm assuming that it was some sort of event that had to do with maybe I'm assuming the competition was maybe something to do with being athletic and kind of like doing some sort of perhaps like combat type you know, gameplay or whatever, right? Yeah, I again, I didn't pay attention really to it, and I kind of left before that whole thing started because, so what ended up happening? Unfortunately, CDawg VA and Pete, Premier 2, their team did not make it to the very, very last game. They made it all the way through to the semifinals, right, to the inflatable slide part, but after that, they did not make it to the top 2, so basically, they got eliminated, and they had nothing left to, you know, do in that competition, and the last 2 teams that were participating, that were competing against one another, I personally did not care about any of them at all. Like, none of them interested me. None of them were, you know, a team that I cared about cheering for or being there for. And so, you know, I ended up leaving the Twitch Rivals arena before that all happened. And yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, a lot of people left after the semifinals because, you know, the other teams, only 2 teams remained, and all of the rest of them were knocked out. So you had quite a lot of people walking out of the area. But yeah, so, you know, that Twitch Rivals thing, right? It happened, and unfortunately, the opportunity to, you know, go to the Genshin Hoyoverse booth and possibly meet some of the content creators that were there, that happened kind of simultaneously with the Twitch Rivals event. So by attending the Twitch Rivals event, I basically ended up missing out on the Genshin Hoyoverse booth, and I didn't even, you know, I don't even think I walked over there and took a look at all, because like I attended the Twitch Rivals thing, and I like throughout the Twitch Rivals thing I was like messaging with my friend because she was not there at the Twitch Rivals thing. She was like doing her own thing, attending panels, whatever. And so I was like messaging with her, and at one point I remember that she said, she was like, oh yeah, I'm over here at the Hoyoverse booth, and I was like, oh cool, how is it, you know, like what's going on? And she was like, you know, she messaged me and she said, oh, well, after the Genshin, like, live streamer content creator, you know, challenge, after it ended, basically all of the content creators kind of immediately left the area, and they didn't stay around there to spend any time and hang out. They kind of just left to go do their own thing. So, yeah. In short, even if I had, I think, gone over to the Hoyoverse booth, I don't think I would have gotten the chance to meet those content creators and get photos with them and whatever, so it was like, it was whatever. I was like, okay, cool, that's fine. And so, yeah, basically what I ended up doing, I think for the rest of Sunday, I spent some time hanging around Connor's booth, spent some time, like, you know, talking with Cubai, and I think I also spoke with some other people. We did attend some panels, me and my friend, throughout Sunday, but I would say for the most part, it was hanging around Connor's booth, or if I wasn't hanging around Connor's booth, I went and I explored Artist Alley, where I bought, you know, some merchandise, right? And I can show you guys what I got. I got quite a few things, and I really am happy with the stuff that I bought. But, you know, yeah, like, I definitely could have spent a lot more in Artist Alley. It's just, I had to hold myself back. I had to be like, no, let's not go bankrupt here. So, yeah, let me show you guys the stuff that I ended up picking up. Cool. Oh boy. There we go. Okay, cool. So we have this artwork here. Let me show you guys. All right, so starting off, first and foremost, so this first artist that I bought from, I will kind of like, I'll share their username and their like, yeah, I'll let you guys know who it is, and then you guys can like Google them and search them up if you're interested. This first artist I bought 2 pieces of art from. I actually bought, I think 3, but one of them I bought it for my friend, right, because she wanted it. So I bought these 2 prints. First and foremost, there's this one. There we go. Let me move you out of the way. We're gonna put you down here on the floor, and hopefully I don't run you over and ruin everything. But yeah, here you guys hopefully can see it. This is a Demon Slayer artwork, right? You have Zenitsu at the bottom there. You've got Tanjiro in the middle. You've got Inosuke at the top, and Nezuko, right? And then kind of like next to Inosuke, you have the I can never remember her name, but the apprentice or the sort of like quote-unquote younger sister of Shinobu Kocho, right? The butterfly girl. She's there. So yeah, very, very nice, clean artwork. I love it. I think it looks very, very dope. So I bought that one, and then the second one that I bought, let me see here. Put you back. Back you go. Pull this one out without destroying it. That should be fine for now. I'll fix it later. Okay, so this is the second one. For those who don't recognize it, don't know, this is Ganyu from Genshin Impact, and she is a very wonderful, lovely character that I like her personality and her design, like her visual design, right? Very, very pretty, very lovely. But yeah, I bought this artwork. The artist that drew both of these artworks, the Demon Slayer and the Ganyu, their username is Nonome, I think is how you pronounce it. I'll see if I can type it out in the chat. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to organize the artwork and make sure that I put it back nicely. There we go. That should work for now. We'll settle with that. That'll be fine. Okay, so let me see if I can type out their username properly. It is K underscore Nonome, I think. I think that's how you spell it. Nonome? Hold on. K. Okay. Nonome? Let me check my phone. Come here, phone. Twitter. Search. Okay. Oh, it looks like they changed their tag a little bit. Okay. Never mind. I was slightly wrong. So this is their tag. There we go. So yeah, the first one that I typed is wrong. That's a wrong tag. Don't pay attention to it. The second one is right. So it's K underscore Nonomo is what their username on social media is. Very, very talented artist. I also saw this artist at SakuraCon, and I'm pretty sure I bought artwork from them at SakuraCon. But yeah, I really, really appreciate their skill and their talent with their drawings. So that's Nonomo. And then, let's see. So the other artworks that I got is these ones. These ones are from, yeah, so these ones, the artist, I'll type out the name first here. The artist is Rainu Brew, or Rainu Brew. I don't know how you pronounce it, but this is how you spell it. Rainubrew. Rainu Brew. Another artist that I saw at SakuraCon, and I've bought artwork from them before. All of these artworks are Genshin artworks, and you know, I'll kind of preface this. I'll add a disclaimer by saying, you know, if anyone is curious about why I chose these artworks to buy from Rainu Brew, the reason why I chose these ones, because they obviously have more artworks, is that I'm pretty sure every single other Genshin artwork that they've made, I believe I already own them, right? So I was basically just collecting all of the Genshin artworks that I didn't previously buy from them. But yeah, these are what I ended up getting. So first and foremost, we have a lovely, adorable Klee. Klee from Genshin Impact, very cute character. I love the style of this artwork. It's so, like, I don't know, it's so wholesome and so just like cute, you know? So we have a Klee. Next we have, yes, another Klee. So this is a different version, right? Very cute Klee. There we go. Very adorable. I love the art style. It's something that, you know, I feel like you look at it and it feels so, how would I describe it? Like, I look at this artwork and I'm like, oh, it's very, I don't think childish is the right word, but it brings out that sense of, I don't know, innocence? What's the right word I'm looking for? Yeah, it's something that makes you feel like, oh, I'm very happy. I'm very joyous, you know? Probably a very bad way to describe art, but anyways, yeah. So this next one, this is depicting two of the newer characters in Genshin Impact from Fontaine. We've got the good old Hydro Archon herself, and we've got the Chief Justice of Fontaine, Mr. Nouvier, the absolute Giga Chad husbando. Yeah, so we've got these two characters. As of right now, Hydro Archon, she's not yet playable, but she will be soon. And Nouvier is one of the newest characters to come out in Genshin that you can play as. Both of these characters are pretty fucking dope, so I was glad that I could pick up this artwork of the updated, you know, Genshin characters. Like, I didn't even really know that Rhinobrew had drawn these two characters yet. I wasn't aware of it, but yeah, I was very glad that I picked that up. The next one is one that I really like this artwork, but there is one kind of small nitpick, one kind of small complaint that I have about it, and then I'll kind of tell you guys about. This one right here, it's a picnic artwork, very, very lovely. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see it. If you guys don't know who these are, so at the top here in the red, right, you've got Klee, and then here you've got Chi-Chi, right? She's a 5-star cryo character in Genshin. Down here, we've got Diano, aka Diona. She's a 4-star cryo character, and I would say out of all of these characters depicted here, she's probably the most useful, the most versatile, and the quote-unquote strongest character from these ones. And then last but not least, we have down here we have Razor. Razor is a 4-star electro character, and to be completely honest, I feel like in the game, Razor is really, really terrible. Like, I think that he's a pretty weak character, and he's not really that enjoyable to play as in the game, but that's just my opinion. And yeah, like, I would say that for that drawing, I really, really like it. I think it's cute, I think it's adorable, but I will say that, you know, I personally feel as if Razor does not really belong with that, you know, group of characters, right? I feel like he kind of is a little bit of an outlier, and he doesn't really fit thematically with them. I would say that, like, there's other choices out there for different Genshin characters that would fit better. Like, for example, you know, there's Sayu, right? Sayu is a 4-star Anemo character. She kind of sort of fits the vibe a little bit more because she is, you know, a kind of small, adorable, cute character, similar to the 3 of the others in that artwork. You also have a character like, for example, Yao Yao. Yao Yao is another very cute character that could be depicted in that artwork. So it kind of feels a little bit strange to me that you know, Razor is a part of that group in that drawing. And I would say that, like, yeah, if Razor was replaced by a more thematically fitting character, then I would probably rate that artwork higher, and I would consider it to be, like, you know, one of my favorites from this artist. But that is not the case. In fact, I think this last artwork right here is probably my #1 favorite from Rhinobrew. This one right here, it is depicting two very happy, lovely characters, good old Klee and Nahida. I don't know, I really like the vibes of this artwork right here. It's very positive, very happy, very optimistic, very cute and adorable. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. I think that, you know, looking at it, you know, yeah, it just makes you feel good, you know, when you look at it and you're like, aw, these characters are so adorable, they're so cute, you know? You look at it and you're like, okay, all of my anxiety, all of my depression is washed away, right? So I love that artwork. But that's what I got. These are all the artworks that I got from Rhinobrew, and I'm gonna put them away here. Let me make sure I don't, you know, destroy any of them. Make sure I don't ruin any of them. Okay, there we go. Yep, slide in. There we go. Okay. So let me take a look here. Let me double check. Okay. So this artwork right here, this is... Okay, yeah, so this is, I'm gonna be honest, I can't really remember who the artist is for this artwork, but this was one of the very first, like, artists, and one of the very first, booths that me and my friend, we, like, took a look at when we went to Artist Alley, and they had a good selection of artwork that was available, but I ended up choosing this one, and I think, you know, once you see the artwork, you'll very easily understand why I chose it. But one of the cool things about this artwork that I really like is that, you know, some artists, when they create their prints of artworks, they will print it on, like, special designed paper, and some of this paper will have, like, for example, there's this thing called gold foil that kind of makes the print more shiny and look more fancy. This artwork does have the gold foiling on it, which looks very clean, looks very nice. But yeah, this was the artwork that I picked up. It is, hopefully you guys can see it. It is Mitsuri. I think it's Mitsuri Kanroji, but it might be Mitsuru. I think it's Mitsuri Kanroji, the Love Hashira from Demon Slayer. And I love this artwork a lot. It's very, very cute, but also, you know, obviously it does have a little bit of a tasteful, you know, devious side to it. And I'm pretty sure, like, if I were to look through my photos on my phone, I could maybe possibly find the artist for this work. But I think for now, I'm just going to apologize and say that I don't remember who it is. I don't know who it is off the top of my head, because I kind of want to move on and, you know, make sure I cover everything and talk about everything. So, let me see here. I do have some other artwork that I purchased, but this other artwork that I purchased, it's not really for me. It's for my buddy. It's for Sunday GG. I don't know, Sunday, if you're still, you know, lurking around in the chat, but I have your artwork, and I don't want to show it off on stream because I kind of don't want to spoil it for you. But yeah, I just want to let you know that it's here. It's in the pile. So there's that. Let me take a look here. So I did also pick up some other small stuff, right? Some not really giant poster artwork, but like smaller merchandise items that I can show you guys on stream here. Let me pull this stuff out. Okay, cool. So, no, please don't drop everything. Please don't. That'd be great. Okay, what the heck is this? Was this holding the charms? Probably. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, cool. Good stuff, good stuff. So, couple of items that I picked up, right? First and foremost, I picked up two different charms, two different like keychain type things, right? And here's the thing, like I love keychains and you know these like little kind of like charms that you can put on backpacks or whatever, right? Like I love them. But I would say that a lot of the time, especially at conventions, they can be very, very expensive. And like, you know, a lot of the time I think about it, I kind of realize that I would much rather pay for like actual, you know, like actual posters and prints of art rather than buying like these small little keychain backpack charm things, right? However, I did make an exception this time because I came across a super duper cute, you know, keychain charm thing, right? That was at one of the booths, and I was like, God, I was like, man, I really, really want it. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna go ahead and you know, just purchase it and grab it, right? So I ended up getting, okay. There was one charm that I really, really wanted, and then, you know, my friend, they didn't necessarily tell me that they, you know, wanted anything from this artist or from this booth, but I saw that they had a charm for one of my friend's favorite characters, which is Zhongli from Genshin Impact. So I was like, okay, you know what? If I'm buying a charm for myself, I'll buy one for my friend. So I bought the one that I wanted, and I bought the Zhongli charm, and then the, you know, artist, right, the people managing the booth, they're like, oh, you know, you can add one extra, you know, charm, one extra keychain for only $10 more, right? Because like normally the keychains apparently are, I think the normal prices that they charge was like $20 for a keychain, which is like, holy moly, that's overpriced, but it is what it is. So they're like, for only $10 more, you can add a third one. I was like, okay, you know what, screw it, whatever, I'll add a third one. So This is actually the third one that I picked up. It's not the one that I immediately saw and that I wanted, but it is a very cute one, and it's one that, you know, is of a character that I love. So this is what I picked up. I don't know if you guys can see it. There you go. But if you guys can't tell who that is Ayaya from Genshin Impact. Very, very cute, very adorable. I don't think it's like picked up on the webcam, but on one side of the keychain thing, it is like sparkly, like it has some like glitter type effect on it, and then the other side is kind of plain, which, you know, it's not the worst thing ever, but it's a very cute charm. Have you ever tried or want to try speed running? That's a good question, Quaz. I would say, okay, so if you're talking about games like Souls games, for example, I would not be opposed to it, but I think that, you know, I think that the tough thing about Souls games is that there have been so many people who have, you know, done speedrunning for it that you need to make it a lot more challenging, right? Like you need to basically add on even more difficulty to the speedrun to make it entertaining for viewers, because like regular speedruns, everyone has already seen those and everyone's kind of like tired of it, right? So if you want to do proper speedrunning, then you kind of have to do something special. Like you have to do it where you take 0 damage or 0 hits, or you have to do it where it's like randomized or whatever, right? So it's like, I would say regular speedrunning, I'm not opposed to the idea, but like special challenge speedrunning, I would say that it's probably not something that I have the ability to do. That's what I would say. Did you move your monitor? Because I swear you used to look to the left to read chat. Oh, so yeah, Quaz, just to, you know, explain a little bit about that. So I have 2 monitors, right? I have one that's to my left and one that's kind of like straight in front of me / to the right a little bit. Right now, as my setup is right now, okay? So I'm on OBS, I'm capturing my Google Chrome, which is on my left monitor, right? And so because I'm capturing that, you know, screen, right? I want to make it so that, you know, I can, you know, basically take my mouse and I can move it, right? I can take my mouse and I can like click on these different tabs, for example. And if my OBS is, you know, on that monitor and is like kind of covering up that screen, it's difficult to do that, right? So I took my OBS and I moved it to my other monitor, which is why I'm like, you know, normally I look to the left to read chat, but now OBS is over here and my chat is over here. So I'm like, yeah, I'm staring like straight / to the right. But yeah. So normally speaking, you are correct. Like normally speaking, I have it on the left side. I stare at the left side of my screen, my monitor. But right now, the way that I have it situated, I'm now looking towards the right / the middle of the screen. But yeah. Anyways, so hopefully that answered your question, Squaz. So that was Ayaka, right? That was a very cute, adorable charm. However, this one, the one that I'm about to show you, this is the one charm that I saw, which I was like, man, like my poor wallet. I saw this and I was like, oh, I have to get that. That's so great. That's so adorable. So I saw this charm and I was like, I need it. Let me see. Yeah. There we go. Hopefully it's clear in the webcam, and I do apologize that there's like plastic around it. But yeah, this was the charm that I saw at a booth in Artist Alley, and I was like, man, it's so freaking cute and adorable. I need it. I just had to get it. I love this thing so much. So I was like, yeah, let me buy it. I'll bite the bullet and pay the money. So yeah, I bought those 2 charms, and then so the last things that I'm gonna show you guys. So these things, okay, I did not know that like this booth was selling anything, and I would say that I specifically did not know that this booth was selling things that I would want to buy, right? To explain a little bit. So this booth was not in Artist Alley. There was a booth at TwitchCon for a company. I believe they're a company. They might be just an organization, but at least you know, some entity, right? There's a booth for either a company or an organization called Senpai Squad, right? And apparently Senpai Squad, they were doing some sort of like collaboration with V Shoujo. And for those who don't know, V Shoujo is an organization, a collection, a group of VTubers, right? So Senpai Squad, they were doing this sort of collaboration thing with V Shoujo where they were creating like merchandise and items that were themed after the V Shoujo members, right? And so, okay, the only reason why I went to this booth is because Cubai, right, the moderator that I was hanging out with during the convention, right, he mentioned to me, he was like, okay, so right now, you know, he was like, I don't have much happening, and so he said that he was gonna go and check out the Senpai Squad booth with another person, right? And so, you know, at one point, I'm pretty sure this was on Sunday, at one point, I was like, okay, let me go and find Cubai, let me go and chat with him, see if he has anything, you know, anything to update me on, right? Like, maybe he talked with Pete, and they talked about something interesting, right? So, I went to go to the Senpai Squad booth to find Cubai, and unfortunately I didn't find him, he disappeared, he went somewhere else, but I found out that Senpai Squad, they were selling merch, right? And for the most part, I think that a lot of the stuff that they were selling, I didn't really care too much about, and I didn't really, you know, feel the need to spend the money, but I saw some stuff that I was like, damn it, I now kind of need to spend the money. So, they had these stickers, and I'm pretty sure that these stickers are meant to be, like, decals that you put on your car, right? But the thing is, like, I don't know how long that they last, right? Like, I don't know if they're specifically built to last long, or if they're just meant to, you know, be there for a short while and decorate your car. But these are the decals that I found. Now, I will say that, so 2 of these ones, they are covered by like this paper material to like protect it so that it doesn't like lose any sort of coloring, or it doesn't like, you know, lose any of its stickiness or whatever. So it might be a little bit hard to see it on the webcam, but I will kind of like explain it to you guys and tell you guys what it is. So here's the first one. Hopefully you guys can kind of like see at least the rough outline of who that is, right? So that's the first one. The second one is, oh, well, I mean, spoiler warning, all 3 of these are of the same character, and I mean, you really won't be surprised to learn that, because guess what? I love this character. They're a favorite character of mine. So this is the second one here. Hopefully you guys can see it through that paper covering on there. Hopefully it's not, you know, too... Yeah, hopefully it's visible. That's what I care about it most. Yeah, that's the second one. And then the third one is basically the exact same, except for it has a slightly different message, and it has a little bit of a design change on it. But this is the last one. And you can see, like, I don't know where it went, or like what happened to it, but this one doesn't have the paper cover on it, right? It doesn't have the protective covering on the top. So I need to probably figure out how I can use this soon, right? I don't want it to, like, get ruined or anything like that. I want to try and make sure that it lasts as long as possible. But yeah, overall, that's kind of sort of everything that I ended up getting from TwitchCon 2023. There's a couple of other things, but this was, okay, let me clarify. This was all the stuff that I got from Artist Alley of TwitchCon 2023, right? And I'll show you guys some other things that I did end up getting. Oh boy, where is it? I'm gonna put these 2 back here. I'm gonna take these. I'm gonna slide them back here. There we go. Cool. Okay. Don't get ruined. Thank you. Awesome. Dope. So, when I went to TwitchCon 2023, right? If you were a partner, or if you were an affiliate, when you went to TwitchCon 2023, they would give away these like kind of goodie bags, these like swag bags, and I'm pretty sure like partners, they probably got something super cool and fancy and whatnot because they're partners, right? But I am only an affiliate, right? So I got the affiliate goodie bag. I will say that basically every single thing inside the affiliate goodie bag was like completely useless and just like not really worth anything at all, kind of just lame. So, you know, I kind of saw what they had in there and I was like, no, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, it's not really worth kind of like talking about or showing, you know, on stream. But there was one thing that I thought was really fucking cool. We got, where is it? Somewhere here. Yeah, so affiliates got this little neat thing, right? Take a look here. For those who can't tell what this is, these are shoelaces, right? So it's a pair of shoelaces that come together, and they're purple, representing Twitch. And the cool thing about these shoelaces, I don't know if you guys can see it. Hopefully it's visible. There we go. The cool thing about these shoelaces they have these like kind of like pins or like badges on the shoelaces, and they have the logo of Twitch, right? They have these little pins that go on the shoelaces. And so I'm pretty sure how it works is that, like, you know, you have one shoelace set that goes on the left shoe and one that goes on the right. And so one Twitch logo pin thingy goes on the right shoe and one goes on the left shoe. And I think it just, like, is really cool to, like, basically improve your drip, improve your shoes, right? But yeah, I really like this little tiny gift that they gave to affiliates. I think it's definitely the coolest thing that we got. And I'll see if I can, you know, kind of like modify my shoes and you know, add these shoelaces in and spice things up. But we'll see. Yeah, this was pretty fucking cool. Looks like there's an ad break going on. Okay, I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna take this ad break opportunity to, like, you know, sit back and you know, eat a little bit and drink a little bit, and you know, then we'll continue the storytelling after the pause is over. Holy shit. I've been live for over 5 hours. I've been chatting for 5 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. Maybe someday I need to teach someone, or no, sorry. I need someone to teach me how to shut the hell up. I just blabber on and on and on. I never shut up. I don't know how to. It's impossible. Cool. Yeah, we're just gonna chill, we're gonna eat a little bit, and we're gonna relax. Alright, 1 minute left. Five seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And we back. Woo! Sorry, I need to take a drink real quick. Gotta clean my throat. Ooh, that's good. Good stuff indeed. Cool. So, chat. I showed off the shoelaces, right? The Twitch purple shoelaces. What else did I get? Oh yeah, that's right. So, chat, where did I put it? I think is it here? Yeah. Cool. So chat, normally speaking, okay, when I go to these, you know, big events, right, whether it's a convention, whether it's like, I don't know, a concert, or you know, maybe it's some kind of what else, like a stand-up comedy event or something like that, right? Like, okay, basically, when I go to a big event and it involves, like, you know, a celebrity, you know, someone famous, someone popular, and you know, a lot of the time these big events, they sell merchandise, right? I would say that 99% of the time I do not participate in the merchandise. I do not buy anything at all. I kind of just walk away, and you know, I enjoy the event for what it is, and then I you know, that's it. I'm done. It's over with, and I return home, right? The main reason why I don't really care to, you know, kind of like buy merchandise, especially if you know, look at merchandise such as kind of like event clothing, right? Like t-shirts, hoodies, pants, you know, whatever else that they might have that they sell. A lot of the time, merchandise for these kind of like big events, they are very, very, very heavily just overpriced and ridiculous, right? Yeah, and to me, I've always been someone where, you know, like, I've been raised from a very young age to always be, you know, kind of like conservative with my money, and to save as much as possible, to be as frugal as possible, and you know, yeah, just be smart with how much money that I pay for an item. Basically, especially my mother, right, taught me, like, you know, you need to see the value in an item, and you need to see whether the price for the item, if it matches the value of it, right? Like, are you actually paying what it's worth, or are you paying more than it's worth, right? So, you know, a lot of the time, I go to these events, they have, you know, merchandise, they have swag that you can buy, and I typically just ignore it. I just, you know, forget about it and I walk away. However, you know, I spoke with my friend, and, you know, we both agreed that, like, TwitchCon 2023, it's going to be an experience that, you know, I remember for a long time, and I look back on fondly. And who knows, like, maybe next year, maybe in future years, I don't get the opportunity to, you know, attend the future TwitchCons, right? Like, maybe something happens and I can't go to the next one, or I can't go to the one 2 years from now or whatever, right? So it's like, you know, there's that. And then there's also the fact that, like, you know, what if, hypothetically, I mean, this does seem very likely, what if they don't do TwitchCon in Las Vegas again? What if they don't do it nearby where my friend is at? And that way, like, you know, basically this TwitchCon 2023, it was the one, you know, opportunity, the one chance that I had to attend a convention while also, you know, bringing along this close, dear friend of mine that I really love and appreciate, right? So it's like, basically my friend and I, we talked about it, and we were like, yeah, you know, this little, you know, event, this little convention, it's, you know, kind of a momentous thing, right? It's something that we will remember and we will cherish the memories, right? And that we should do everything that we can to celebrate the occasion, right? So both me and my friend were like, okay, yeah, let's go ahead, let's buy some merch to, you know, commemorate the convention experience that both of us were having this year, right? So, you know, me and my friend, we went through, and they had this, like, section where they had all the merchandise called the Loot Cave. And so me and my friend, we went to the Loot Cave, we looked around, and we decided on what we wanted to purchase, right? Eventually, me and my friend, we settled on getting some clothing. So both of us, we ended up buying, I believe my friend also bought a hoodie, right? I bought a hoodie, and I believe they also bought a hoodie. Unfortunately, I was messaging with my friend, like, even after, you know, TwitchCon was over and after I returned home, I was messaging with my friend, and it turns out that basically the hoodie that my friend picked up was not the correct hoodie. Like, so basically they had, in the Loot Cave, they had these different clothing on display. They had them, like, you know, on these hangers, on these racks, you know, showcasing what they looked like. And then underneath the display racks, they had, you know, the packages of the clothing that you could buy, right? You could take the package, you could bring it to the cash register and be like, hey, I'd like to buy this item. You know, so basically my friend found out that, so she saw this, like, hoodie that she really liked. She wanted to get the design of that one, right? So she saw the display rack, she looked right underneath, and she saw the bin of, you know, available hoodies that you could pick up and bring to the cash register and buy. So she picked one up, we went and we checked out, we bought the hoodies, and we walked away. She found out after the convention ended that apparently the one she grabbed was not the right one. It was either the fault of the, you know, TwitchCon staff members that were supposed to, you know, manage the Loot Cave, or it was just simply the fault of, like, another shopper who, you know, they picked up a hoodie and then they, you know, maybe changed their mind, they didn't want it, and they, like, misplaced it. They put it in the wrong bin, right? Whatever the case was, basically my friend ended up buying the wrong hoodie, and she was quite sad about it, quite disappointed. And yeah, she reached out to, you know, the Twitch kind of, like, support team about it. And unfortunately, they aren't really able to help her much. Like, they basically responded and said, hey, we're sorry, but the hoodie that you wanted is sold out. Like, we don't have any more of it. And they're like, what we can do is we can replace, you know, your hoodie with another item that is available in the Loot Cave that you can buy online. The only kind of, like, frustrating, annoying thing about, you know, buying Loot Cave merch online is that, you know, a lot of the Loot Cave merch that you can buy, it's, like, it's not exclusive to TwitchCon, right? It's basically just Loot Cave merch you can buy at any point in time. You know, it can be, you know, March, it can be November, it could be June, any, you know, month of the year, any day of the year, you could buy this merch online. So it's not really special, it's not really exclusive or anything, which is kind of a bummer. So I do feel bad for my friend, really much so, and I wish that things had turned out differently, but, you know, thankfully, right, it kind of sounds bad saying this after I explain what happened to my friend, but thankfully, like, my hoodie that I picked up is the right one, it's the one that I wanted, and basically I'll show it to you guys here. So on the front of the hoodie, right, it's very, very plain. It's got the TwitchCon logo here in kind of the corner above where your like left chest is supposed to be, like your breast or your heart, right? Yeah, so that's where the logo is located. Beyond that, it's like kind of just plain black everywhere else. And then on the back of the hoodie, this is what it looks like. Yeah, there we go. So basically it says Vegas 23, and it kind of has it in these like nice kind of red and yellow colors, which looks quite pretty. Looks quite visually pleasing to me. I would say this hoodie, very simplistic design. And you know, some people out there, they might look at this hoodie and be like, that design is kind of boring, kind of lame, whatever, right? I'm gonna be honest. I went to, you know, the Loot Cave. I looked around and I saw the different designs on the hoodies and whatever. I think this was probably one of the best designs. Like, I think that the other hoodies that they had available, for me personally, the designs were not really that interesting or that much more worth it. So I was like, nah, I don't want to buy the other hoodies. I'll buy this one. And then like another thing about this hoodie that I like, you know, for me personally, my preference, I really like zip up hoodies. I don't really enjoy hoodies that are like the pullover hoodies. Those ones are kind of annoying to wear for me personally. So I really prefer zip up hoodies, and this one is a zip up hoodie. So it's very, very nice. And yeah, you know, like I think one, it's nice to have like Twitch merch, because especially if I'm trying to, you know, grow as a content creator, as a creator, as a streamer, I think it's nice to be able to like represent what I do, you know, when I'm offline and you know, not streaming. And then yeah, I mean, like, also the other thing is just that for the most part, so I wear hoodies quite a lot, especially because where I live, the weather, it's like almost all the time it's like raining, it's windy, it's, you know, cold, it's annoying. So it's like hoodies are good for this area. And then also, like, on top of that, the like hoodie that I've been wearing for, I would say, the past several years now, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of tired of that hoodie. I think it's time to like retire it, get rid of it, you know, and not wear it anymore. And so having this new hoodie is a good new replacement for the old one that I no longer really care about that much. But yeah, and then there's basically two other things that I kind of want to showcase really quickly to you guys. And then after that, I think we are done-ish for the talking for today. And then yeah, I'll wait until next stream to kind of like, you know, do some more gaming and you know, go back to our normal regular content that we do. But yeah, so let me do that. Cool. Okay. So there we go. I'll give you guys a little bit of some background context before I show you guys. So, you know, when I went to Vegas, when I went to TwitchCon, I stayed with a friend of mine, right? So I came to visit my friend who lives near the area. This friend of mine, they used to live locally, they used to live near me, but then they moved to Vegas, right? For several reasons. And so, you know, because, you know, we don't get to see each other that often and hang out, I was like, you know what, let's do TwitchCon 2023. Let's invite them to come along with me, and I'll also get to hang out with them and you know, go out and eat some dinner with them and chat with them, spend some quality time together while I'm down there for TwitchCon. And so, you know, I kind of just, I messaged them about it, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be going to TwitchCon, you're coming with me. And I was like, I'm gonna crash at your place. And they're like, okay. You know, they, like, I didn't really, you know, ask them for permission, but they, you know, being a close dear friend of mine, they were like, you're always welcome to stop by and hang out. And, you know, they have a guest bedroom that they aren't really using except for whenever I come to visit. So, yeah, you know, like, they were more than happy to have me come over. And, so, you know, this friend of mine, they are the type of person where they really enjoy giving presents and gifts to other people. That's kind of like one of their ways of showing their appreciation and their love for another person. And so, you know, I'm kind of sort of the same way, where, you know, with this friend specifically, we kind of do this thing where we just gift each other things. We give each other presents. You know, I'll give a present to them, and then they'll repay me in the future by giving me, you know, a super cool, awesome present, right? So when I went to go visit them, right, on the very last day, that would be Monday. So yeah, Monday night, you know, my friend was like, okay, I need to give you your Christmas gift, right? Because obviously they don't live near me anymore, so, you know, when Christmas comes around, they won't be able to give it to me, right? So they handed me over the Christmas gift bag, and I took a look inside. The first thing that they gave me was this, what I'm wearing right now on the top of my head, this thing. For those of you who can't tell what it is, I'll kind of, let me see if I can like bring it up to the camera and show you guys. Hopefully that's visible. I don't know if you guys can actually properly see that, but yeah, for anyone who can't tell what that is, this is a Jujutsu Kaisen hat. Yeah, I will say, like, you know, Jujutsu Kaisen, not really one of my favorite anime ever, but it's a good quality anime, and I like it, I enjoy it quite a lot. And so I got this hat from them. I really like it, I appreciate it a lot. I will say that, like, so normally speaking, right, I typically wear a hat, like I wear a hat a lot, but the hats that I wear, I prefer the hats that are flat, right? So let me show you guys here. So like this, right here. This is my normal, like, everyday hat that I typically wear all the time, right? I prefer it when the bill of the hat is flat. I like these flat hats, right? I feel like they look better on my head than wearing something like this. I'm not really a big fan of the curved bill. It doesn't really do me any justice. But even still, this was a fantastic gift from a friend of mine, so I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna commit, and I'm gonna wear this, even if I look terrible, even if I look like a moron. I'm gonna wear this hat, you know, just to show that I really do appreciate my friend quite a lot. They are the best. So they gave me this new hat, and then last but not least, they gave me another gift, which was just even more generous. And I was like, you know, I told my friend, I was like, damn it, you didn't have to do this. Like, I probably would have bought this thing on my own at a later time if they did not gift it to me. They got me, where is it? Ta-da! They got me this. For those who don't know what this is and are confused, this thing right here is a very, very, very handy tool for content creators, for streamers, because it allows you to basically have these extra added features to your streams that can be controlled by this thing called a Stream Deck, right? And so you see you have, like, you know, these different buttons on this kind of device, right? And you can basically kind of program these buttons to do different things, and that way, like, you know, I don't have to, for example, I don't have to sit here with my mouse and keyboard, you know, messing around with OBS, messing around with Twitch. I can honestly just, like, program the Stream Deck to do certain functions, and that way I can, instead of, like, moving, like, kind of messing around with my mouse and keyboard, I can just, you know, reach over to the Stream Deck, and I can, like, press one button, and it does something, you know, really cool, really nice, and it kind of, like, allows me to upgrade my stream setup and make it a little bit more, I guess, like, quote-unquote professional. But yeah, no, so they got me a Stream Deck. I love it so much, and I'm very, very thankful and grateful to my friend. They are the absolute best friend that I could ever ask for, and I really do appreciate them. So, you know, this is super awesome. At some point, I will need to set this up. I will need to, you know, like, read the instructions, learn how to use it properly, and all that. But for now, I kind of have it still in its box, right? So yeah, that's basically all the kind of, like, swag, all the merch, all the items that I got from TwitchCon 2023 that I walked away with. Yeah, overall, I will say TwitchCon 2023 was one hell of an experience. I really, really loved it. Before I'm gonna swap back to my, like, just camera screen in a second, but before I do, I kind of want to show off some other things, right? So I already showed off Rob, Ziox, yep, I showed off that. So let me let me remove these pictures here.
Yeah.
Don't play. I don't need you to play again. That was, watching it was kind of cringe. Ludwig, already showed that off. Pete, already showed that off. Rob, already showed that off. Okay, cool. I think these are the last two that I have not showed off. So I'll very briefly kind of explain. This photo, my god, my photo taking skills are just dog shit. They are horrible, and I regret everything. But yeah, disregarding the shitty, you know, like, resolution quality of this photo right here, I love it a lot. So obviously you have me, the absolute moron, the doofus in the middle. Over to my left side here, this absolute legend right here. This right here is Cubai. He is, again, a moderator for CDawg VA, and he is a legend. He is British, right? So he you know, lives in Europe, in I think the UK, but I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate, or whereabouts in the UK that he lives. But I do believe he does reside in Europe. So he traveled all the way over here to Vegas to attend TwitchCon. And then over here to my right side, we have another person. I did not really talk about them a lot during today's, you know, just chatting stream, because to be honest, I didn't really get to hang out with them for a long time. This right here, his name is Kage, right? Kage, Kage. And he is a moderator. I found out he's a moderator for Giguk, for Garnt, right? I believe that he is a Twitch moderator for him, and maybe possibly also like a YouTube moderator or something. But yeah, I met Kage at TwitchCon this year. Like, this was the very first time I met him. And when I met him, I was like, oh, that's who you are. That's what you do, right? And I got to talking with him. I remember like one of the most like just eye-opening things that I experienced during the convention was when I was speaking to both, you know, Cubai and Kage. So Cubai, I asked both of them. I was like, how long have you guys been moderating for, you know, Connor, for Garnt, right? Cubai said he's been moderating for roughly about 3 years now. And Kage, he said, yeah, I've been moderating for Giguk for about 10 years. I was like, holy moly, 10 years. That's insane. That is, wow. That is, that's very impressive, right? I honestly did not know that Giguk, you know, was active for the last 10 years on like Twitch or whatever, right? I mean, I know that he made plenty of YouTube videos, but on Twitch, I didn't really know that he was active for the past 10 years. So it's quite surprising to learn that Kage is like, you know, kind of an old school viewer of Garnt and is like his moderator, right? His personal moderator. So yeah, basically these are the two legends, the Giga Chads right here, Cubai and Kage. Shout out to both of them for, you know, chatting with me, making my TwitchCon experience better. And yeah, you know, I appreciate them spending their valuable time, you know, just chatting with me and hanging out and you know, treating me like an equal, right? Like a normal human being, rather than, you know, looking at me like I'm a nobody. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, cool. And then last but not least, right? I'll before I jump over to this last photo. So I mentioned, you know, from the recap, I mentioned that like basically I did not really get to meet all of the people that I wanted to meet at TwitchCon. Like, there were a lot of content creators that I missed out on, and I wasn't able to, you know, get a photograph with them, handshake, autograph, all that stuff. Which was quite disappointing, but I will say, you know, on the bright side, I will say that like the vast majority of content creators that I really did want to meet, that were like high priority, top of my list, I did get the chance to meet them. You know, for example, Premier 2, for example, Ziox, Fang, CDog VA, right? Like I got to meet all of them, Rob CD. So like there were so many good moments of my experience that, you know, not seeing some content creators, that was not too big of a deal. That was not too big of a downside or a disappointment. Like, so while I say that, there was something that like kind of miraculously happened that I did not expect, which I was very happy that it happened. You know, when it happened, I was very excited, and I was like, holy crap, like that was unexpected, right? So, okay, on Sunday, the very last day of TwitchCon 2023, me and my friend were walking around, we're like looking at Artist Alley, and we're kind of like doing our final check of the Artist Alley area and whatever, because it's getting close to the time when TwitchCon 2023 is closing. That's actually one thing that I would consider to be like a sort of a downside of TwitchCon. For one, I felt like it was just too short. I felt like 3 days was not enough time. And then two, I don't really know why they decided to do this, but on Sunday, the very last day of TwitchCon 2023, they ended the convention. They closed the convention 1 hour earlier than they normally did. Like on Friday and on Saturday, they closed the convention 1 hour earlier. Because on Friday and Saturday, they would close at like 7 p.m. On Sunday, they ended it at 6 p.m., which I was like, why? That's such a dumb move to do. But yeah, basically before the convention ended on Sunday, me and my friend, we were walking around Artist Alley. We were doing our rounds, trying to make sure that we got everything that we wanted to get before it ended, and make sure that we didn't leave with any major regrets, right? As me and my friend, we were walking around Artist Alley, so my friend, they stopped at this one booth that had this artwork that they really liked and they wanted to buy. And, you know, so they were like, you know, checking out the artwork. They were like, you know, kind of interacting with the people, you know, the artists and the people that were kind of like managing the booth, right? As my friend was doing that, I was kind of just like standing away, and I was like not really near her because, you know, I wasn't gonna buy any artwork there, so it was like, why do I need to take up space standing over there? And I actually, so nearby where my friend was at, I saw someone that I recognized that I was like, wait a second, I know who that is. And I was like, holy moly, what are the chances that, like, you know, out of everywhere to be in TwitchCon, I run into this person here in Artist Alley, right? So this person, they were kind of like hanging out with their friends and with the, you know, people that they probably attended the convention with, and they were like chatting, right? They were all in like, they were in this like little circle, and they were like talking to one another. And I believe that like one of the people that was in the circle that was chatting with them was an artist, right? One of the artists that, you know, managed, you know, one of the booths in Artist Alley, right? And so yeah, it seems like they were all friends with one another. They were all chit-chatting and talking, and I didn't want to be awkward. I didn't want to be weird, so I kind of just, you know, waited. I kind of just, you know, stood back and kept quiet and waited, and I was trying to find a good opportunity to kind of like step in and interrupt for a second, right? So finally, what ended up happening is there was this one girl, this one woman, right? She, I guess, is like good friends with the artist who was chatting in the circle of people, right? And so this one person kind of like walked over to the artist, tapped her on the shoulder, and was like, hey, I'm gonna be heading out, I'm gonna be leaving, right? And so they kind of like said their goodbyes to one another. They kind of were like, oh, I'll see you later, it was wonderful getting to you know, hang out with you and see you again and blah blah blah. So they started doing their goodbyes, right? And so I was like, okay, this is a perfect opportunity. While they did that, because the person that I wanted to talk to, that I wanted to meet, he was kind of just standing there as sort of a third, you know, not third party, but he was kind of just standing there watching it sort of a little bit from afar, right? Because he was part of the social circle, but he didn't really know that person that was leaving, and you know, it was kind of like, you know, a moment between that person and between the artist that they were saying goodbye to. So the person that I wanted to meet, he was like not really directly involved in that, so he was kind of just standing back watching it all happen. But I took the opportunity, right? I kind of like, you know, I shimmied my way over to this person, and I kind of stood next to him, and I was like, hey, you know, I called out to him because I knew who it was, I recognized him. I was like, hey, do you mind if I quickly grab a photo with you, my man? And he was like, oh yeah, no doubt, you know, I'm more than happy to do so. And it was kind of funny because, so the exact same type of thing happened with, you know, what my experience was with Ludwig, right? If you guys don't remember, when I took my photo with Ludwig, I told Ludwig, I was like, I'm bad at taking photos. So he was like, you want me to take it for you, right? So he took my phone, he took the selfie for the both of us, right? This person that I met on Sunday, the very last day, he did the exact same thing, because I told him, I was like, oh man, I'm terrible at taking photos. And he's like, all right, give me your phone, I'll do it for you, right? So he was the one that did the selfies, and he was the one that was like holding the phone. So this is who I met. This is the last kind of like quote unquote celebrity, the last content creator that I got to meet at TwitchCon 2023, which I was really you know, happy about, and I was very pleasantly surprised. So yeah, there we go. For those of you who do not recognize him, for those of you who don't know who he is, this right here is Asian Guy Stream, aka Atsu. Atsu is one of the big Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail content creators. He is a legend, and I really enjoy his content quite a lot. Atsu is kind of a mysterious person, I'm gonna be honest. Like, so if you don't really know a lot about Atsu, I'll kind of explain a little bit something that I find very fascinating. So online, right, if you kind of like look up information about Atsu, he has this very like common thing that he says, where he says, I'm 54 years old, is what he tells people, right? I'm gonna be completely honest, he does not look like he's 54 years old. And there is a like big part of my brain, a big part of me, that, you know, I kind of suspect that he tells people that as sort of a meme, as a joke, where he's like, oh yeah, I'm 54 years old, I'm an old man, I'm a boomer, right? And he does that to, like, you know, kind of make sure that his chat and his viewers and whatever, that they don't figure out his actual age, right? Because that's kind of private information, right? So I understand. So there's a part of me that you know, I think to myself, yeah, he's obviously, you know, not telling the truth. He's obviously not 54 years old. I wonder how old he actually is, right? But then, I don't know, like, I've watched some of Atsu's content, and I've like seen some of his streams and his videos and whatever. Atsu kind of sort of, you know, when he does the whole thing where he tells people he's 54 years old, he kind of does it in a way where, you know, there's a part of you when you're watching him, you're like, wait a second, is he being legitimate? Like, is he being serious? Is he actually 54 years old? Because he kind of, the way that he does it is he sounds very like, you know, matter of fact. He sounds very like, serious and very like, you know, convincing, right? So yeah, like for me, it sounds really dumb and stupid because I'm pretty sure it's obvious what the answer is. But for me, I find Atsu to be a very interesting person because he has this like mystery around him where it's like, how old is he actually? Like, I legitimately do not know. But I feel like that's a question that will never be answered, right? It's something that will always be up for debate. But yeah. So this was the last celebrity, the last content creator that I got to meet at TwitchCon 2023. Yeah, I mean, it was a blast of an experience. I had so much fun meeting every content creator and exploring the convention and whatnot. It was wonderful, right? So let me switch back to the cam over here. And please don't play the song. I'm not ready for you to play it. Thank you. And let me move OBS back here now. I'm staring at the left side of my screen. Pog. Hello, left side of the screen. Yeah, so, chat, wow. I've been streaming for almost a full 6 hours. That is insane. I like I said, I don't know how the hell to shut up at all. I hope you guys enjoyed that story time. I know it was very, very long, and I know that I probably talked about some bullshit nonsense that no one cares about and that, you know, people out there probably think is a waste of time, but I wanted to go over like basically every single detail that I could remember about TwitchCon 2023 because, you know, attending that convention, meeting those people and you know, seeing everything in Vegas, it was like a once in a lifetime opportunity, right? That I don't know if I'll be able to do it again in the future, right? And who knows, in the future it could be completely different. Like maybe next year I go to TwitchCon again, for example, and perhaps it's so different and everything has changed from this year, right? I don't know what's gonna happen in the future, so it's like I wanted to like remember every single thing that I could about this year, about my experiences, and share it with you guys. But yeah, it was, wow, what an incredible week that I had this past week. What a just whirlwind of stuff happening. You know, I will say, like, I think that I've talked long enough for this live stream, so I don't want to keep you guys for too much longer, but basically, here's what I will say, just as a very quick, you know, conclusion to the live stream, right? I would say that, okay, so in my lifetime, I have attended 4 different types of conventions, right? I've attended Comic-Con. I believe it was San Diego Comic-Con, but it might have been, you know, like Los Angeles or some other place, right? But I've attended a Comic-Con, right? I've attended SoccerCon. I've gone to SoccerCon 2 years now, and I'm about to go for my 3rd year next year. But SoccerCon is my 2nd one. The 3rd one is PAX West. I've been to PAX West. I went this year. And then the 4th one is TwitchCon 2023, right? I think that if I had to rank, you know, the convention in terms of like quality, in terms of how much I enjoyed them and whatnot, right? I would say that top of my list is probably SoccerCon, just simply because it was my very first anime convention, like a convention that was specifically revolving around anime, because Comic-Con does not really do that. Neither does PAX West nor TwitchCon. So SoccerCon, top of my list because of first anime convention. You know, also it was like, I mean, I made a lot of good memories and had a lot of just like really nice moments at SoccerCon, especially the 2nd year, especially this year, right, 2023. I got to meet so many different artists. I got to chat with them, got to buy artwork and support them, right? It was a blast. So SoccerCon, top of my list, number 1. Not far behind SoccerCon, so like very close. I would say that in 2nd place, easily TwitchCon 2023. The amount of stuff that happened this year, the amount of people I met, and experiences that I got to, you know, just be there for, it was remarkable. It is not something that I'm going to forget about, right? And I will continue to remind myself of how amazing TwitchCon was as the years go by, right? So TwitchCon 2023, very close 2nd to SoccerCon, okay? 3rd, I would say 3rd would be Comic-Con. Now, here's the thing about Comic-Con that I want to, like, you know, I want to add this note as a disclaimer, as a side note, right? So when I attended SoccerCon, it was many years ago, and the only reason that I went to SoccerCon is because my not SoccerCon, Comic-Con. The only reason I went to Comic-Con, many years ago, is because my family, they were kind enough to get me a birthday present. So for my birthday, my family purchased tickets to Comic-Con for me. And not only that, but they purchased a VIP package for Comic-Con where I got to meet a famous celebrity, like, yeah, basically a famous celebrity, right? And the celebrity that I got to meet at Comic-Con was the legendary one and only Josh Brolin, aka Thanos from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Marvel franchise. I got to meet Josh Brolin. Wonderful experience, amazing stuff. In fact, I do have a photograph with him. I have a photograph that is actually framed and is hanging on my wall right now. It's literally above my PC here. And I also have a photo that I can show you guys here. Let me see if I can. Actually, no. I'm not gonna. I won't show you guys the photo, and the reason why is because So the photo that I took, right? It's me, Josh Brolin, and I also have my brother that I attended Comic-Con with, and so he's in the photo as well. I don't really want to show the photo on stream just because, like, I don't know if my brother would really want me showing his face on stream and on camera and whatever. I feel like he probably would want to value his own privacy and stay a little bit anonymous. So I'm gonna scratch that, right? Anyways, so I met Josh Brolin and I had a wonderful, fantastic time at Comic-Con. I will say though that, like, looking back at Comic-Con now, there's a couple things about it. Okay, first of all, out of everything that happened at Comic-Con, the only thing that I remember is meeting Josh Brolin. Everything else I completely forgot about. Like, I don't remember what I did besides meeting Josh Brolin. Yeah. So that's one thing. And then, like, on that same kind of train of thought, I would say that, if I attended Comic-Con now, or like, in the future, and I did not have a VIP package, if I did not get to meet a famous celebrity there, right? I think that very likely my opinion of Comic-Con would change, and that I would consider it to be worse quality than what I have it as now, right? Like, it could very easily be my least favorite convention if I did not get to meet someone really cool during the convention, right? Yeah, and then, like, another thing about Comic-Con, about the VIP package, is that from what I remember, I think the VIP package is insanely expensive. It's like, probably twice, if not 3 times the price of, like, just basic tickets to Comic-Con, right? It's so just incredibly incredibly expensive to afford that, right? And so, I feel like a VIP package, it's probably something that is like, a once in a lifetime kind of dealio, where you do it once and you're like, I never want to pay that amount of money again for, something like that. But yeah, so that's a couple of things to note about Comic-Con, where it's like, I rate it as my 3rd favorite, but to be honest, it happened so long ago, and there are several influencing factors about it that, may potentially mean that Comic-Con is actually worse, and that it's my least favorite. I don't know. But what I will say for sure is that, I attended PAX West 2023 this year, right? It happened, I think, 2 months ago at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, even despite the fact that Comic-Con could be a lot worse than I remember it to be, I still do very much so think that, PAX West 2023 this year, it was not at all something that I enjoyed. I did not really have a great time. There were so many flaws with PAX West. The only reason why I was happy to attend was because I got to hang out with my friends, my amazing content creator friends that I love very dearly, and I had a blast with them. But everything else about the convention, not a fan of it. Did not really care for it at all. Was not exciting. Was not something that really spoke to me. That really vibed with me. It was kind of just like a lot of walking around, a lot of, like, just checking out games that I didn't really have that much of an interest in and that I don't really care much about. And yeah, then, spending whatever free time that I had, just, hopefully, being with my friends that attended the PAX West convention with me, right? The only kind of like cool thing that happened at PAX West that did not really have any like it was unrelated to my friends, was getting to discover the company that makes the 3D artworks, right? And buying the 3D artworks from them. That was probably the number one highlight of PAX West. Everything else was just horrible. And I consider it, you know, without any doubt, right now, I consider PAX West 2023 to be my fourth favorite convention. The bottom of the list, the least favorite so far. And yeah, it's gonna stay that way until, you know, future years when I get to, you know, maybe re-experience things again. But yeah, that's what I'll say. So TwitchCon 2023, what a blast, what an event. Easily my second favorite convention of all time. Could potentially become my first favorite of all time if I get to, you know, attend more of TwitchCon in the future. We'll see. But yeah, that's basically it. Chat, holy shit, it is 4 a.m. in the morning. I have been literally talking for the last almost 6 hours now. I need to shut the absolute hell up. I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching. If you did watch, I appreciate each and every one of you. I know that this is not the most exciting content, but the thing is, like, I just really wanted to talk about things, and I wanted to, you know, share things with people, right? And so I got a little bit too excited and passionate about TwitchCon 2023, and I ended up, you know, just, you know, blabbering on and on and on for fucking 6 hours. I promise you guys, future live streams that I do, where we're gonna be gaming, we're gonna be you know, doing some fun stuff, not just you know, blabbering on and on, monologuing and whatever. Yeah, that'll be the game plan. So, you know, I'm gonna continue doing the sort of schedule that I have been doing, you know, before TwitchCon 2023 happened. You know, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, or basically quote unquote today, right? Today, tomorrow, which is what I mean to say is Saturday, right? I'm gonna be streaming Saturday. I'm gonna be streaming Sunday as well, and then yeah, I would say that for the next week, right? Here's what I'm thinking at the moment. Okay, I think that my schedule is basically gonna remain the same, right? It's gonna be Friday I stream, Saturday I stream, Sunday I stream. If throughout the week, like if let's say on one random day throughout the week, I find that I, you know, have this random urge, this random motivation to stream after I work, then I may go live, right? But I don't, like, I can't guarantee that it'll be happening on a specific day. I just know that it'll be kind of like spontaneous. It'll be something that happens in the moment. So yeah, that'll be the game plan. But otherwise, like, I would say the only thing you can plan for, that you can expect from me, is that Friday, Saturday, Sunday of every week, I will be sure to stream. So yeah, Saturday, tomorrow, today, whatever you want to call it, I think that I'll be playing video games. I will probably do some Genshin gameplay. I think that I'll go ahead and try to progress some more in Nier Automata. We'll see how far we can get, if there's any progress we can make. And then, yeah, I don't know. We may play some other games as well, but I would say, you know, Genshin and Nier are kind of the two games that I'm currently working through, that I'm currently playing, right? I mean, Genshin I always play, but Nier is currently the one that I'm in the process of playing and experiencing. So, yeah. Shoot. I think that's basically it. Man, I am so... I think I'm ready to sleep. I think I'm ready to knock myself out and just lay down in my bed. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out so much. Cool. Yeah, I hope you guys had a lovely time. I hope you guys continue to have a magnificent, amazing, wonderful day and or night out there. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink your water, stay hydrated, you know, always take care of yourself, stay comfy, stay cozy. And I will see you guys, you know, on Saturday and on Sunday as well. But for now, let me see. I find someone to raid. I don't even know if there's anyone who is live right now that I can raid. Take a look here. Oh my lord. Oh no, he's addicted, isn't he? He's addicted. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Pete Premier 2. What a Chad, what a legend, what a homie. Yeah, basically anytime that I see Pete live, it makes me happy, and I will always take the opportunity to raid him. Yeah, please go show some love to Pete. Right now he's playing the Suika game. If you guys don't know what that is, it's been a game that has become viral recently. Everyone is playing it. It's a Nintendo Switch game, but they also do have a kind of like a what do I refer to it as? It's kind of like a slightly worse version that you can play on your PC browser. Yeah, but the Suika game, it's something that could be described as similar-ish to like Candy Crush, for example, but it's a little bit more, I guess, like sophisticated and complex, and a little bit more, I guess, like it's a game that perhaps requires a little bit more skill and planning and strategy than Candy Crush. But it's a very, very addicting, fun game to get into. So I hope you guys, enjoy that type of content. If you do, feel free to stick around for the raid and watch Pete's content. If you don't really care about the Suika game and don't really want to watch the stream, you're more than welcome to leave at any point. But I appreciate each and every one of you who does stick around for the raid. So let me raid Premiere 2. I'm going to first... Let me see here. I'm going to get the ending song queued up here. Nope. There we go. Volume. There we go. Volume is good. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I will see you guys later. Shoot, when am I gonna be streaming? I'm gonna say, like, I'll be streaming a little over, like, 12 hours from now. Maybe, like, about, I want to say, no, not even 12 hours, like, maybe, what, 16, 17 hours from now? Something like 18 hours from now? Something like that. We'll see. I'll see you guys soon. Much love. I appreciate each and every one of you. I can't English anymore. I'm gonna send you guys to Pete. Have a fantastic rest of the day or night. Love you all. You guys are the best. Alright. Bye, guys. See you later. Bye. Say bye. Say bye. 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 I will see you later. Bye.
大丈夫優しい言葉寂しくなって朝を待つんだ開いたったあの日の音楽今もポケットに入れてる何もわかんないよわかんなくて一人海に溶けるこのまま灰になって言わせないで幸せの意味教えないで言えないよねないよ本当のこと大人にはなれないなれるわけない足りないよねないよ輝く街覚めないでこのまま揺られるだけねえいつか君が教えてくれたモデラートくらいに来て笑ってみせて開いたったあの日の私今も回答を見ている間違わないようにふらつくように正解探すのただ今日も人生列車して速度1年境のスピードで疲れたよバイバイバイ言えないよねないよ苦しいのに生きるため急いでもつれたまま解けないよねないよ答えならもういいよ少しだけ止まって泣く時だけ弱いけどその日を許せたんだ焦らないで月夜を照らすほど